Hello, everyone. We are back, and I'm so happy to be with Zakota today. It was really hard 3 days for me, but I'm back. Yesterday I couldn't be present. I was in plane, but I'm so hyped up to be back because I'm just still catching up to you guys. I didn't have the time to watch the whole yesterday's stream, so today I will have a lot of questions for you, Zakota.
A lot of questions for it, but I have a question for you. How was China, Nish? Anything you can tell us? Some spoilers, perhaps?
That's a very good question, but at the same time, it's a very hard question. Like the meetings and everything, it was so perfect. Like the whole atmosphere of Muntun headquarters, everything we talk about. I think that Europe has so much that we can expect from next year. That's the that's the best answer I can give you right now because I really can't talk about it, and we still. Let me phrase it differently. We did a lot, and I think that the whole community is going to be rewarded. And that's the most important thing, that Muntun see us as a big potential. They see what we do, they see the whole community, and I think that next year all of us will be very happy.
Nish, you're spoiling us. You're spoiling us. But today, it's going to be another amazing day. Unfortunately, it got a little bit short. We're going to get into that a little bit later, but still, it's going to be an amazing game. But the other day, you said you missed it, so we're going to show a bit of the highlights from yesterday. We saw some amazing plays coming from Memento Mori. It was just amazing. A clean sweep, clean plays coming from both sides, but of course, Memento Mori, they were just looking perfect.
I have to be honest, like I catch like 10 to 15 minutes during my when I was switching planes in Shenzhen, and it was exactly Memento Mori. I think it was their second game, so I saw like really glimpse of everything. And if you are like me and want to see at least the best action, like I think the reels of Dracy Savage was really telling of how well they performed yesterday. But at the same time, like I didn't expect 3-0. I'd even think that I predicted like 3-1 or 3-2.
You are like me, exactly.
Because Glitch Code had such a good performance during this tournament, and I expected that they would put more struggle, at least now that we know the results. But yeah, like as I was talking to all of you, even the other casters, they were saying that Memento were just so on point. Like the whole team, like it was not like one player was really performing like so much better than the others, but the whole team was performing really well. So heads down to Memento Mori. And now that we are looking at it, like you see the level of team play they showcase. It's beautiful to watch. Like I cannot deny it.
They just seem like the underdog always, but they keep just pulling up with this unexpected stuff. Dracy got a 7 in the first game. I believe there was another one in the next game. But all the time we think Momentum Mori is gonna lose, but they prove us wrong all the time. I also went for a 3-1. I said, maybe Glitch Code can get the game. Maybe it's gonna be, a turnaround point for them. But Memento Mori just took it by a complete sweep.
I think that
clean.
after this year we just have to switch Memento Mori from this underdog status. But I think they create this status by themselves. We have to be honest. Like they change the rosters and everything, and every time a team changes its roster, you don't know what to expect, honestly. And I'm really glad that they could click so well together.
Indeed. But layman's here, the brackets, Nish, we're getting into the late game. Please explain us what happened with Misa and Jackpots.
Yeah, as you can see, there was, I wouldn't call it a technical issue, but it was more of an issue with the players. There was a situation where 3 players couldn't play, and by the rule book, that's just not acceptable. Even if we did some super emergency substitute, like 3 players is just too much, and unfortunately, that's the end for Misa Esport on this tournament. But today we have another match, and that's AKKE against Fake Time, and it's the first lower bracket match. So kind of important, I would say, because one team is going home, but they are at home. But you know what I mean.
I mean, they're gonna go a long way back, but still, a thing to think about this matchup today. All of these players, they're representing one team, Team Ukraine and Team Poland, I would say. So it's gonna be more
Mm-hmm.
of a country-based fight. The
Mm-hmm.
winner is gonna go up against Glitch Code, but still, it's gonna be a best of 5-0. So you have a lot of chances. You have a possibility of 5 games, so don't panic. Be calm, draft correctly, stuff like this. But Nish, we're not
Mm-hmm.
gonna spoil a little bit of the predictions, but most casters went with the underdog, I believe so.
Really, I don't remember because I just filled it up when I was asked to to fill it up, but I was away and I had so many. Like I have to focus. Like these last 3 days were really hard for me, but yeah, I did my predictions. And right now, I have to be honest. I don't even remember what I predicted because it's really close. But I have another thing that I would like to say. Like in this matchup, it almost looks like that we are subsidizing ISF, European Championship, because you could say that. Of course, there's also Metaship, which is purely Ukrainian team, but still, like we are putting a show of best, two best countries in Europe to play against each other. I would say right now.
I mean, I would agree with you, but still, talking about ISF, a little bit off topic, my country. I'm not saying much.
Yeah, I know, I know. I'm just saying. I was rooting for them. I even like tried to watch at least the results. It's such a
Unfortunate.
it's unfortunate because I think that they could take the last game in the group stage against Kazakhstan, but yeah, unfortunate. Like, but shout out to Tini Bambusol, like guys, very good representation, and we are happy that you participated. But still, let's go back to AKKE against Fake Them. At one hand, you have Team AKKE, which is surprising us time after time. I'm not going to lie; like they're always surprising with their performance. Like sometimes, I would say that you would kind of say like, okay, this is a really hard matchup for them, but they are prepared. Zakota, they are always prepared, and they just. I would even go back to your cockroach acronym, that they always they will always hold on the thread. They're always going to maybe even from the last spot, but they will always go further. And that's just so much resilience, and I really respect that.
The cockroach acronym is a bit different in my point of view. I think they're just unkillable, They've just turned most games around.
I didn't want it to sound that I'm comparing them to cockroaches. I'm just saying that their resilience is the strongest in the whole universe of the teams that we have. That's what I'm trying to say. But yeah, then we have Fake Time. Like that's again such a strong team, and their players like all of them have these moments where you're just saying like, oh my god, if they could put the thing that Memento Mori did yesterday, that all of the players are going to pull their perfect moments at the same time, I think they're going to be a force to be reckoned with.
I mean, I think for AKKE to win, they just really need to focus down on Garmadon. He is, I think, their star player. Him and I would say maybe Gornich. But it's gonna be a really intense series. I mean, I hope it goes a long way. Best of 5 full series. No, not just to annoy the other casters are gonna come up short, but it's just gonna be so intense, so nice to watch. And with the casters, we have a perk that most people don't. We see the games first. You guys see it, I believe, after like a 5 or so minute delay.
I think keep it's in mind. 3 minutes.
3 minutes? Yeah, 3 minutes delay. You guys see the past. We already know what's happening in the future. So that's why you have to watch, because we already know the answer, and it's gonna be so spicy. It's gonna be cooking and boiling in the pot, and later on, it's gonna be.
In your webcam, you even look like you are in the future already.
I mean,
But yeah, let's go to head. Like I really love this scene because we can see the comparison of each player or each role, and you can see that in this matchup, like Astra is looking a little bit better, like slightly, but a little bit better when it comes to
Uh,
stats only.
I mean, I'd disagree because Lager is playing mostly tank junglers from against your two tank
Mm-hmm.
junglers, and he has almost as much damage dealt as Astra, but still not a big thing. Of course, we have to look at the retry rate accuracy, and it's
Mm-hmm.
33 to 31, not that big of a difference. So they're
Yeah,
almost
that's what
even
I'm
Stevens.
saying that it's not a big difference. That's what I'm trying to say. But but I would just say that what I said about fake time, that if they would have the moment of all players at the same time, I think AKKE is more close to that. That they really, when they go 100%, they usually go all the players at the same time.
I mean, I think AKKE has a superpower. They either turn around the series or they can completely just
Mm-hmm.
give it up. Like this is their superpower. It's a 50. It's a coin flip, I would say, a coin flip of a
Mm-hmm.
matchup. Because AKKE is a strong team. They made it this far. They just turned around in the qualification in the brackets, and now as well with fake time, they completely turned the games around. They won some games against extremely strong teams that we didn't expect. I don't think most people expected this to happen. So
No,
it's gonna be two teams that are basically facing the impossible.
yeah, definitely. That's why I'm saying that with AKKE, like if you were talking about at the beginning of MEC, if you would put it purely on paper, like it would be, uh, I wouldn't say that even like a betting company would not put them so far in the tournament, and that's why I think they need a lot of respect for what they did and where they are right now. But look at Nandayo.
I mean, this is a night and day difference. Nandayo is indeed ahead on this one. The
Mhm.
junglers were really close, but here it's night and day difference. Most kills, I mean, average KDA, it's higher on Nandayo's by 2.6%. And
But with Nandayo, we see him in a lot of key moments for AKKE, I would say.
true as well, true as well. He's not really, I mean, Hinokami is not really a playmaker. Nandayo is. And
Mm-hmm.
we're gonna see today. Maybe it's gonna be turned around. Maybe Nandayo is gonna be the support mage today, and maybe Hinokami is gonna be the healer mage. Maybe we're gonna see him on Lunox and some of these like maybe dangerous-esque mages. Because right now in Hinokami's hero pool, we see more of support type mages. We see the Eve, we
Mm-hmm.
see the Valentina, and the Kimi as well. That could be considered a bit of support because of the crowd control. But Nandaya just has pure damage. The Farsa, the Lunox, the
Yeah.
Zillion in the late game. A monster comp.
Yeah, Nandayo is a monster. I'm not going to lie. But yeah, I'm still thinking what you said, because like at the same time, Kami has more support, but you see that the average team fight participation, they are really close. So maybe it's just as you said, that in fake time team, he's not responsible for the kills. He's maybe more responsible for creating the moments for Garmadon, for example, because we we see a lot of clips of Garmadon. Like he had a Savage. I don't know that if it was the first Savage on MEC or the second, but yeah, like he's the one to collect the kills.
I mean, him and Lager, I would say, are mostly the
Yeah,
core
yeah, yeah.
players. And as well, Jungli is doing an amazing job. I mean, the Alice clip, I think everyone remembers that. That was an
Mm-hmm.
intense moment that just completely turned out the game. But still, as you said, I think Garmadon is really the key playmaker of Team Fake Time. He should be the main priority for AKKE. But still, let's see the roamers, the most interesting part, I would say.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like we are back to see that purely on stats, like Ake right now is looking really good.
But Niche, there's a thing.
Uh-huh.
Both of these guys are part of the Search Fit Club. Who do you think would win a boxing fight?
Like I have to be honest, like I have to check that if Toby really joined, because he
I mean,
promised, but I'm
he
not sure that
promised.
if he joined. And I think
We
that
have,
there's one small mistake, that Toby's hero pool is Farsa. I would say that there should be a Grok.
I think it is a group.
Yeah, yeah,
No,
yeah.
it's AKKE actually. My telepathic mind told me that, but still, we have the ambassador for Search Fit Club,
Yeah.
and the guy who said he's gonna join Fit Club. I mean, we need to check. You said you're gonna check a couple days ago. I mean, a couple weeks actually, Nish.
I'm
But you
going to check
never
right
updated
now.
on us.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Let's
yeah.
see. Let's see.
You are correct.
Did he keep his promise?
But if you are looking like till I find it, how do you say it? Because the difference in the stats we see, it's not so big.
I mean, for a roamer, it's more important to the sets. I mean, the average KDA depends on the hero you're picking. Toby likes Badang, likes this type of heroes that can actually maybe do a bit of damage. Even the Gatot you can maybe take a kill or two because of the passive. But Gornich also has a special hero on his roaming set. He has the Kimi. I don't think the Kimi is supposed to be there. I think it's just an illusion. We're seeing, you know, in the past, maybe they had a 1v1 on mages. Maybe Gornish picked Kimi and Toby went 1v1 with him on Farsa. But still,
Actually, can you imagine that during the first match today, they would pick like Kimi and Farsa?
I mean, they could pick also maybe Atlas Rome and XP Badang. I mean, you could make a whole lineup with these 3 picks here, man. But it's, I think it's a bit of a far reach. But I think we're gonna see all of these heroes today.
I will just say one thing that I just checked, and Toby is still not in the feed up. But
Ooh.
I got right now. I was supposed to say something.
You were supposed to say something. He did not keep his promise. I think that's what you're trying to look for, Nish. He did not keep his promise, and he did not join the Search Fit Club. But today, maybe Gornich is gonna change his mind. You know, the Search Fit Club ambassador here. I believe he was a world champion for boxing in Ukraine.
I think he is actually.
He currently is.
I'm not sure that if he currently is, but
oh,
yeah.
Okay.
Oh my god! I didn't want to see these predictions.
At the top, Sakota and Nish. Oh, I mean with Sin.
No. It's in you.
Nish is almost at the bottom. He's sharing at the 0%. Look at this guy.
What are you saying that I'm sharing? Like it's 80% are with 0%, and just you two have. I mean,
it's an excuse. An excuse, okay, Alice. Okay. Me and Sind, we are always looking at the streams. We're always checking this. You said I didn't even care about the predictions. I just put them there, and I forgot about him. Oh yes. You're just not paying attention enough to these things. Of course, we're kidding a little bit around, but still. The predictions have been intense. Sind got it in the first Memento game. He predicted a 3-0. I think I predicted a 3-1, so I could have maybe gotten a point there if maybe glitch code locked in a little bit. But in the second game, I got a prediction correctly, somehow. It was a full best of 5 series, the caster curse, I would say. But man, you other guys, Warren, Mio, Ugeste, Nish, Chronos, Scared, you need to step up your game, I think, you know?
Yeah, we do. We definitely do. But still, like when it comes to like 3-1 or 3-0 or 3-2, like it's so hard with certain games. Like for example, I really didn't expect Memento Mori go 3-0. Be honest.
No, neither did I.
No.
But still, I think we're getting a little bit off topic. Niche. Head-to-head, the XP laner, one of the most important roles right now in the current meta. Similar hero picks, but still a little bit of difference. The KDA is in favor of Sirius, the average team fight again in favor of him, but still. I mean, 3-4-1. I think Sirius here wins this trade, but the top heroes played Lapu, Yuzhong, Esme, Yuzhong, Tamus, Lapu. I mean, we're seeing a bit of the common 2 picks here, some of the strongest XP laners, but we're seeing some pocket picks. The Esmeralda is really great as a precaution pick. It can work into the Lapu, it can work into maybe a bait composition. You want a bait and Esmeralda on gold. But the Tamus is not a thing really, you know, accommodated to, I would say. He is such a rare pick, but he is a gem sometimes.
Sometimes. I think it's exactly like you said, that it's situational. But as you can see, like, Sirius, I think he was, like, with Nandayo, I think he's also one of the key playmakers for AKKE. And in these stats, it's really shown. Because usually when you see some highlight, like, Sirius is always in the middle. and even the average team fight participations, you can see like 64%. That's really good. But this is the force of AKKE. Like if you see like AKKE is moving on the map, they really move as one. They're like a big wave that coming to crush you.
Indeed, but still, let's get back to the last thing on the chopping block, the gold lane. I believe, I don't know, it's actually, yeah, it's the gold lane.
Yeah, it's
We're
a goal
gonna
lane.
see Garmadon versus, was it Houston? Houston Gold. I remember him. He used to be a jungle player a little bit in the past, but now he's coming back to the gold lane. But I think one of the most favorite gold laners, one of the best in this tournament, is Garmadon. How will he match up today?
Yeah, actually, you have to ask our production for gold lane head-to-head, so we can see the final stats and finish with this one. Okay, we will have to wait for a second because we are getting some news. But anyway, after this, we are going to give the word to our casters. I believe that you are staying, and I will have to say goodbye. But it was so nice to catch up with you. So right now I don't really have to check the whole yesterday matches, but I will, because like I want to really see how it happened. And Meta Shift and Eternal Oblivion 3-2, I have to watch it, and I also want to see the dominance of Memento Mori. So yeah, I have my homework for tomorrow. Today I'm going to enjoy the match of AKKE against Fake Time. For all of you, don't forget to do the most important things, and that's follow, watch, share, because as I mentioned, Muntun is watching, they see the progress, they see what we as a whole community are doing together, and that's why I want for you to continue with your effort. We will continue with ours, and like I said, there's so much things to look forward to next year. But not just next year, even today. So bye, enjoy your time, and I'm signing off. Scared, it's yours.
Man, oh man, out here, ladies and gentlemen, guess what? The excitement never drops down, does it? Because all the handsome boys back on the rest, Zakota, you've always been here, and Boren out. Man, Nish, it was a beautiful pre-show, and with a picture-perfect description of how AKKE has really been the kind of team where they do not die. They always refuse to die, and they continue moving on forward. Zakota, we've been constantly talking a lot about this, but Warren, talk to me about the scenario. How do you feel this specific matchup, and how do you feel being there on the desk today in general, though?
Very excited, of course. That's the first thing I have to say. And secondly, going back to your topic that you brought, I feel like they are kind of taking the torch from Event Order, because Event Order are already out, but they had this kind of mimicry. They had this idea in their name, you know, like never die, never stay on the floor, always get back up. But I feel like AKKE are, they took their torch, and at least like spiritually, Event Order is with them, you know, in this sense. For AKKE, they don't really stay down. They always improve. They are one of the teams that are with us for the longest time. Similar thing could have been said for other teams, but they are out now. AKKE are still here, still fighting through it. And even though after not a nice introduction into the top 8, right, when Metashift throw them back in, throw them down into loser bracket, well, now they are here, now they are fighting, and they are on the verge of being eliminated. Of course, the same thing can be said for Fake Time. Zakota, how do you think it will end up?
I mean, I already put my predictions. I checked them again today just to make sure I did them correctly, and I hope it goes the full length. So you guys, we're gonna have to be together as, you know, a caster trio, but still, as the superior caster with a 50% guess rate here, I think I have the authority a little bit over you guys. So it's gonna be a pretty nice series. I mean, I have a lot of expectations from Fake Time. As I said, I've played with him. I've played with Lager in the past in a team. I know how his mentality goes. I know most of the mentality of the Ukrainian team, because they're just sometimes, we've seen it in the scores, in the head-to-head. They have a lower kill percentage, and I thought about it. I said, man, you know, because they have not that many kills in games, maybe at maximum 20 games, they're just a bit more passive.
That's one of the big things out here, right? I really want to see how things will eventually move forward from this point onwards. And since we've been already on that topic, having the team versus team graph in front of us is something we can eventually use and talk about it. And now, Zakota, since you'll be the host out there, I know I want to nerd out here a little bit, but AKKE by D, having their average time to win brought down to 17 minutes and 47 seconds. That is one of the improvements per se, which I'd have to say they achieved after, or rather later into that regular season itself, after getting it defeated by that big 20 plus minute game where they could not really close it out, where their title solidified of the team that cannot close out the games. Eventually bringing that average time to win down requires a lot of commitment, with every single game being less than 15 or around 15 minute mark. So they've done a pretty solid job, and that also shows up, Warren, in the amount of Lord controls they've had. 20 freaking 1 Lords.
And it's kind of double-edged sword, isn't it? Because we know we were joking about it. I was joking about it. That, yeah, I can get the Lords, but they are not using the Lords correctly. You know, like, you can have 2 baseball bats, but if you cannot use them, it's like pointless. Maybe a guy who is barefisted will beat you. And that's actually what happened in that aforementioned clash between them and Eternal Oblivion, where Origami was defending for the love of the game, for all he held it dear, he defended. It was basically like Helm's Deep over at Lord of the Rings, you know, like I had goosebumps. But same can be said for this, even though it didn't even start yet. It's a BO5, I already have goosebumps, because if you look at the stats, really, AKKE bringing down the average time to win, the stats altogether look really head to head. Yeah, Lord Control is on the side of AKKE, but yeah, it's kind of inflated by that one game against Eternal Oblivion, where I believe they had six Lords, something like that. So that kind of boosted the stats. Total Control for Fake Time, though. So it looks like early game should be Fake Time favorite, even though, and that's a funny thing to say when you compare it to AKKE, because AKKE usually thrive in early, thrive in mid, and then they are not able to close out in late game.
I mean, I would say that was AKKE's worst weakness, but now they changed. They've improved. They are turning the games around. They are not the weak cockroach they used to be. They are now the strong cockroach. They are just unkillable, I would say. But still, Fake Time is a little bit more strategic, in the best way to put the word. They are more strategic about how they play. They usually go for the first turtle, second turtle, and they farm. They're not looking for fights. They're looking for pickoffs. But AKKE is completely the other way. They are just polar opposites. AKKE is more of a, how to say it, a skirmishing type of team. They look for fights, Definitely. They look for brawls. So I think Fake Time is going to punish them a little.
It is going to be big out here, right? Because again, we've been talking about Fake Time for such a long time. This team has been the eternal grinders throughout the seasons after seasons. They have always been present, competing, grinding, but it just felt that they can't really break through towards that spotlight. And let's be honest, their Rising Division run wasn't really the greatest of them all. Secured 6th place, that is literally the last place where you could eventually qualify. But from promotion relegation, we started to see some big improvements, where they had those equalizers against Memento Mori, against Glitch Code. Both of these teams, by the way, were facing each other in the upper bracket itself yesterday. And the fun fact is that throughout the entire regular season later on, it felt like Fake Time could actually make it. It literally seems like this team can eventually move through, but that is only if they pick up these most picked heroes or they ban out these most banned ones, because you cannot let most of these slide through whatsoever, Warren.
You definitely cannot. What is kind of funny though is that the meta is definitely sticking, even though there were some changes happening. Though one thing that probably isn't really changing. Well, we will see if it will change in the future, because eventually one of those teams should meet Eternal Oblivion. And why am I mentioning Eternal Oblivion when we are talking about those two teams? Well, it's not a coincidence. It's because Eternal Oblivion were the executioners for both AKKE and Fake Time, because they beat beat AKKE in that super long game when they broke their backs, and they also beat Fake Time and they threw them into the lower bracket when where they are as well right now because of what happened yesterday. So it might kinda, you know, it might kinda result in some revenge. We will see to that. So this clash between those two teams, it's all about who will be the team that can take it back to Eternal Oblivion. Or maybe they will get eliminated by jackpots, maybe they will not be lucky, you know, at least the chance.
I think it's a little bit more skill than luck, Warren, but still, you mentioned the meta changes, and I have some spicy things cooking for the draft. I just can't wait to get into it, because I know some things about the Fake Time junglers you guys don't. I know some of his favorite heroes are back up at the meta, but no, it's gonna have to wait a little bit still. It's too early to tell the draft, of course. We cannot predict the future. Maybe they're gonna ban out his heroes, but still, guys, you made, I mean, you, Warren, in particular, you made a point I was also thinking about, because I was thinking, yeah, Eternal Oblivion went down to the lower brackets, and, you know, the next team would have to face, I believe, Jackpot, if I'm not mistaken, to fight for that spot, take down Eternal Oblivion, or maybe, who knows?
Oh, a glitch code, actually. That would be glitch code. Yeah.
My bad.
It's one of the big things out here, right? It's not just this game, Zakota. Yeah, I know. It's also who's gonna focus on that next game too. But before we move forward onto that, there's something else that you wanted to say right now. Go ahead.
I didn't want to say. I just wanted to close out a statement. I was just gonna say that it's gonna be the unkillable cockroaches versus the foxes, and the foxes are sly and they pull tricks from under their sleeve. So it could be an insane series, or it could just be, you know, a battle of a lifetime. Who knows?
I mean, this more sounds like National Geographic. I cannot lie.
Right?
This sounds more like that. I didn't know I tuned in for this kind of spectacle, but you know what? Like, let's go with it. Like, does the cockroach beat the fox? And also, like, if we are talking specifics, Zakota, let me get back to you, because, like, how big is that cockroach? You know, like, how can he fight a fox? Like, is he like a child size? Is he like a dog size? Or how big is that cockroach? Can you give us some specifics so we can imagine it a little bit better? You know?
I mean, if the cockroach ate good, it could be a really big cockroach. But still, I think the fox is a little bit stronger because it has, you know, a little bit more body weight. I believe the cockroach has 6 legs, so it's a little bit stronger, and the fox has 4. That's a good point. So, you know, he could have 4 legs, use the other 2 to fight. The fox has to, you know, bite only.
What in the Gintama cockroach is this, bro? Holy smokes, that is absolutely crazy out here. Well, at least call them tardigrades, if anything, because they've got the reputation of surviving even space. But yeah, all right, coming back.
I mean, a cockroach also survives space. I mean, you cannot downplay a cockroach.
Not as long as a tardigrade. Not as long as a tardigrade.
How do you know? Have you been in space to check?
Guys,
I've absolutely read the researches, but we've got to get back onto this game now because Warren is like, yeah, all right, I haven't subscribed for National Geographic here. Let's move forward. But coming back onto the same conversation out here, Zakota, as well, right? AKKE is a team that, you know, yes, they did not know how to close out the games, but their previous few series, which we eventually saw, at least in the regular season, it kind of seemed like they've started closing the games too. Yes, against their previous opponents out there, it felt a bit underwhelming. That's why they're out down in the lower bracket. I still feel that this team has actually got what it takes, Warren, to at least move forward towards the lower bracket finals, if anything.
I mean, AKKE definitely are a strong team, though it has to be said, you have to give the context, but also give the context to the Search Fate Club, because as we have the Ambassador Gornage himself, he will be on the Land of Dawn very, very soon, so you can take this time to scan the QR code and hop in, maybe do some exercises, you know, hype yourself up for the matches today, you know. If the blood is flowing, your brain is thinking better, you know, you will be more ready, you will be ready for the games. Use that meantime when we yapping around about the National Geographic and the zoologists, you know. You can use that time to yourself as well.
Yeah, true. Again, ladies and gentlemen, all you need to do is just scan that QR code. Gorinich and Zadel, they've set up a few challenges for you. So if you're able to complete them in real life, working out, you can eventually win some good skins in game itself. Search sends you those skins forward. So make sure you quickly scan that QR code and join the Search Fit Club. Now, my boys, coming back onto the same conversation, Dakota. Do you think AKKE has actually got what it takes to eventually win out this entire series?
I don't think AKKE has, because Toby promised to join the Search Fit Club and he didn't. And guys, we're talking about the players, but have you guys joined the Search Fit Club? Maybe that's why I didn't get that prediction rate at least 50%.
Yeah, I guess you're
Search Fit
right.
Club,
Yeah,
you
maybe
get stronger,
I should have.
you get better.
Yeah.
Make
I
it
mean-
make sense.
I need
It makes
I
sense,
need
it
some
makes
brain reps. I think I need some brain reps actually. Maybe
Exactly.
yeah. I think yeah.
You need some muscle on your brain. It's gonna think better, and you can predict the future like me and Cindy. I mean, we joined the Search Fit Club. When are you guys gonna join the Search Fit Club? We talk about Toby that not joined, but you guys, when are you joining? Good traitors here with me.
You know
I'm
what
just
would be
having
kind of crazy?
existential crisis right now.
You know what would be kind of crazy? If we go back to what you just said, after Toby and the rest of AKKE are not able to pull through, and we go back to this point and we will say, it was because he didn't join the club. So we will see. We will see if it comes to fruition, or maybe, he is doing some calisthenics. He doesn't even need the Search Fit Club, like. He's fine on his own. But back to you, Scared. How are you feeling about this match? Like, it's taking a little bit of a time. Maybe players are putting on makeup. Toby is putting on makeup because he knows if they win, he's going straight up for the interview. Maybe Gorinich pumping himself up. So, how are you feeling about it?
It all falls down to the rosters of both of these teams, right? We've already seen the entire roster of AKKE perform previously. Astra, Nandayo, Toby, Cyrus, Kyusin. They're pretty well versed in the lanes that they play. Their coordination is good. It just falls down to that end game. And now, since they've started to move towards those end games as well, closing things out, I'm really liking that. Specifically, Astra and his jungle pool. I know he picks up some pretty off-meta picks too, but that just adds onto your pocket picks and create big question marks later into the drafting phase, where they could eventually have a better hand. But if that will happen or not, that is the big question, Warren, because their opponents aren't really that weak either.
Oh, absolutely. There's the thing, right? If you are in the top 8, and even though yesterday it didn't really feel like it in the first BO5 where glitch code fell short towards Memento Mori, you still have to take into account that there are top 8 teams. Those are top 8 teams. Out of all the teams that tried to battle it out, they didn't make it. A lot of them most of them are lying dead on the floor. They don't have their breath, and they don't have their life in them. They cannot fight furthermore. And now you are left with those 8 teams. And even though in the beginning there could be some teams that might come out on top, the deeper you get into the tournament, the deeper you get into those playoffs, then the clashes will be much more even out. And I think, especially for this clash that we have in front of us very soon, Fake Time and AKKE, this should be very, very close. I think we probably could be going into a full BO5, which I would be very happy about, because as Nish rightfully mentioned before, unfortunately, we won't be having 2 BO5s, just 1. So, let's make a show, let's make it crazy. But actually, when we are making it crazy, I would go back to what Destroyer said. Breathe in, breathe out, good drafts, no shenanigans.
That's what I'm hoping for, Sagota.
Wow. You said it like a true monk. You read it from a tablet, you found it in the Tibetan mountains, and you told us about it, Soren. That was beautiful. You sounded almost like a poet. Like, do you know Confucius? If you chase 2 rabbits, you won't catch neither. So I think that's what we're trying to get across with here. Don't chase 2 rabbits at once, just chase 1, just follow the path, and you're gonna lock in and get the perfect game, perfect draft. But still, I mean, right now, I would say we're a bit delayed because we're just talking a lot, and I think that's good. We're getting to know each other. We've been casting a long time. We're getting warmed up. It's gonna be a really long day. I hope, because I'm not casting that much. You guys are. But
True.
It's gonna be a really nice day, I hope. I mean, it's two strong teams. Let's get all the jokes aside. Two strong teams. They have been building up to this moment. It's gonna be one of their last chance. It's gonna be the last ride for one of these two teams. So it's gonna be, I would say, one of the most important games in their career till now. Who do you guys have for favorites winning? Let's get it serious here.
Here's the thing, man. With the way how things have been, and how Jungly specifically started his entire run with MetaShift, if I'm not wrong, all the way back into the open qualifiers, wherein they were going on absolutely hamming every single player down out there. That was the time when everyone started to focus on Jungly. And then he eventually got into the roster of Fake Time, and I would have to say, there are moments where he makes reckless plays, but sometimes those plays pay off, thanks to the follow-up coming in from Gory as well as Garmadon in the entire lineup of Fake Time. So I feel if that combination kicks in, there is a high possibility we might see them taking control of the game. But all in all, if we are really about to place our bets, I think so AKKE should have it 3-2. That's what I predicted as well previously, just because of how composed they normally are under pressurizing circumstances, Warren.
Well, that's true. They are definitely playing for a longer time. As we said before, a Fake Time were a little bit of a newer team. They formed together, right? In this combination that they have right now on their hands. Where AKKE, other than their jungler, they are playing for a very, very long time. I believe it should be like 5 to 6 months already right now, something around that. Yeah, all right, yeah, 6 to 7 even. Let's not get into the memes, right? You know, they are playing for a long time, and this should help. Yesterday, I was talking about it specifically with Destroyer and Chronos. I was saying, under pressure, you tend to not underperform, but you tend to forget some things. You really need for the things to be in your head, so that whenever you wake up at 1 a.m., 2 a.m., 3 a.m., and someone splashes a cold bucket of water on top of you, you are able to do it immediately. You are immediately ready to do it and to perform. And when it's very stressful like that, it's an elimination series. It's very important for you to have it nailed down. And I'm fearful for the side of Fake Time that AKKE have this nailed down a little bit more. And also, if push comes to shove and you have your backs against the wall, I feel like AKKE should have a little bit of a better, not that Fake Time have better environment, but AKKE should have a little bit of a better environment, because if you're playing for this long time, even if you were not friends before, you have to be friends now. You like each other, you like to play with each other, you have each other's backs.
Zakota, I'm gonna steal this one away from you for a second. Warren, please, can you specify what kind of training are you going through to perform under pressure, wherein you want your face to be splashed with cold water out here? Please, can you specify a little bit on that?
I mean, like back when I used to play esports, that was part of my normal program. Like, what do you mean scared? Like,
what kind of hazardous program were you part of?
I know what he's talking about. The ancient Himalayan technique used by the monks 4,000 years ago. This is what he's doing right now. You know, the monks in China, I mean, Nishu's in China now, who knows? Maybe he did a training in 3 days. Maybe he's just that great. They go to the mountains, climb atop of the Tibetan mountains, get snow, take it down the mountain, boil it, bring it up again so it goes to ice, and bring it back down again. They can wash their face with really cold water. But, I mean, right now, we keep getting a little bit off topic. It seems like there is maybe something going on with us. Maybe this is a ploy. Maybe, what can we say? It's a ploy against humanity. Maybe we are aliens. That's why we change so much. We have different backgrounds. That's why you're not showing my background. You know, Scariot was in my house a couple days ago. How do you guys know if that was maybe a fake one, or maybe was he there in real life as well? This could all be a ploy, you know, invading aliens through Europe or ML, you know. Big ploy.
I'm pretty sure that this entire segment is now going to make it to the shorts of Surge Europe, when it's going to be titled something like when casters have absolutely nothing to talk about. They blabber literally if we are aliens or not.
Scared. Why do you think I shaved my head? It's so I have better connection to the alien mothership in the space, you know? Like, it's circling the Earth, and I need them to send the signals to my brain. So that's why I shaved my head. It has better connection. It's like 5G. Like, you know, 5G doesn't go through walls very well. It's like this signal. It's like 7G. We don't even have it developed. They only have it. And it doesn't go well through hair. So if you want to protect yourself actually from the signals, you should keep your hair. But if you want the signals, you shave your head. So actually, that brings me to another point, and that's why I challenged yesterday Pelmetronio if he will win to shave his head, because I want him. I think he's a very special player. I think he's a very special guy. So I want him to be part of the alien colonization as well. So that's why I told him about that yesterday.
Let me guess. Yeah, I think so. Your manager is going to be Dwayne The Rock Johnson or Vin Diesel.
Here's the thing, Scared. There's a thing that no one really noticed about us casters. We never show the back of our head. We are really behind our headphones, behind the front lobe. We are bald behind ourselves. So that's why we can, you know, get that 5G energy wave. It just bounced off water straight in the back of our heads. Warren went the extra step just to get a better connection. And, you know, we're getting off topic, I think. But still, maybe it's because we didn't do the Himalayan technique used by the monks 4,000 years ago in Tibet to get ourselves ready for the casting. But Sid, you know, it would be cool to see maybe some stuff from the team meanwhile we're doing this, because
you know what,
I think it's a little bit off topic.
Sokol, can we call an ambulance for both of these people, please, and I can have a new pair of co-casters? These guys need to get their heads checked. But all right, hey, here we go. All jokes apart, guys. I absolutely understand your connection with the mothership and everything that's been going on in the alien life out here. But boys, I really want to discuss about an important factor, that there is a small change in the roster of AKKE. And it's going to be Aphrodite who'll be playing in place of Nandayo. Man, bringing a change at this stage into the tournament, Warren, talk to me about it a little bit and how much it could eventually impact, because this game is very important for them.
That could be very crazy. Rightfully you said it's super important game. So they have to either trust Aphrodite a lot, or it's their only chance to play it out because they want to continue on. I mean, they will be nerfed a lot. What do you think about it, Zakota?
I would like not to think about it, because I saw some really dreadful stuff of the player change. We're gonna see Aphrodite on the mid lane. From what I know, he is a gold and jungle player, so I never really seen him play mid lane. It would be like a myth come true, you know. Maybe he's the next chosen one, maybe he's the avatar, but still, the map
Maybe
selection really went for expanding rivers. Scared, do you like this map? You know, maybe the monks brought a lot of water down from the mountain, and that's how it came.
Yeah, probably. It just feels like at this point that all the rivers that are flowing are because of the Himalayan monks out there, because they decided to fill up a bucket of glacial water and then just drop it down to where it eventually melts and then pushed it forward. And then they kept on going until the river started to flow in. But guess what? We're going to be hopping into that expanding rivers out here, as you rightly mentioned too. But Aphrodite, gold laner, now playing into that mid lane. That too when Nandayo has been a crucial point in AKKE's entire roster. He's been one of those pillars who's played Lunox, who's played Farsas. I haven't really seen him play a lot of Eves though on the other side. Maybe Aphrodite can eventually bring those new heroes up as well, which could increase the depth of AKKE's mid lane hero pool. If not, then I think so we're in big trouble.
I mean, I would think that the best course of action would be for AKKE to prioritize Kimi a lot, because she's probably the only marksman mid laner. So it would really feel close to home for Aphrodite. You know, like you shoot in stuff with gold laners, you shoot in stuff with Kimi. It's kind of similar, you know, in a sense. You can think about it like that. Because other than that, if the rumors are supposed to be true, as Zakota said, and Aphrodite is not really that well suited for mid lane, then it's going to be a very, very tough battle. But maybe he will surprise us with the depths of hero pool that he has.
I can add on to that. I have thought of a thing he could play on the mid lane. Lunox is also a gold laner. She can be played on the mid lane. She is strong. She was one of the best picks from Nandayo, as you mentioned, rightfully Kimi. But we could see a demon out here, you know, the revival of the demon. We could see Mako's disciple. We could see Aphrodite playing Hellcourt on the mid. It has been done before. It can work. And don't look at me like that. It's
Okay.
Gonna be a pretty fun pick to see. Imagine a Hellcore mid. It would be crazy. You know, lights off, you go, you take the top tower, lights off again, you take the mid, you keep going like this, you know, the cockroach mentality. Whenever the lights go out, you go in, you take everything. But what do you think, Warren?
Yeah, I don't know what cockroaches you have in your house, because my cockroach, like, first of all, I don't have them in my house, so I don't know where you live at. And secondly, when I had my cockroaches in my house, I don't think they were still in my food. Like, what they were doing in your house, I mean, scared they to have this experience.
I'm pretty glad that I did not. The only time I've seen something like that happen was in the anime called Gintama, in one of those episodes where there were human-sized cockroaches out there. But let's get back into this game, people. We've already got 4 drafts out here. 4 bans. It's a Lancelot, Hilda, along with the Yu Jong and the Basha. Pretty simple, straightforward bans. No surprises. And now, considering Nandayo's not playing, I'm pretty sure that Kimi could be left open by Fake Tank. So they might want to focus down on banning out the CC on the other end as Jushin gets taken care of by AKKE. Now that is a big problem. Now that
I think you're wrong about it. I think maybe AKKE is doing the wrong balance. I think Suyu or Nolan should have went out the window, because those are the 2 heroes I was talking about in Lager's hero pool. He is a really strong Nolan, and Suyu is rising back at the top in popularity. He has a really great execute, he has a lot of poke damage with skill 3, and as well, he has, I would say, a Kufra stun on his skill 1 enhance. You can stun almost like a Kufra. He would be a great match because of the weaker mid lane. As we know, the passive coming in from Suyu increases only physical defense. And he ignores, magical, so he can get really burst down by mids. And if they have a weaker mid laner, they can really prioritize on that. If you think a little bit about it deeply, it could work like that. So it's gonna be a pretty nice thing to see what they're gonna go for first. The Hayabusa and maybe the Gatotkacha or Kale, I would say.
I mean, going for Hayabusa, it all goes according to plan. He's one of the most big heroes for a reason. Gato, yeah, makes a lot of sense. Though, it now means that AKKE could go for the dearest of Toby, and that would be Grok.
Grok Haya? I don't think so.
Yeah, it kind of is a bit weird to work together, but on the other side, you don't, Kami picks up the Eve along with Gori on the Gato. That is a pretty solid opening pick from Fake Time. I'm already liking what they're trying to do out here. The big question is what AKKE would like to pull off to try and take care of that range now. Normally, you would have wanted to go for the Farsa, but the Gato exactly denies that, and you can't really pick up a Kimi into the Eve as well. That just would be a death sentence to yourself. Unless you'd really want to play a little bit more aggressive into the mid lane, but Hilda has been banned out, so
Hellcore.
don't see.
It's an aggressive mid laner. It works. You just don't appreciate him enough. What are we gonna see Toby pick? You were right about a Grok pick, which I don't really approve of, but still, it could be maybe a game changer. You can maybe push out the Eve a little bit. But the Lapu Lapu is a deserved lock in. The next up is jungle. Are they gonna go maybe for the XP or for the gold pick? Are they gonna ban out the golds? Maybe they're gonna lock in the Granger or the Harif to ban out the other gold laners for the side of AKKE and Kyusen. Can maybe work with a Kimi, but they're gonna go for the Esmeralda, which is a pretty good pick. It's a flex pick. I would like to say it can work on the gold, it can work on the XP. We've seen it in the hands of Drace, if I'm not mistaken, a couple weeks ago. She did an amazing job. So what is gonna be the plan of Fake Time? Ban out the golds or ban out the mids?
They go for it. They ban golds and mid laners all together. You rightfully mentioned before, Lunox is possible to be played either gold or mid lane, so they go for this double hit towards AKKE towards AKKE's composition, right? And I quite liked what they did with Esmeralda. Flex pick makes sense. So right now I think they will double up for the. Are there more? Yeah, I think Kimi will be their next ban. Like, of course, it doesn't make sense towards Eve. It won't be very good into Eve, but we saw it being played. I don't feel like at this level people are really that scared to play some matchups that are not really the best. And considering that Aphrodite doesn't really have the hero pool probably he doesn't have that of a deep hero pool like other mid laners would have. Yeah, there is the king ban. Call me a wizard.
I mean, it's the obvious bans, Warren. I don't
The Himalayan
think
training.
the Himalayan training from the mountains of Tibet. But the Yuzhin is gonna get banned out, and I'm expecting to see a Suyu possibly getting banned out as well, or a Nolan. As I said, they're one of the priority picks, or maybe even a Lancelot. Like
It's already
Lancelot.
banned out.
Oh, it is
Yeah.
banned out. It was the first ban. I was just
Maybe
seeing
you
the
need the
beautiful
Himalayan
face.
training actually.
I think I do. I
so
think
you
I
see.
do. In my peripheral vision, I don't have the Lancelot. He's just too beautiful for me. I think he went to the Himalayan mountains and he trained a little bit. That's why he got so strong. That's why he conquered.
No, he would be bald. He definitely didn't go. He would be
He grew
bald.
his hair out. He grew his hair out to confuse the enemies.
Ah, okay.
I mean, you know, now that I think about it, there isn't a bald MLBB hero. All of them have hair.
Grok is bald. He definitely
He's a
went.
rock.
But he
a
went
rock.
there.
He's a rock.
He is the Himalayan mountain.
He is the
How
mountain.
can you say like you don't know if rocks can grow hair? Like just 10 minutes ago you said cockroaches are the size of dogs, size of people, so why not Grok can have hair? I see no problem in that.
That's a bit of a far reach, Mr. Warren. You know, it's a mountain. It's you know where the training takes part on. That's where the cockroaches are
His
trained. But
hair-
still, Fredrin is gonna get
His
picked
hair,
out.
yeah, his hair are the trees and the plants that grow on top of him.
The moss. Still, again, off topic. Thank you, Warren. But still, what is Fake Time's plan here? They have a ton of tankiness. They are lacking in the damage department, and the Granger has been banned out. The battery picked up by Kusen. What's gonna be the mid lane? This is the drumrolls please moment here. The Farsa maybe?
Pain is the proof that I'm
Ooh,
Oh,
He's
yeah.
not dead.
Okay.
And the Brody.
Nice. Yeah, I mean, that is pretty
Mm.
interesting to pick up a Brody out here. That too into a Farsa, because Fake Time had the last pick, if I'm not wrong. But that is interesting to see as to what they decided to do here. I don't know if I really like the Brody pick. If anything, I wanted to see them with something that could have probably shredded someone else
Harry.
out in a different manner. That would have been too much
Harry.
magic. Way too much
What
magic.
too much magic? The Esmeralda does nothing. The Eve does magic, but still, guys, this is gonna be the game #1 out of its best of 5 series. AKKE by D and Fake Time. Please, guys, take it away.
Thank you for a lovely introduction. Over from Zakota. Love it, Scar. Did you love it? You must have.
Absolutely, I did, man. I absolutely did. Who does not love that kind of introduction? I'm always on for it.
I'm still not gone. I'm still here. Of course, you guys don't love the
Welcome back.
introduction. You love me.
You
gonna
hear
start
him,
it
guys?
slow.
You hear him?
It's
Or
a
am I
ghost.
tripping?
The Himalayan mountain
Is it-
training is here.
Oh my god. Sometimes I close my eyes, I feel like I'm hearing Zakota, though. Don't worry, we are actually hearing him. Out here, though, again, coming back into this game right now, with the Grok, Lapu Lapu, Beatrix, Farsa, two scaling people, Grok, Lapu, to proper frontlining Hayabusa as well for a pretty good scale mid to late game. I think so this composition works well. Aphrodite going in for that extra bit of penetration into the emblem as well. That's just going to add on to that damage, specifically for that early to mid game too. Because he should be viable with those FAS at around level 6. And that is also about the time when AKKE should be looking to take a few more fights, take control of the game.
I mean, I agree with that point, but you also have to take into consideration that Fake Time are a little bit ticking on a timer. Because if you look over at their team comp, they will not be very great in late game.
Exactly. They've got Garmadon with the Brody out there, so he will have a very solid early to mid game scaling. But that is if he's able to pick a few people off. That power spike is something Fake Time needs to play with, and that's exactly what's happening. Look at that. He's constantly poking down Kyusen as well in top side.
Kyusen is getting definitely poked and maybe almost not dying really here. Because Garmadon he's a smart guy, he's a smart cookie. He knows that if he uses his flicker now, he couldn't use it for the turtle. This is exactly what we talked about. Why Eternal Oblivion were not able to take it home, because they were not using their spells at the correct times.
It's a big thing out here, man. And on the back of it now, you mentioned about that turtle as well. You've already got a priority up there, but maybe AKKE, they want to go in for this.
Jungly get involved off. CC immune for a bit. Astra already dashing in, trying to go for Hinokami. Hinokami survives through usage of Flaker. Oh, but not for long, because first blood goes to Cyrus. He finishes the job, and there is more people on the job as well. Lager already half HP. He's kind of dancing around. Ooh, big burst damage coming on Toby, but Lager, he gets popped, and it looks like the opener introduction to this series will be held by AKKE.
A bit of an overcommitment coming in out there from Lager and the rest of the boys. They really wanted to go in for a trade to avenge Hinokami and ended up dipping the odds even further away from
Wait,
them.
what?
Yeah.
I thought it would push him from the bush.
The angle was a bit wide out there. Oh, hold on a second.
Nah, Toby's fine. He drives away. I actually borrowed him my car. You know, I have 2 cars from yesterday. I traded my house from yesterday for a car. I borrowed it to Toby so he could drive away.
I'm pretty sure I don't have friends like you, but I would really want that. So that they could randomly trade their houses to give me a few cars. But on the other side of the spectrum right now, again, Garmadon, he is having his own fun time up in the top lane though, but I have to say Kusen is now keeping up pretty well. Considering he's level 4, he's got the Bennett's Rage, Renner's Apathy, he can also poke, but Toby...
Viewers also think that we will have fun time. 58 to 42, it's kinda equal, you know. Yesterday, it wasn't this equalized until the last move. Ooh, Tectonic Charge going in. Hinokami didn't have a flicker timer on. So this means more bloodbath coming their way. Cornish running away. Jungly dancing around on the knife sash, barely surviving. Needs to use Purify.
Absolutely. And on the back of it now, Garmadon just going in for that double lane, considering Hinokami fell. Would give some, let's just say, opening to Kusen to finally get the gold off top of the shield, or rather the top tower. Jungly is pretty low.
I think he is as good as that. He can dance all he wants, but I don't think he dances away from this. Though Hinokami will finish the job now with Flicker available, so he could be safe. Already burned down, it's on a timer. Regislash doesn't quite connect, but there is Astra getting connected by the big AOG from the big man himself. Goranich finishes the job.
And that's a big one out there. You getting the jungler off the other side. So yes, even though the EXP was traded off, they're absolutely fine. And this is a little bit of a problem coming in from AKKE out here. As we have a look at the predictions of most of the people. Nish and Kronos going in for fake time. 3-1. Yeah, I mean, Mio, Zakota as well going 3-2. Meanwhile, it's just me and, if I'm not wrong, Synth and Warren, you, who've decided that we're going to believe in AKKE. Only 3 of us.
Yeah. I mean, we are in the small department, we can say. Everyone is against us. You know, we need to hold together. We need to hold strong. But right now, AKKE are looking very strong.
Yeah, exactly. They're just holding it down. Yes, they eventually lost on to Astra early on. That was a shutdown given away. But the goal is still even. So there's not going to be a major problem. But they've got to take care of Garmadon.
And they will do, rightfully so, because he gets picked off by this combination of 3 people. Forza Ferrestrike tries to save Toby. Will it be enough? Looks like it might be. Goranich goes a little bit too deep. Oh! This is exactly the motto of Fake Time for this game. They go a little bit too deep.
Oh, look at the HP!
They continue on versus Jungly, finishes Toby off. Kyosen, beautiful ultimate, finishing off Lager, but gets picked off by Hinokami. So maybe the going too deep wasn't really on the cards right now. It was maybe going just deep enough. They got it. Let's see if Cyrus can finish the job. I think they are very slippery. It's 2 targets. He tries to get them. Nah, he gets 1. That's fine. Exactly what you have to realize. You have to realize, okay, let's get 1. Let's not try to get 2. It might end up getting none.
Exactly, and I'd have to say Cyrus, he has a bit of a question as to where he'd wanted to go, but he wanted to bait out the flicker of Hinokami and then go on for the commitment of the Landshaker. And I like the idea from Hinokami, not going for his own flicker, but guess what, up top?
He's just gone. Just like that before the turtle. This means AKKE will be getting the turtle probably if Fake Time aren't able to sneak it away. Lager will be getting caught. Yes. he is finished off. He was able to trade, but jungle for roamer, maybe they can chase for more because there is the rest of fake time. Okay, a little bit too deep for too long, and now they will be trying to recall in the jungle, I mean in the bush. At least Astra was able to recall, and Cyrus, maybe he can trade himself. Yeah, he has a lane shaker for next. Garmadon, he could be in big trouble. He is fine, he survives, he's able to dash away and get a shutdown for himself. But I don't know if it's enough, because AKKE are outscaling and they are already winning now.
Oh my goodness, Kyusen just gets destroyed in a second. A bit of an overextension coming in from him, and guess what? The turtle stolen away too. That is just insane macro from Fake Time. Even though they're losing the fights, they're taking those neutral objectives, and Astra can't run away.
Toby will try to run away. He should be fine. They don't really want to kill him. They could have killed him, but they don't want to use the resources. Though they might be using them on mid laner, because FRD, here is your warm welcome into this game. Here is your flicker gone.
Big one out there. And I never really thought I'm gonna see Hino Kami pushing the top lane, but guess what? It's working out for them. They're finally taking those structures as well. And in an instant, AKKE, the moment when they had equalized everything, now are 2,000 gold behind. And it's highly possible they're gonna lose the tier 2 up top as well. So that gold lead is gonna increase even further. And this is the power spike coming in by the Brody. You've got one stack on that Sky Piercer, and it will increase slowly and steadily, along with the Sea Halberd completed now. Grok and Lapu aren't really going to look as tanky as they were, so you need those early items on Kyusen quickly.
I mean, it makes sense. We were saying that Fake Time should be the stronger team in the early game. Early game didn't really go as they were planning, but now they got their power spikes. So they are now the stronger team with the items they have completed. AKKE need to survive this onslaught. If they can survive for long enough, then they can come back into the game.
If that is going to be the case, right? Right now, hold on.
But if you catch Goranich like that, it could be just enough. He tried to AOG himself out of here, but doesn't really matter now, because he is dead on the floor. Toby could be joining him too. Maybe very soon Cyrus with a backline action, trying to go for Garmadon 1v1. Raging Slash doesn't quite connect, because Garmadon pops him just like this. Though Astra was able to finish the job. Finish of Garmadon, but double kill for Jungly and make it almost not a triple, but triple for the team. Inokami finishing off Toby.
4-for-2 trade, and Fake Time will take it every single day. The only thing that Astra could eventually do right now is to push those off lanes, and I have to say, man, I know Zakota, you're lurking around somewhere, but talk to me about this. Hasn't this been very brawly game where neither of these teams are really focusing on their macro, but are more in terms of taking those fights? We'll come back to you as right now another fight breaks out.
And as fast as it breaks out, it suddenly closes out. So it's all yours,
All right.
Zakota.
Go ahead, Zakota.
Right now, I was thinking the same thing. This is a different Fake Time. With the Fake Time we're used to is the one that's really clean, really prestigious about how they play the game, but I think the brawling coming from AKKE is throwing them off their game.
It looks like Fake Time are joining the brawler side, and they are winning right now. Let's see if they can win this fight out, though. Cyrus is trying to lead the charge, but there is Lager in his face together with Goranich. Taunted up Toby. Astra dies as well. Double kill for Garmadon, or as I like to call him, Garmagod.
Absolutely mind-blowing yet again. Also adding the Wind of Nature into the mix as well, just to sustain through Astra, and maybe if he's caught by Qs and Osiris. And the Lord is still marching down up top though. The Holy Shield in mid will fall off. That means the next 2 waves at the bare minimum in mid are going to be a big problem. Looking at the build specifically for both those gold laners, yeah, it's a big buff for Garmadon right now.
Definitely, as Garmadon is going very strong already. Wind of Nature finished. Abso Astra will be no probies if he has the cooldown on. If it's not available, then it could be troublesome. Cyrus needs to sync up with Astra. They need to play together, because if they go alone, they cannot kill it. And right now another fight is happening. Cyrus needs to use Bravest Fighter defensively. Kill spree for Garmadon. This could be it, actually. If they can pick one more off, trying to go for Toby, not quite successful in that. So they will at least satisfy their needs with this bot lane tower.
Cyrus is struggling, man, on the Lapu Lapu.
initiate on the backline because he will get 1v1 by Garmadon, of course. But if he forget that Orange was right in his face, he couldn't do a thing.
And finally, the two inhibitors now taken off. Fake time on the back of it with a 6,500 gold lead. We'll move all the way back. 45 seconds for the next slot now. Big level advantages to level 14s versus the level 11s and 10s, sometimes even 12, 13 on some damage dealers. But man, Garmadon, level 15. This man has got full build. But guess what? It's constantly been jungly on that Esmeralda, who's been holding on so well that is annoying the heck out of Kyusin and Aphrodite together. And Cyrus just hasn't been able to bring the same amount of impact on the Lapu Lapu, even though he's playing good with 4v4. In those team fights, he's getting deleted faster than Kyusin can actually wrap up jungly.
No one can play sidelines. No one can stop jungly. And if you go like Cyrus did, you will get caught. And that's right, what is happening in this dear moment when Garmadon is going for Cyrus. He gets mega kill. He gives mega kill to Garmadon. And there's jungly. Playing 1v3, he doesn't care. Astra gets picked off. I think ding, ding, ding. This will be it. I think Fake Time take the first game.
Could be a big one out here. Just two people surviving, man. This could really be the end.
Garmadon said this will be the end. He flickered immediately in. Gorinich is initiating as well. Kyusin gets pushed into his own base. Toby trying to defend. There is another wave coming in though. Monster kill goes for Garmadon. Can he finish it off? Kyusin still alive, but not anymore. Double kill for Garmadon. And this is the first game going in the hands of Fake Time, which I have to say, quite a surprise for me.
Indeed, it was a big surprise, but still, it's only game 1 out of this best of 5 series. Still, Fake Time pulled it through. They were punishing the mistakes of AKKE. I mean, AKKE, we know, we talked about it. AKKE is more of a brawl type team, and Fake Time is more sophisticated into the team fight potential. They know how to pick off, and they know how to really manipulate the game going into the raid, because we saw a lot of pickups, as I said, coming from Fake Time. And Jangli just out-rotated the Lapu Lapu. He was there. Garmadon just completely gave up on his top lane. He recalled to base to regen his HP, and he went straight to bot. He didn't care about the fight. He just went to farm and push. I mean, Garmadon did an amazing job. The Brody pick was unexpected. I think neither of us three expected it here. I was expecting the hard hit. You guys were expecting something else. Maybe something with attack speed. Maybe something with a little bit more oomph to it. Something with a bit more burst. But still, Brody was the right pick here. I mean, Coach Ola did a graft, I think. So it's, you know, I guess expected.
It worked out well, and considering the build that he went with, the Malefic Gun along with the Sky Piercer, Sea Halberd, he was literally demolishing the Lapu Lapu on the other side. Literally demolishing. And that's why he's the richest out here as well. The carry being Chungli on the Esmeralda. Who would have thought that even though Garmadon is on Brody, it's going to be Jungli on the Esma with the carry. I had an idea after that Lapu pick that maybe Fake Time would want to go Esma. I did not realize they'd pick it in the first picking phase. But Warren, it worked out wonderful.
It absolutely did, and as Zakota mentioned, the pressure that was happening from Esmeralda was just too much to handle. Even though Cyrus was trying to compete, whenever you have Lapu against Esmeralda, it always comes down to who wins the 1v1s, because the first one to beat the other is the first on the map. He can move, and Jungli utilized that wonderfully. He was always there, always making stuff happen, so his team can follow up on that. 14-minute game. That's a game that we typically see from Meta Shift.
I mean, still, it's on the first game. Maybe they are just taking a little bit of advice from their bigger brothers, I would say. Two Ukrainian teams, they have similar gameplay. Of course, they are getting better and better day by day, but still, the thing I would like to point out, Garmadon was not looking for fights. That's why I think he doesn't have the biggest damage. If we were to take a look at the damage pushed, I think Garmadon would be at the TPT top with Hinokami. They would be at the top of the mountain, because we kept talking about the Himalayans. Still, it's gonna be a pretty close knitted game. I mean, Astra was not doing enough to justify the Hayabusa pick this early on. I think maybe if you went for a Sui to deny, some of these tanks, some anti-dive, possibly, it would be a little bit better because they already risked alloy too much damage compared to fake time. They had 4, I would say, tanks. I mean, Eve is a bit tanky. She can build a brute force to go a little bit better, you know, more CDR, a bit more defense, and you get extra damage. But AKKE risked to end with 3 damage dealers.
Is it just me, or did you guys also feel that Kyusen wasn't really as comfortable on the Beatrix, specifically using the Bennett? Because the amount of mobility there is on the other side, and considering how Jungly was always on his face, it does become difficult to land in your Bennett shot. Rather, I feel Nibiru would have worked out a little bit better, at least to chunk down Jungly in those scenarios, versus also to try and catch on to those people who are trying to kite around you a little bit, right? Yeah, I understand that Bennett has got big number damage, but at the same time, Nibiru is not that far behind, considering he went in for the BOD as well as the Malefic gun.
There is one super important thing to say, and that's the composition that AKKE had would usually want to initiate first. But the way Beatrix wants to play, she wants her enemies in kind of one spot, and typically without their movement abilities active anymore. So she is the best in a situation where you let your opponents engage first, and then you counter-initiate. If you are chasing, and that's exactly what happened, if you are chasing, Beatrix cannot really do that much, because yes, she can utilize her damage, of course, but she cannot utilize her strongest spells because they are not as useful if your opponents are chasing away from you. So that's where I feel it fell apart. I don't feel like Beatrix was the best into this composition if you were trying to play it out like that.
What do you feel, Zakota?
I mean, it's... I guess you're correct about it, but still, there is a little bit more to that than just the picks themselves. You just have to consider what's happening during the game. Because, as Gerd said, the Beatrix would have worked a bit better with the Bennett and the Grok combo, because you have the big stun, you have the AoE ult from Beatrix. Maybe even with the shotgun you can go for a pick-off with the Tectonic Charge. But still, it's too a little. Maybe we don't know what happened during the game. Maybe they're just uncomfortable playing with Afro mid lane. But still, Nandayo is back in the game, of course. And we get a Flying Clouds, the purest of heart, is back on the map, of course. I think most teams really don't take into consideration the map selection. The modes, I think, would maybe impact the draft a lot. I mean, Warren, you are a new player. Do you think these modes could impact your run games? Maybe like a broken wall maps could impact you?
I mean, it really depends. Of course, you have to kind of think about it. But, like, for example, if I'm looking at it through my eyes of an XP laner, typically Expanding Rivers will allow me to rotate even to a turtle that's on the opposite side of the map, which I wouldn't typically do if it's a ranked game, right? Because I'm not trusting them, you know. I'm not trusting them. Yeah, I go all the map and we die there when I could have been collecting my creeps, you know. So, but if there is Expanding Rivers, you know, I go for the run because I'm jogging around. I'm fast, you know, up and down the mountain like we talked about it before. Though there's one more thing that I would like to add up onto the last game right before we get deeper into this draft, and that's AKKE won the early game, but I don't think they realized what their team comp is. They had late game team composition, and they won the early game. What they should have done is stop fighting, play defensively, play passively even, and just kinda relax, because they would outscale anyway. They had nowhere to run, but by fighting, by giving the options to Fake Time, they just let Fake Time come back into the game, and they rightfully did. Fake Time did it perfectly, though the first game is not really telling us anything about the rest of the series, because Nando is here. He's back. So that's a super important fact Fake Time need to respect, because if they think AKKE will be as easy to beat as in the first game, that's a lie.
What do you feel, Dakota?
Who knows? Who knows if they're as easy to beat? Maybe Nandayo is just coming back from a jog, maybe joined the Search Fit Club. He's going back from a workout. He's a little bit exhausted. Who knows, Warren? But on the topic you had about the team having a little bit late game, I would disagree. Farsa is more early, Hayabusa is more early to mid. And of course, yeah, of the Farsa, she has the best early game alternative mage right now. I mean, compared to the Eve, you need to build some damage for the Eve to damage, but Farsa already has the damage there. But are we gonna see both of those mages going out? I think AKKE really needs to respect that Eve ban, or maybe even respect that Gatotkacha ban, because Gornich is a really great, I would say, presence roamer. He is doing an amazing job with Gatotkacha with those type of bulky type of heroes. Maybe even we're seeing the Hila, of course, because Hila right now, I feel she is really broken. I even played her a little bit on off-roll, I would say, on the jungle. You can put her on the XP. There are so many ways to squeeze a Hila. Maybe even on the gold, if you're brave enough. Maybe you have a cooked up draft, and you put a Hilda with 1 damage item on the gold. I think it's just gonna, the penetration alone is gonna let it just demolish anyone you're facing. Even maybe a pure marksman like, let's say, a Granger. I think a Hilda would work pretty nice with the Granger. You go in the bougie, heal fully up, you go charge at him, repeat. But still, the draft is going on. We're gonna see the Hilda, Hayabusa, Juxin getting banned out. Serious first picking that Yuzhong, a really great dive hero for the backline. And we're gonna see the CC flex pick. And what are they gonna take first? The roamer, and it's gonna be Gato. There we are. We said it. They don't listen. If they join the Search Fit Club, maybe they're gonna learn.
Gori has been really well with that Gato. I absolutely agree with you, Zakota, out there. And Warren, I know you mentioned it previously as well. Gori's Gato pick, it is a big presence around the map. And that creates so much trouble for you out there. And on the back of it, now you're also winning out one of your specific lane unless you pair up a Granger against a CC. That's only where I could see CC struggling a little bit. Apart from that, every other lane, Jungli is winning that one, right? Yes, Cyrus, level 1, level 2, he's going to be pretty annoying to deal with as well. But the constant poke from Yo-Yo Blitz is going to be very difficult to tackle. Eve with the Lancelot. I don't see a big combination from them, but it's kind of like a kill box, right? So that's something I could see.
Yeah, I have to agree with Zakota on this one. I think he's thinking what I'm thinking. I don't like Lancelot. I feel like, yeah, he is good in a sense where you take it away from Lager, but I don't feel like he is good in a sense of team synergy. You have Eve, you have Yuzong, that works together very well, but Lancelot, I don't really see him fitting that well into that.
Warren, you as a jungle main, I feel offended. Lancelot is the best jungle pick in the game right now. The thing that I'm not really looking forward to is the Eve being picked up so early. They could have went with a different, I would say, mid laner, maybe leave it out for a bit of the back game, just like the second phase of draft, because it's gonna give your opponents time to think what we're gonna pick. We have already the 3 core members of AKKE. We have the XP, we have the mid, we have the jungle. On the other side, we have Jungli, who's a flex pick. He can go on the gold. With the Chichi, he can go on the XP. So it's already making AKKE think, hey, they could go here, they could go here. And it's just gonna leave a little bit of answers they need to fill in the second ban draft, because what are we banning? Are we banning golds for Garmadon, or are we banning XPs for Jungli? Which is the right choice? You have the Yuzhong, you're already denying the Alice and the Lapu pick. And Yuzhong works extremely well into the CC, because just the Sha Essence residue is gonna heal him fully up. Nothing's really gonna stop him. So what is the right choice here? You're gonna ban out junglers? You're gonna ban out XPs? There are so many choices.
Safe bans. They lock away the joy out here. And on the other side of the spectrum, I kind of agree with you that they should be banning the Suyu too, AKKE, just to make sure that Lager isn't really getting his hands on the comfort pick on the other side. Or they can probably try and ban away the Granger, considering how good Garmadon is with him, and he can technically try and outrange or at least match the range of the Eve, along with the mobility that he also gets.
Ooh, Badang.
Interesting.
Spicy.
Yeah, they're reading onto it. They're reading onto it. They realize that Toby likes to play Badang a lot. It's one of his pocket picks. And if anything, they want to force him on a Grok one more time. They do not care
Maybe one more time. Scared, I see what you're doing here. But I would have to disagree. I don't think they're gonna go here for... I don't think they're gonna go for the Badang. Here, if they go for the Hylos, they're just gonna force out something that can... I mean, if you go here, Grok, We're giving the Valentina a Grok ultimate. She scales up with the damage of the ultimate. She can almost take down a hybrid fighter or a hybrid Lancelot. You have to take that in consideration because of the passive from Valentina's ultimate. She exchanges to the most highest stat, the Alchi copies, as we know. So it's gonna be really difficult to pick here the Grok. I was thinking they have to go with the Hylos on the roam to get an insta-stun on something, because what is the Valentina gonna take here? The Dragon ultimate or maybe the Eve RWM? That's the only two correct choices right now we have on the screen. The Harith. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know about Harith. Like, I know he's meta, but if you look at the team combo Fake Time, they are a little bit teetering around, going a little too hard on the magic damage department, and Yuzong will have it very easy to itemize against that. I don't know. I don't know if I'm a fan. Also, if Astra goes for the tough boots, he also utilizes the magic defense that are already built into that. Probably he would want to go those shoes since already Gonich is on that other side. You know, I don't know if I'm a fan. Though, let's see how AKKE can finish it up. They definitely need to keep this kill box composition alive. They should stick to that plan. So I would like to see that in their upcoming picks. Granger, right?
Here's the thing. Yeah, I know, Warren, that you don't really like the pick of Harith there. I'll tell you one thing. Hinokami picks up the RWM. Fake Time have got a better kill box composition than AKKE in that instant. Because of the AOG, you've got that area in control. You've already got the Curtains Call coming in from CC, two people not being able to run far away, and you add on to the extra bit of slow from the Zaman force. It is GG's. Yes, there is a Grok on the other side, Houston on the Granger. I feel individually AKKE have got decent picks, but together I don't see them working that very well. I think so I would have gone for the... Yeah, I know. I think so. I would have preferred the higher loss here a little bit better as well. And now Laga decides to pull up a AKKE into the jungle. Good luck, AKKE, trying to catch any one of them on the other side.
Yeah, you said it. You said they are trying to build their own kill box, and this was the last break. This was the last break for the house.
I mean, they had a Fredrin available and they went for the AKKE. That would have been a better kill box. It could have stopped the Lancelot from dashing away to stop the puncher. He could also taunt the Grok and force him to use his passive or his skills. But still, guys, the game number 2 casted to you by Warren and Scared. I'm the support here. I'm not gonna attack a lot. Just if the guys ask me a question, take it away.
Man, oh man, out here, ladies and gentlemen. It's gonna be a big game coming in right in front of us now as AKKE are trailing behind by 1. While on the other side, Fake Time leading with 1, but with Nandayo back, can they change the result?
If you think about it, Fake Time kinda are really rocking the same team comp. They need to win early game and then kinda utilize their win conditions in mid game and close it out before late game comes around. Even though it looks like I'm in the small group here, and we've believed that the last game there was a late game comp in the hands of AKKE. I see the vision, I see what Zakota meant. But right now, let's talk about this one, because there's already a scuffle happening.
Out here, instantly Astra getting first blood in there, and Toby poked down to death as he cannot run away from Hinokami. Try to stay alive as Fake Time will ruin your hopes. Up top, Garmadon, one more dash is what he needs. He gets that. The flicker comes in from Houston to take him down. While bottom, it is Cyrus. But the yo-yo blitz is too much for him to handle. A 1v1. Man, call it a brawl in 3 lanes.
Guys, let's get brief. Like, for how long you had to go? Like 1 minute? They going crazy scared. I hope you can sustain that, because if this continues onwards, it could be very tough. Lager with level 4, you might be catching Toby. Heavy spin still available.
Yeah, he's gone. He's gone.
He's KO. He's gone.
No option
but
for
right
him
now,
to survive
Turtle will
out
be
there.
spawning. Fake Time have a lead, so they will probably be taking it. And the game for AKKE is crumbling in front of them. The only thing that goes for them is Houston's kill, and Cyrus, he was able to trade 1 back too.
Turtle has spawned up out there. I really like the macro coming in from Fake Time. Instantly cutting off the wave, making sure that Jungly is going to be level 4 before Yu Zhong on the other side. While the entire priority of AKKE now should land in on Kyusin. They'll have to try and shut down Garmadon on the other side, up in top. But guess what? Hinokami wants to make his own way inside. As instantly Gori tries to get that taunt 10. No level 4 on Toby. He's going to be falling down. Guess what? Hinokami's got an early tectonic charge than a Grok on the other side. And that is big.
It feels like AKKE are focusing too hard on the late game department. It's almost as if they forgot how to play early game. I don't know what's going on, but this early game, it's not going good for them. Even though Nandeo came back. This didn't look very nice. Toby almost...
Yeah.
Oh, Toby wasn't really in problems, but Kyusin getting popped. Fake Time immediately realizing that the only man left in their way of victory of the second game as well is Kyusin. If he is left alive, if he is left alone, he can farm, then there could be a problem. But if you eliminate him...
Oh, the flicker hopping up at the right moment. Otherwise, Lager could have definitely pinned him down. And look at Kyusin. He's just so desperate to get that 150 gold from that crab or 120 that he normally would get out here, though. But this could be the re-engage you've been looking for. No more... Yeah, no more charges left for Lager as well. But guess what? Tectonic charge in the back line, trying to slow them down. Gori running for his life as Toby cannot do the same. And Hinokami, with the tectonic charge of his own, gets a double in his back pocket. And Kyusin ain't having a good day at the office right now. Zakota, shout out to you. You were correct.
Of course I was. I was. First. When I was wrong. Tell. One moment.
50%, you know, you don't have one handies. I think, like, I have 0, okay, I shouldn't speak. But, you know, not 100%. Turtle will be spawning onto the map and probably Fake Time should be taking it home as well. Game for AKKE is crumbling in front of them even more. It looks like from the house that AKKE were trying to build, it's almost like half of it is already gone, getting turned up by the wind.
Oh my god.
By the gusts of wind that are being done by Fake Time.
Yeah, Kyusin is just absolutely demolished. Gori, don't worry, we did not see that. But even after that, Nandayo is still going to be surviving out there. Finally, we're going to see the Yu Zhong join in. And guess what? He's at the Black Dragon power already down to last bar of his HP. As the Yo-Yo Blitz is almost taking him down to Gori. Has got more HP than Cyrus. While Cyrus joined the fight in the very end. After all the ultimates were used up. This is the amount of early damage by Fake Time.
As I like to say, big black dragon, that wasn't it. This was small black dragon. Like this was tiny little, like cockroach size, a black dragon. He wasn't really doing anything at all.
Yeah, we so stuck up on the cockroach. That's the big question.
Maybe they are in your walls too. Check your walls, scared. Maybe they are a little. You know?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're not. Yeah, that they're not. Thank you. I know that they're not. Just managed to clear all of them out here, but Garmadon able to survive out. Jungly Yo-Yo Blades wanted to catch Nanda out there. Should be absolutely fine as now they're going to be building onto their second core items too. AKKE still struggling to confirm with the first ones. It's 5.5 over 5.5 minutes into the game, Warren.
It's a super tough situation for AKKE. They are trying to fight for their lives, and what should they do is start a fight.
Oh, big one out here as Gori gets chain CC'd instantly. And guess what? On the back of it now, there's a Zaman force for the re-engage. You take one, but we take the lives of at least 2, make it 3 because Cyrus has got nothing to survive through all of that. You have got Astra on the Lancelot, but it doesn't matter. It is going to be him falling instantly or almost surviving by the skin of his teeth. And Hinokami just wants to chase the heck out of him while Jungly takes the purple buff. This is an insane macro from Fake Time, playing the game of AKKE and then winning the game of AKKE as Lager could be taken down by the real world manipulation, but he still just walks out of it. They don't have enough damage as Jungly could be the next on the chopping block. He falls. Gori, no AOG, so should be the next one in line too, trying to survive as the Shah residue will make sure he does not. Hinokami out there, caught in the wild. Hold on a second. Fake Time could be throwing all of this down now as right now Garmadon gets one, runs back to safety as well as AKKE claim some of the gold back.
This is exactly what I was talking about. AKKE needs to start fighting back, because if they continue onwards in this scenario where they will be just passive, they will be just receiving, they will be on the receiving end, then fake. Oh, Lager stealing it away!
Wow.
And right in front of their noses, he has some of that Trollboy energy from yesterday. You know, like getting those turtles. Well, yesterday for Trollboy it didn't really end up that well for him. He got the turtles when it didn't really matter. But now the same cannot be said for Lager, because he's getting the turtles when it matters, and he's getting the kills when it matters for Garmadon. I mean, Garmadon might even end up with a better KDA than the last game.
Absolutely right now, because he's being set up so very well thanks to Gori and Laga onto that AKKE as well as a Gato. Tier 2 up top taken down less than 8 minutes into the game. Not a single turret falling for fake time. 4,000 goal lead, man. This seems untouchable.
It's a very tough situation. It's a very tough spot to be in, but that's what we talked about before. If someone can survive this onslaught, it could be AKKE, and they could bounce back. But you know what I'm surprised about? Nandeo is back. He is back in the fold, and I guess you were right. I don't know if you said it or Zakota said it. I believe it was you, Scare. Oh, there's a fight happening. Let's talk about that.
Yeah, absolutely, because Cyrus wanted to really cast down Garmadon. That's a big shutdown in the hands of Qser as he gets the double kill make it a total of 3 out there. Big one though as Cyrus falls into the ground. 6 feet under as Hinokami takes him out though, but the tier 1 will be taken out. Look at the position of Changli. Does he want to make a play out there? No, I don't think so. But guess what? The Yo-Yo Blitz comes in. Toby gets the passive. The shield is enough as he gets finished off instantly. 1, 7, and 6 on that Grog for the Athena shield as the first item. He doesn't have any physical defense.
But at least that magical defense is working for him, because Hinokami and Garmadon, those are the 2 strongest members that you have on the side of Fake Time. So makes sense to get some magic defense. Lord will be spawning onto the map very, very soon. And before, like 2 minutes before, I would say that Fake Time should take it by storm and close it out very, very quickly. But right now, AKKE are kinda showing their teeth, they're showing their will to fight back. And they are still in this game, as they are in this series.
Oh, Qsen, where are you going, my man? Had to burn out the flicker instantly to survive. Quick instinct saving his life. But a 4-man tectonic charge into the level manipulation. And guess what? You've got the Death Sonata singing your death tune from the backline. Laga hops in just to push them all away, though. But the heavy spin is just not heavy enough. As Toby flickers forward, Vashti Garmadon down everyone in such a low HP. And how the heck we haven't really seen a single kill apart from one, make it 2. Cyrus, yeah, you're not a Uranus. You're gonna fall down. It's fine. Good luck. Nice try. GG's, Garmadon. Hold on. Hold on. He almost pulled out a petrify outplay there as Jungly still trying to poke Toby down. The Lord time is up. The victory needs to be there. Still,
he has it.
Still at the back of it. You're gonna lose a couple of members too, and man, this Fake Time and AKKE game is a brawl.
It's a brawl. It's a brawl indeed. It almost looks like a chaos clash. Am I right? It looks very chaotic over here on the Land of Dawn. Though AKKE were able to take the game back into their hands, and I think their grip is getting stronger every minute, every second of this game. It was a funny situation with Cyrus in the enemy base. I think if he didn't waste his first spell, I think he could have pulled it off, but I guess he was very stressed. I think he probably was very stressed, as is Toby, trying to look for a tectonic charge play.
Wants to try and find an angle though, but it's not really getting any. And as much as I would want to say it out here, Toby has been setting his team up for success multiple times. Like, if not for his tectonic charges, I think so this game would have been over way too far ago. Or hold on a second now again, he's got to use it defensively. Thanks to that Zaman Force being dropping off on the other side along with the heavy spins available. I'm liking the fact that he eventually used up very quickly. Astra though, he's got to run back on his Lancelot. Can't really go for his own jungle as we have a look at the replay.
Let's look over at the replay. It was very close. Astra almost got it off, but Nanda was the one. I believe there was 8 HP on Lord when he was able to steal it away. Actually, not steal it away, secure it. 80 seconds for next Lord, and AKKE are still holding on. Fake Time will slowly lose their grip in this game, because the longer this game goes on, they will start feeling weaker. Let's get back to what I said before. I said that AKKE needs to start fighting, because if this continues, Fake Time will be able to win. But we have to take into consideration that AKKE can... Oh, there's a fight happening.
Yeah, Toby seems to be in trouble now. The Meteor, or rather the Tectonic Charge being used up out there. Cyrus up in top in the Black Dragon form. Will have to move all the way back to his own base now. They will concede that one pick. They don't have enough sustain. And I believe you guys mentioned about it as well. Finally, Astra decided to move in forward. It's not even tickling Lagger on the other side. This is just sad to see a Lancelot struggling so much in the game.
He does struggle quite a lot, but back to my point that I was trying to get across, it's important to say that yes, AKKE should have a very decent composition coming into the late game, but if you are losing too much, you have to do something about it, because if you leave it around like 3,000-4,000 gold difference, especially in the early game, then you will just keep on losing. So they had to take the fights, but right now they have their time. The game has been equalized. 3,600 doesn't really mean that much in the 13-minute mark. So it's playable now.
Oh, now it is, as we have a look at the items as well. And Warren, talk to me about these items a little bit.
Hinokami doesn't have a flicker for the next fight. This is insane.
This could be big. Yes, I agree. Now that Tectonic Charge doesn't really seem as much of a threat as it normally was out. Gamadon as well, chunked down pretty low. Lager is there. And you'd not really want to take the fight with an unknown variable out. You want to see every single one of them. The wall blocks off though. And there we go. The ghost signal from AKKE. They really want to take this fight in the jungle. Guess what? The Tectonic Charge could be big as the backline. Hinokami's been taken down instantly. The AOG into the pin of the heavy spin. But the Tectonic Charge, that's perfect. 3 people with the real ball manipulation to try and catch them. But guess who's in the back? It is Jungly. He's there trying to demolish all of them with vengeance. He sustains through it all. But maybe not Gori. And maybe not even Jungle for long, as the Yujong hops in and the Dragon Tail is enough to shut them down. Just last 2 members remain as Garmadon and Lager run back to safety. It's all of AKKE living, breathing and surviving.
It all came down to Hinokami making these mistakes like 1 minute or 50 seconds ago when he lost his flicker. When he lost his flicker, it was settled. They knew that he has no flicker, and Cyrus, he went straight for him. He knew who was his target, and he had his beautiful, easy peasy 1v1 scenario against Hinokami. Hinokami had nowhere else to go, no chance to survive. He was just picked off like that. And this means AKKE are very strongly contesting for maybe even winning this one.
Could be a big one out here. The Lord marching from mid, they're not really working on it. And I like how they've sent out Astra up top to try and take that tiers. The mid tier 1 was already taken down early on. So they're going to focus on the side lane tier 2s. Should be an easy Lord clear from Fake Time. No big problems. But hold on. Look at the position of Lager. That could be big. Nice check by Cyrus. Eventually realizes where everyone is. And even... you can see Kyusen, he's scaling up pretty well. Guess what? On the back of that scaling, they really want to take Jungly down. Used up so much, but he still sustains through it all in the pin with a heavy spin. That's a 2-man. That is a big wipe coming in as the Tectonic Charge eventually catches Kyusen too. And Galmadon shuts him down. Finally, you're going to see Lancelot jumping into the fight as Galmadon will still out-sustain through everything. And Hinokami will chase down Nandayo to make sure that it could potentially be a wipeout. Flicker used up, the Phantom Execution into the Thorn Bros, but maybe a bit too much used. It is a full-fledged wipeout by Fake Time, but at least the inhibitors stand.
I mean, Fake Time overextend, not really overextended, but I think the only one that should have been chasing Astra should have been Goranich, and everyone else should have pushed mid lane. Because if they pushed mid lane, they would probably be able to get away with the mid lane inhibitor, and they would already be in a decent spot. But how the cookie crumbled this time is that, yes, they are still in the game, but they have no advantage in their hands, even after winning a fight. Let's break it down. Let me break it down for you. Jungly was almost getting caught, but he survived barely with Vengeance. This is what enabled Fake Time to have this very, very good fight. Toby got caught off. Big heavy spin from Lager that was able to separate. And then it was on. It was on. Everyone crumbled. Kyusen got caught off. Nando as well. And then Astra was trying to kind of save it. And this is exactly the moment when I was like, Stop chasing. Stop chasing. Go mid lane. You don't have to kill Astra.
And now we're back to this even Steven Square, right? 5 turrets being lost by both of these teams. Highest goal between the gold laners, and then it is Astra falling up soon as well on the Lancelot. It finally seems like that's exactly how it was supposed to be. And now it's going to become a poke battle. A poke between Hinokami's Valentina versus Nandaio's Eve. And we both know, Warren, where that ends up.
Yeah, I mean, you made up a very bad scenario. If we are talking poke, you cannot be talking about Valentina. She is the best hero for burst, not for poke. So you kind of made a scenario where it is obvious who's gonna win, but it's not obvious who's gonna win this fight.
Oh, that could be a big one out here. QSN being sent all the way back forward as Nanda gets taken down instantly. No RW for you to work out as Jungli will not survive that. But Hinokami takes 2 before there's any kind of trade. And now you don't have Tobi. You don't have anyone who can open up the map. And because of that, you've basically lost the lot to Hinokami. Overstayed his welcome. Getting shut down like that as now the Golden Age could be next on the chopping block. QSN lands in an absolute perfect Dead Sonata, Astra. Yeah, he's got the dashes. Garmadon cannot chase him.
This was so greedy of Fake Time. They should have just left when they got Lord. It's happening again. They want more than they need. It's like you go for shopping and your mom tells you, okay, buy 500 grams of meat, and you buy 6 kilos and you cannot bring it home, and your bag tears up and it falls down on the ground and the dogs steal it away from you.
What experiences have you gone through?
I mean, you never bought 6 kilos of meat? Like, where do you live?
I don't really eat that much. We'll come back to that topic in a minute.
Come on, Scared. It wasn't for me. I'm not as big as Dakota. Obviously, it wasn't for me.
Oh my
Obviously, it was for more people, you know?
Oh my goodness. I have no clue why Zakota got involved in this, but you know what? I absolutely love it. Warren, I approve of it. As much as I approve of the build of Garmadon here, going with the Oracle as an extra item just makes sure that he gets a little bit of more healing. I just personally feel like, considering the situation he is in right now, you might as well want to go in for the swaps between the Winter Crown as well as the Immortality, just because you are using the Zaman Force to move all the way in. Now talk to me about this jungle impact between Astra and Lager, Warren.
I mean, if we are looking at it, it's exactly what would you expect. If the game is not going in your favor, then Astra probably will have a score looking like that, because it's Lancelot. If it was the other way around, then Lager and Lancelot, when he's winning, yeah, he would have a decent score. But on the other side, Astra would have much more better looking score for himself as well, because you just have to throw those heavy spins. You just need to spin around, make a Beyblade be annoying. I don't want to belittle what Lager was able to do for his team. He was phenomenal, and he is one of the big reasons why it's still playable and why AKKE were not yet able to close it out. But there are mistakes, there are crumbles, there are little chinks in the armor, and it's not really looking very smooth. It's a brawl.
Yeah.
Like we said, 20-minute long game, 59 kills. It almost looks like a ranked game. Oh, okay, that was too much. I should backpedal on that. But you know what I mean. It's very chaotic.
Absolutely.
They should lean onto the macro and right now put to play.
Absolutely, Toby eventually catching 4 people though, but guess what? He cannot really land the tectonic charge, but pinned down on the other side, now being isolated, and so was Nandaio. That's already an early pick coming in. You do not really have Qs, and Cyrus will fall as well with just the Shah Essence, saving his life for a few extra seconds there. Not really enough, as it is a 2-for-0 trade. Fake Time should be able to control this one, as even the Winter Crown was used of the AOG to push all of them back. Toby wants to survive, will get taunted down by Gory, and Garmadon is there, will eventually land in the Synchro Fission, cannot dash up close with the Chrono Dash. And that again is going to be a free Lord coming in for Fake Time. Now before all of that, Zakota, do you approve of the Enchanted Talisman in Nandaio?
The only thing I don't approve of here is Sirius going for the Hunter Strike fully. I mean, why? You're already getting so much damage coming upon you, and you're going for another damage item? Like, I don't think he's gonna kill anyone who's going to die, because they have just so much healing from the passive of Valentina, the shield coming in, the Gornish as well with, Revitalize. Who can he go for to shut down, really? I mean, Harit has Purify. Valentina can flicker away, Gornish has Revitalize, CC has Vengeance. there's no right target for the Hunter Strike, but enhanced Talisman can work because it's gonna be a full CDR reduction. If you get that extra 5% CDR, you can spam a little bit more of the first skill, but still, looks like a fight is cooking up, guys.
Yeah, conceal play out here instantly, but eventually fizzled out, realized, so it's not going to be a big problem. You've got to chunk down this Lord before it hops up near your inhibitor, but that is not happening, and a big tectonic charge and instant delete! Lager! Man, oh man, he hops in between as well of everyone as Toby gets taken down along with Astra. This is it, people, and Fake Time will get game number 2. What a way to end things off, and it is exactly falling in the same place where Warren, you and Zakota, you predicted. That one tectonic charge stolen away by Hinokami will end the entire game. And that's where Fake Time won, Zakota.
Indeed, it was. Fake Time laid it out correctly as they should, but still, there are a few more chances for AKKE to come back. 3 more games left.
One game, if you look at it, like
one
they
game,
have to win
2
this
games,
one.
3 games.
They have to
Who
win
knows,
this one.
Warren? It's a best of 5. That's the good fantasy about it. There is 5 chances for a team to win. But still, as you said, there is 1 game left to turn it around, and now they have Nandayo back. He is warmed up right now. You guys made some nice pointers, but still, at the end, I think it was done the mistake of the draft. I mean, Fake Time won the draft completely. They blew it out of proportion. AKKE, on the other hand, the Grok, even the Grok with the Valentina, after it was being shown, the Yuzhong as well, and the Eve, they had not really much of a connection. They didn't have that string holding them together to really make a play out there, but still the MVP of the second game and the first game, Garmadon.
I mean, he is not hunting Smurfs over here. He is hunting Polish players, and he's hunting them well, He got them all, and rightfully, he's the richest man. But talking about Garmadon, he is a very exceptional player. We see him being the highlight of Fake Time, probably all the time. Before it was Vlado for Glitch Code in my eyes, but yesterday Vlado wasn't feeling himself. It wasn't Vlado that I used to know, but who is not letting me down? Garmadon. He is not letting me down. He is letting me believe in him because this guy is on point.
It's been super good. I mean, with the way how he was kiting around as well throughout those plays with the tectonic charge on the other side, they did not really let Nandayo land in those real world manipulation as often as he would want to. Instantly getting picked off as the first one in those early fights. I mean, I was absolutely loving what Fake Time was cooking up, specifically Garmadon there, 13, 4, and 13. And the fun fact is he wasn't even swapping. Yeah, he wasn't even swapping between the Winter Crown and Immortality. He went in for the Oracle for extra bit of shield that he receives, enhanced regen effect.
And you're talking about that, I hate what Kyusen has. There is no deep sea halberd, and it was so visible in the last fight, or one of the last fights, where he was doing no damage to Garmadon. The shields were just too big. He couldn't get through it. It was like he's fighting with a butter knife against a tank.
Butter knife against a tank.
Yeah.
You're a wise man and have wise ways with words, but still,
I agree.
I agree with you that Sea Halberd really would have maybe changed a little bit, but still I can see why he went for the Rose Gold Meteor and for the Immortality, just to get that extra shit and the extra defense against Garmadon and Hinokami, because they were the main threat right here. I mean, Lager was pushing away the enemies from the fight. He was not really pinning them against the wall, but still, Astra had a really weird build on Lancelet. He went for, if I'm not mistaken, the pen item. He went for 3 pen items. He didn't go for the Hunter Strike, however. I mean, I don't know what to say. The Lance build was really weird. It wasn't hybrid, it wasn't damage, it was... I don't know. It was only 2 damage items. It was Pinoy's Brute Force. He did not go for a turn. Maybe if he went for something to help him tank a little bit, maybe even for the Rose Gold Meteor to get that extra shield and extra defense against magic targets, it would have been a little bit better. But what do you think, Scare? What do you think was the main issue by AKKE, if you could put it on paper?
They were not good in the 5v5 fights. It was just a lot better coming in from Hinokami and his own tectonic charges. They had to pick people off individually. That is where the composition thrives. And considering how mobile the other team is, yes, and I have to say it is surprising that Kyusen even got the amount of kills that he actually did. Because there's just a lot more mobility on the other side. You've got Hinokami on the Valentina who can constantly dash around all of those Death Sonatas as well as the Rhapsodies. You've got Garmadon on the Harith, who's literally one of the straightforward counters of a Granger into the lane itself. So quite a lot of things happening here, but eventually it fell down to those fights. I personally feel Nandayo getting picked off 2 times early before dropping the RWM was the big reason why Fake Time were able to close it out, and they realized it. That's why they were constantly targeting him before the fights even began. So I absolutely loved how they were early on playing, and Warren, I think so you're gonna agree with me onto those points too, but if you got something, please do add on to it.
Yeah, I agree with probably all that was stated. I think we are on the same page with the ideas for the second game. Though, even that the draft was very, very hard, and Grog picked into Valentina, that was something crazy to behold, right? They were able to play it out for a very long time, and in the end, probably anyone could have taken it, and in the end, it wasn't even draft difference. In the end, it was just AKKE being not respectful enough, showing top side, and then they made their move into mid lane. It was so obvious that they will get initiated on and destroyed in that mid lane, because that concealed play, it happened once before. It happened second time they spotted Gornish before he could deliver on that. But the third time was the charm, because the third time the necks of AKKE broke, and it was enough to close out the game.
I think so. I absolutely agree with that perfect analysis out there. And I think so. You can't really go in for those same kind of picks in this game too, because it's a do or die for AKKE. They win, they survive for a little longer, maybe a potential reverse sweep. But if Fake Time close this one out, then they render every single human being's prediction wrong. So the odds are going to dip even further away from all the other people, right? It can't really go down below 0, but Zakota, you are the one who's at the loss here. But on the other side of the spectrum now, I'm pretty sure you might not want to give Gori his Gato. That has been a big problem.
I agree with you on that statement. I think Gornic, Katotkacha, they just look alike so much. Katotkacha is a boxer, Gornic is a boxer, they have that yin-yang match energy. But still, I don't think AKKE is going to respect the ban that they got. I don't think the Gato was the issue of the game. I think the issue last game was the draft coming in from AKKE. I mean, peeking in the second phase, the Grok into a Valentina that was shown is just, I would say, a rookie mistake. But what can you pick? The Hylos would have been a better choice, as stated. Yep. You get the initial shutdown, you have so much tankiness, you get anti-attack speed for some of these heroes. But I mean, you could say that Harry does not benefit from attack speed, but still, he's passive. And, with the items he's building, it's really his main source of damage, not his skills. His dashes and his basic attacks. And if you slow him down, it's going to be a little bit better for your team, because you can tank a little bit more damage. However, the XP peak also of maybe being a little bit better. The Yizhong first pick is good, but they got baited out by the CC, I imagine, because they instantly locked the... I mean, it was just a mistake of a draft, I would say. You can't really explain it. You can't really prove them right. They banned out the Badang. They read out what AKKE wanted to do with the Eve Badang combination, but still, what can you do, right, in the scenario? You're getting read out, you're getting smelled out. What is the right choice, Warren?
Yeah, what is the right choice? That's a big question. I think definitely the right choice would be, at least in my eyes, the righter choice. To swap out the side where you keep on losing. You lost to first on blue, second on blue, and you are for the third time on blue. Like, what do you think is gonna happen? Like, if you keep parking in the same spot and every day a tree falls on your car, will you keep parking there? No, park elsewhere. Why do you keep going for the blue side if it didn't work out for you 2 times in a row? I don't know. I think AKKE should switch it up, because the blue side, it wasn't nice to them.
That works for them. That
wise man, Confucius the poet. I mean, what can I say? It's
Shakespeare.
Shakespeare, you have an interesting way to, if they on the blue side they lose more, but you know, I don't think it's which the size they choose the draft on, because the gameplays matter more, because they were making mistake in the gameplay. They were just going off for the wrong targets. The main target in that game, in the last game, was Kami, because he always got that Grok ultimate, but it was always protected by either by Jungli or by Gornich. However, are they gonna repeat the mistake and go with the Yuzhong first pick again? Warren, you might be right.
Oh, they are running it back. Why they are running it back? The tree fall on their car twice.
Oh.
Why do they want the tree to fall for the third time? Please, AKKE, stop doing it. Breathe in. Breathe out. Good draft, please.
Wow. I am
how do you
amazed.
intend that to happen, man? Because there's already a Gato and a CC picked up on the other side, and Jushin is open. So if it's not picked up right now, Kami can actually lock it in, and it would work out really good with the composition they're cooking up.
Scared, I am thinking, and I think you're thinking the same thing as me. What if Toby goes for a better pick? When AKKE started to become meta, I think you remember this, 'cause I don't think Warren was casting at the time. You were casting alongside me, and you still remember the Beleric was one of the counter picks for AKKE, because you can counter the dive with your own Wrath of Dryad. Will they do that? Will they maybe try to go for something, and it can work well into this? You can catch her by surprise. She's not gonna use her skills. She's gonna use her, of course, basic attack, so it's gonna be a little bit better for you, but still, we're gonna see AKKE looking in that Eve yet again, and the heart is gonna get stolen.
I think that's a smart idea from AKKE, because Garmadon, he looks super good on that. And now suddenly you are kinda throwing the ball over to his side of court, and you are like, alright, we have Harit. Now you decide. What do you want to counter it with?
Do they want to lock in a Granger here, just to lock in that extra bit of range? I know that it's going to lose into the lane overall, and Cyrus will always be on top of you, but yeah, they don't really go for it. They lock in the Lancelot early on. Alright, interesting idea. Till now he was going in a bit more tanky. The AKKE in the previous one locks in the Lancelot this time around, and you can dash around for a while.
I think this scout that is gonna be a Chichi on the gold lane. But you know, don't take it the wrong way. Jungle did an amazing job, but I still think Sissy is more suited to be on the gold lane. She's not really hardcore fighter. Whenever you think of fighters, you think of a Phoebus. Let's go back to old days, Warren. A Phoebus. You have the Yuzhong, you have the Lapu Lapu, you have the Alice. These are fighters you really like looking forward to, because Sissy is a little bit boring. Let's be real here. It's a little bit of a boring XP laner. Is not a playmaker, so I think that's why it's more set to the goal. It's a bit more of a one-on-one fight type of a lane. That's why CC prevails so much. But Yuzhong and Lapu Lapu, you know, you always get this fight. It's so nice to see, and the allies into Yuzhong, you know, you get these combos with the AKKE. There are so many possibilities. Do you think we're gonna see some of these extra wild picks here? I mean, we saw Jungli. He made one of the best plays from Alice, I think, in the first few weeks of the tournament.
Yeah, the super nice plays on Alice, he definitely did. And right now it looks like AKKE also believe that it should be gold lane CC. So we might be right on the money. Fake Time decided to ban out Alpha and Kalia, so that means it kinda shortens up the options. It kinda smalls down the pool from which you can pick, from which you can get the heroes for yourself. Like, I'm really thinking it through. What do you think they will go for? Do you think they will lock out the XP lane even more? Maybe with a Lapu ban?
I think AKKE is gonna go for a Suyu pick, and they're gonna ban out Arsa. Oh, the Granger? Really? It's kind of late. It's kind of a bit late. I mean, I think Suyu is going to get picked up by AKKE because it's a really great pick here. I mean, if they don't pick it, I would yell at them. Because you have the Lance, you have the CC, you have a way to dash out of the AKKE, you have 3 dash skills, you have a perfect execute, and you can sort of challenge the Lance not execute. With a turn rose, you can really counter with your skill to have a faster execute. Because turn rolls take a little bit of a time to really go around and do that full damage. So I think the Suyu is the right choice. But what is Garmadon gonna pick on the gold, or what are they gonna pick on the XP? This is the real question. Or are they gonna go out and pick the mage early on? Maybe they're gonna go for Juxin. The Lapu goes in. We talked about him.
Knew it. Yeah, I knew it. I knew it. Like, if you leave it open, of course they go for it. And I think rightfully so, because now they have an insane comp. Like, if Hughes and Orlando get caught in the slaughterhouse, they are not going out in one piece. They are going out in multiple sausages.
One Piece. Okay, we're getting a bit of spoilers for the new season for the next hero. For the guys who don't really watch Advanced Server, the new hero is going to be based on Luffy from One Piece. Wow, Warren, you're so good. You're great. You are a prediction.
Time for me to master it. Time for
Truly
me-
from the
time for
Tibetan
me to
monkeys,
master
from the
it.
Himalayan monks. But they're going to go for... Oh, the Badang was left open. Nandayo on Eve and Toby on the Badang with the Xborg on the jungle into a tank composition is going to work pretty well. And of course, again, the Valentina. This is a double-edged sword. I think Xborg is good into this comp, but the Valentina just completely turns around. You get the last Insanity using IMU, and you're going to do a ton of damage. You just have to get that ultimate, because even the little fire, when you're spinning, does true damage now, because he got buffed, and Xborg is just a pretty annoying pick. I mean, in Turkish server, from what I know, I played a little bit on it, just, some games. Xborg is one of the most banned heroes there. I mean, usually it's Assassin on Turkish server, but in Europe, Warren, you can say, you don't really see an Xborg getting banned out that much.
Well, in the competitive, definitely not, but I have to say, I have this little story time from my ranked games. Xborg is, I mean, in every second ranked game I play, there is Xborg on the lane. And it's so annoying to deal with. We will see him in the jungle, so that will be a little bit different. But it's so annoying to deal with, and he does so much damage. But Zakota, introduce us to the third game.
Indeed, this could be the final game for AKKE or the turnaround point. I am Zakota, joined here by Scared and Warren. Guys, take it away.
Man, finally, after a while with listening to both of your perfect analysis into the draft, we are going back in the game itself. And to be honest, I really agree with most of the points that you guys mentioned. You covered it up almost in the whole picture of it.
Entirety, I think, is the word.
Yeah, entirety. Thank you so much for covering up my brain lag, my man. I absolutely love it. Yeah, that's the entirety. But looking at the emblems out here, nothing spicy, everything simple, straightforward, no problems. Nanda with extra mobility here. Hinokami gets an extra cooldown reduction. Apart from that, yeah, it's simple, straightforward.
What?
No changes
He
whatsoever.
knew?
Oh,
He knew
Huh?
that Bobby was in the bush. That was insane, Reed. Of course, you can know, because if you are in the bush, you have the eye icon on top of you, so you know if someone is near. But that was a beautiful sight from Goranich.
absolutely perfect. Realizing the map awareness and the map presence, man, that's something that you really need to have. And Gori on the Gato, he is so good. He is just so very good. I'm really liking what Changli was also doing here. Making sure that Cyrus is not really getting all of his minions, though. What is the Yuzhong? He'll still be able to get a few.
Yeah, but this is problematic, because Cyrus should have been the one winning the lane. If he is not winning into Lapu Lapu before level 4, well, bad news for you, it will get even worse.
But he's turned into a Black Dragon now.
He flies in, and there is Zhangli already being CC immune. Pop in Astra just like that. But there is the next guy on the chopping block. That's Lager. We're able to steal away Turtle at least. But Fake Time need to run with their tails between their legs, because the Foxes cannot fight this one. It looks like the Cockroaches will be taking this fight in their hands.
Oh, and guess what? It's not over.
It's not over indeed, because Garmadon still have his vengeance up, and now Pop Goranich goes in, Hinoka with a flicker play, finishes off Toby, and they will be getting a nice crap on top of that cake.
And if this continues out here, Fake Time eventually could get that early snowball in. Now, the only good thing happening for AKKE in that situation was Lager getting picked off, right? That jungler being taken down. On the other side of the spectrum, only few items out here. Azure Blade being logged in by Kyosin. He should probably go for that magic book as well to get that extra CDR for the unlimited dashes up in front when he'll be facing Garmadon on that CC. He's actually going in with a good amount of poke, though, I'd have to say. The CC nerfs are hitting pretty good.
Oh, what do you say about the Advanced predictions? How you like it? Oh, but you will tell me a little bit about that after this execution, because that's what it was. It was an execution, a public one.
Big one out here again. Players getting picked up top. And that is the strength of the real world manipulation. Finally, Nandayo needs to be the man to start those fights. That's what's happening.
Right now, it looks like Toby is the one to start those fights. Cyrus trying to catch someone off, but they were very wise to not go in.
Easily backing off as well. That's exactly what you need from AKKE, right? Not really overcommitting to the fights and just staying back. Guess what?
Last Insanity will grill him up. So good, but there's Last Insanity getting immediately stopped because Astra, he couldn't even start up the burns. Astra will be getting taken care of. Not really, he survives. Not for long though. AOG Goranich will finish him off with a beautiful landed ultimate.
The back of it. Eventually, Fake Time equalizing the number on those kills and finally developing a slight bit of a goal lead of 300. That's Astra getting picked off as well. So that means they could have had an advantage over the turtle if it was not Lagger getting picked off in that 1-for-1 trade too. But Toby...
Pick off, that's the name of the game. As almost... It started with a pick off. And now it's continuous with pickoffs. Astra will try to make something happen. Probably Last Insanity is available. But Hinokami has his own. Pops Astra, rightfully so. But the fight has been separated. Toby gets picked up. But there is Cyrus. He has something to say about that. And this char residue burns them down very well. Garmadon is the next target. Pops Vengeance. But Cyrus, he is not done. He goes for more. He sustains a lot. Now they're trying to chase away Garmadon. That's exactly what was able to happen. But Goranich will pay with his life. Maybe... I see the vision. He was trying to save his teammate because Garmadon is definitely more important than Goranich, but maybe it was a little bit overzealous.
Yeah, a bit of a miscom out there happening in, right? Because he was already surviving Garmadon. There was no problem hopping in there. And this is something that I'm really liking now. Cyrus is winning in that lane rotation. He's constantly being the man, the pivot, who's moving into those fights faster than Jungly. That is creating a major impact out there. And on the back of it, they also won out that turtle against Lagger's Lancelot. Level 8. Currently, they're equal. But hold on, Conceal.
Goranich won't be successful with this concealed play. It goes nowhere. Luckily for AKKE, it looks like they have a new breath into this game as they go for Hinokami. Forces him away. Lagger could be getting burned up a little bit. Don't stay too close to Sun, Lagger. You could be getting burned.
Bit of a problem that they could face, but for now it's absolutely fine. Down the bottom though, that's where things are not really good for Fake Time. And guess what, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to win a few in-game skins, just like the man who's in that roam position for Fake Time, just like Gory, he's got a challenge ready for you. Quickly scan that QR code and challenge yourself for the Surge Fit Club to win some in-game rewards. Surge is giving you rewards for working out and completing the challenge. So you make your body and also make your ML account a bit more shiny. Do not miss out on that and quickly scan that QR code, people, as we hop back into this game yet again. Out on top, oh, look at mid.
Last Insanity will keep Hinokami alive. That extra movement speed really came in clutch as he will stay alive. Kyusen could be getting caught off. Now Toby is making them retreat. Actually, Black Dragon form is there flying on their heads. He tries to finish the job. Astra getting the turtle down, and there is another onslaught coming right their way. Cyrus will be popping Garmadon even through Vengeance. This is a mega kill. Black Dragon Cyrus himself, he is truly putting on a show.
Something you're absolutely liking, right? And it kind of finally, you could say, confirms that pick of Yuzhong for the first one, right? Yeah, it makes sense now. It's been working out really well. Alright, he just wanted to check the bush. It's absolutely fine. Making sure that there's no one hopping in. Kyusen falling up with this.
The items?
Yeah. Nothing. It's all absolutely same. Couple of war axes, but guess what? This fight could be crazy.
Could be, but won't be. So talk me through it. Talk me through the situation that we have right in our eyes, in front of our eyes, because we have 2,500 gold for AKKE. What do we think about that?
All Fake Time need to do is avoid the fights. Yes, they will have to give up a few tower structures, but it's totally fine. They can't really rely onto those a lot. The main win condition for this game was that early game snowball, and that hasn't happened. Now they'll have to wait for Hinokami to pick up Nandayo's real world manipulation and then land in that. I don't think so. The Lasting Insanity is a good choice here right now.
Last Insanity, that could be the name of the game for Jungly, because that was truly insane, and it was the last thing he did before he died.
Yeah, couldn't really do anything. The bravest fighter, yes, but not the smartest one out there. Eventually losing the turret as well as his life. 3,500 gold lead coming in for AKKE.
That was
And
a
on the
great
other side
one,
of this... Thank you. Thank you. Finally, I've been trying that from the evening to make you guys laugh, and this is the first time I've done that. I feel content with my life.
I mean, I think AKKE are probably making a lot of people smile as well, because they are coming back into the series, and rightfully so. This AKKE is a different AKKE than what we saw in the first and second game. They are back as we know them.
Yeah, and they're finally pulling up too. Interesting thing that I noticed is that Galvadon is going for a Sea Halberd instead of building up either a Hunter Strike or maybe a Queen's Wings for sustain. I think so that is a fair idea to go for the Sea Halberd, but I feel it's a bit too early. Maybe a Hunter Strike could have helped him out to kite a bit more into those fights as the Lord gets secured easily by AKKE. And look at that, their discipline is just picture perfect. They're not forcing any kind of fights. Systematically, they're pushing back the members of Fake Time and taking those tower structures.
I think he pretty vividly still remembers how tanky he was when there was no Sea Halberd against him in the last game. But now Gornish is quite tanky, even though he is right now facing 4 members of AKKE. He will be able to survive, but AOG used up.
The idea, right? The understanding where he knows how much HP he will eventually have left when he needs to cast the AOG, that is crucial. Yes, now on the back of it, the tier 2 by AKKE should be taken down in that mid. Should not really be a big problem though. And the Lord will be marching down towards the bottom side. So, since there are Holy Shields, it should be fine. Inhibitor should stand.
I couldn't get to it sooner, but I believe I have to disagree with your statement. You were saying that Fake Time, they lost the early games, they should now play passive and defensive. But I feel like the longer this game goes on, the harder it will be for them.
Yes, absolutely. And the big thing is that now they have to just wait for AKKE to make a mistake. And in that commotion, you can't really play that aggressive, right? Considering you don't even have a Sky Piercer in your lineup. So no one can eventually capitalize on one lucky pick onto the low HP target too for those shutdowns. That just brings you back down onto the same place. Dominant Size, a Glowing Wand. Yes, now a Sea Halberd completed. So Cyrus is going to face a bit more problem. But where is the damage to take all of them down? This is the reason that double fighter meta goes on good if either your jungler is a late gamer, your mid lane is a late gamer, or you have something in the gold lane that can scale up pretty well into the late game. If neither of them, the double fighter would not work because you would eventually lack the damage in the late game. And that's exactly what's happening for Fake Time right now.
Zakota, what do you think about the situation on the Land of Dawn? 50 seconds for the next Lord. How do you think Fake Time can come back?
I mean, they just need to survive this, but they don't. It's just serious getting the lead in the early game. That level 9 advantage when the rest of his team was level 6. That just extended the lead they had, and right now, I don't think it could be turned around.
I have to agree with you. I think it's almost beyond saving. Maybe even already beyond saving. Because as Scared rightfully mentioned, now, Fake Time need to wait for the mistakes, but AKKE are doing it.
Because with 61% win rate of that Yuzhong, he's just making sure that he's showing that kind of class with a 5-0-3 performance too. So you've got to be a bit more careful about that. And considering it is the dangerous grass, you have no clue where that Black Dragon is going to jump on you with a Furious type. They've got to be a little bit more careful in that sense too. The AOG.
The AOG could smell death, could spell death, and it's spelling death. Shutdown goes. Nandel is lying on the floor, and there is Black Dragon form, and there is nowhere Kyusen to be seen. He's not joining this fight. Can they fight it out? 2 against 5. Astra will definitely try. Garmadon is getting very low, but he is still alive. He gets popped in the last second. Astra still able to re-equip his Furag armor, and looks like Kyusen just knew that they have it in the back.
That early immortality is something you really need on the Xbox. And guess what? I believe, Warren, yesterday, that's what Throwboy was missing in his own game of Xbox Jungle. That game number 2, maybe game number 3, where he eventually pulled that off. So I really like Astra going in for an early immortality, just to have that extra bit of life.
Gornish missing up on the taunt. I mean, he's scraping the bottom of the bottle. He's trying to do something. He's trying to save the game. But base crystal will be exploding right about now. It was about time. AKKE with a super dominant third game when it mattered the most. Zakota, walk us through what happened in the game.
I mean, the complete domination started from the experience series, was level 9. As I said, he just got that snowball advantage on Yuzhong. We know how strong that guy is when he gets a little bit fed. He got his Fury Hammer, he got his boost finish, he got his War Axe as well. And he just kept going with the same momentum. Soon after, you know, Astra caught up on the farming on Xbox, and they took 2-3 lords uncontested, if I'm not mistaken. And what can you do? There is really no way to go really deep, because they were lacking, as you said, Scared, the range. They didn't have something to first down, to poke down the program. They have nothing for the Eve. And of course, they have nothing really to take down the Yuzhong, to burst him down, to wear him down. In game number 3, the MVP series, extending the lifeline of AKKE. You know, still, they could turn it around for a complete 3-2 score, or they could
Reverse
see the next one. Who knows?
Reverse sweep.
Who knows?
Yeah. I don't know. I think it's a bit too early for me to believe, though. But with this kind of performance, if this continues, I feel that could be possible. Yeah, 5-5 on the Yuzhong, not going for the Hunter Strike this time, prioritizing the Queen Wings as well, going a bit more utility. That was a really good choice for those items, as well as we have a look at the rest of the people too in terms of the achievements. Kyusen going with the richest, Nanda yet again on the Eve with the carry, and those are the stats that we would like to see, don't we, Warren?
I love it. I love the stats, what I'm seeing. Do you know why I love it? Because there is different person for every achievement. That's what you love to see. Because after a game, you either want one guy being the GOAT, being the god of the game, or this. This is what you want to see. This means that there was a good MLBB in play, because there is not a single guy that you can put above anyone else, because it was team effort.
Yeah.
I think I noticed the average GPM was only 688.
Quite
the
low.
farming is quite low. Usually it's above 700, especially when you have a Harit or something that farms a lot, but still it was a little on the low end. However, the game was played, I would say, almost perfectly. Of course, there were some minor mistakes, but still an 11-5 game, a total 16 kill game from the first one. I believe it was 46 or something kills. I mean, that just knocked it down by half. Still, I think Gornich's lucky pony ride and on Gatatkacha, he couldn't really do much, because Toby just kept pushing him towards the wall, just completely shutting him down whenever he tried to cast that AOG to run away. Same with Astra, he was always there with the last insanity, trying to get an execution point. I mean, Warren, what do you think could have been better for Fake Time here to drop? Maybe a marksman, maybe something else on the jungle?
Before I answer that question, I have to pinpoint one fact. And that's very bewildering to me, because this is something I did not expect. If you look at the stats of the game and to remember a little bit about the second and first game that was played, those stats are the other way around. Let me explain. I would expect this game with those stats to be won by Fake Time. We were talking about it before. They are much less broy, they are much more precise, they are much more macro-oriented, and they are playing their games with not that big amount of kills. But this game was won by AKKE. It's super confusing. It looks like those two teams, they switched roles. We are expecting AKKE to be very brawly, but Fake Time were the brawly team in the first and second game, but in the third game, it's AKKE being the flawless team through macro execution. And to answer your question, I believe that where it fell apart was the early game. I don't really feel like it was draft problem. Like, yeah, you can speak about it, but I feel like it was the early game where AKKE just had better rotations. Even though Jungli was leading with XP, he was level 4 when Cyrus didn't even have his level 4. They didn't use it to any advantage.
That's the big thing, right? Even though there was a big level gap coming in, it was Cyrus eventually understanding the part that he needs to fulfill, which led him to have that big advantage in the macro to not really focusing entirely on those turtles as well, specifically for the first one, making sure that they're not giving away their lives just like they were doing previously. Those were the few crucial points which eventually helped them out in winning this one. And Zakota, if this continues, then I'm a believer.
I mean, I'd like to add onto something Warren said. The thing is, in the first two games, all the time, Fake Time had the gold lead advantage. There was never a moment in the second or first game where they lost the gold, but in the first game, they got a kill, they got an early advantage, 120 gold, then AKKE turned it around and it got to 1,000 gold gap extremely fast. And it kept going and growing and growing and growing. And usually, in the other games, we saw that AKKE was trying to close on the gap. It was like 2,000 or 4,000 gold only difference. But still, I think they just lacked something to burst down the fragger, to wear down the enemies. Something, maybe if they had a bruiser roamer. Exactly, the poke. A bruiser roamer, a poke, something just to wear down, to make an entry point, to waste down skills, waste down abilities, to just make the targeting upon them.
True, I agree. And I believe Warren would also agree for the exact same thing now. But boys, what has happened for the previous 3 games now stays in the previous 3 games. Again, AKKE are at the exact same space. They are at the do or die position, right? They win this one, they get a chance to eventually win the next and qualify. If they lose this one, they are going back home. And Expanding Rivers is the map that we are now going to play on. Again, those currents will rule the Land of Dawn, extra bit of rotations, so you can probably pick up some of those slow rotating heroes as well, because that river will give you the movement speed.
That could be on the cards, that could be on the menu.
Right now, you know what I thought of?
Yeah?
Sorry, Warren, for interrupting. Imagine if we had to see the win rate of the team on each of these maps. Maybe they have a better win rate on Expanding Rivers, you know? That would be a really cool percentage to see. You know, production, if you're hearing me.
I'll tell you one thing. I'll tell you one thing. You know what? I was actually making that list. I just got a little bit more busy, but I was making that list. And if I think so, if you guys remember, Warren, specifically you remember when the playoffs started? I think so. I was mentioning those points that Expanding Rivers is the map that is good for this team versus every single time that they played on this map, they haven't really won a game. I was mentioning all those things, right? So yeah, I was making that list. I kind of got a little bit busy, but that's a pretty good suggestion out here, which we'll definitely look into, right? Because now, considering there are multiple maps, and with the roster shuffles now finally settling down, I think so it is a good time where we can add on to another stat to talk about. But we've been nerdy once, Dakota. But you know what? I like that.
Nerds are the rules of the world, but still, we got a little bit off topic. It was just a cool insight I was thinking of. Is man, you know, I was looking at the screen, was taking a little bit of time to load into the draft. I was thinking, what would be great here, you know, if we could see maybe on Expanding River, Fake Time has a better draft or a better win rate than AKKE. But still, they're banning out the issue parts. Nandaios, if is gone, she was left open for, I believe, 3 games in a row on the 3rd, 4th one. Actually, she's gone. Hilda as well, not one time she was open. I mean, what is next? What is AKKE supposed to ban? The Gatotkacha is a great ban, so you saw it working game number 2, game number 3. Yeah. It kind of worked. It was iffy, but it was still doing its job. He got that kill in the early game on Toby. But I don't think it's a really major threat because there's the Minotaur, which I was thinking of. What if they had the Minotaur in the 3rd game? I mean, it could have added a layer of healing. The Oracle would have gave the reset on the turn rows on the skills. But still, it's a little bit far-fetched.
That could have been the idea, because we know Gornish has been very successful with Minotaur. I believe he is one of the not that many players actually that play Minotaur over here. I don't know how it's in other leagues that much. Maybe someone can throw the stats if you have the information, guys. But at least in our tournament, Greenwich is one of the small percentage of people that go for that minor roam. So that's something they could have went for, and that's something they could still go for, because probably AKKE are in a super good position to go for Gato themselves. We saw Toby not playing that much of Gato. He usually goes for Grok when he can, and he goes for other picks as well. I don't think Gato is one of his most picked heroes, though Gato is overall very, very highly appreciated pick, so they could still go for that.
Guys, I see something cooking.
CC,
Lager.
Jushin.
Lager, Alice first pick. Think about it. Lapu Lapu gone, Yuzhong gone. Alice here would be
Oh,
crazy as the first pick.
It's a Basha. It's a Basha.
Yeah.
Oh. Hands up. You got me. But I still think Alice is on the table. Zhang Li, I think, loves Alice. She is a really great pick. She has a big AoE stance. She can really change the course of a fight. And, you know, Gornich is a gacha lover. It can work. It could be the dream if it's alive.
Yeah, if it was not a Jushin ban, if it was a Basha ban, I think so I would have been on board with you. That maybe an Alice first pick makes sense. But yeah, as soon as the Basha was left open, I was like, yeah, it's gone. They kind of messed up the draft there a little bit. And now they've got to deal with it.
Guys, there's a thing I noticed. Potential damage on scaling 6-7, guys.
Oh my god. Zakota, come on, I know you are one of the youngest people that we have over here, but Brainward got into... Come on, man.
Of course. But we're gonna see Nandayo taking up that Lunox and again Kyusen with the Harif. I think Lunox is a really great pick because it does so much damage to Dark Ultimate. It just allows her, I mean, in the tournament, Warren, you tasted a little bit of my Lunox. How was it?
True.
It was not great.
Yeah.
We know how much it can work. If you go for a pick of Lunox with a Frank, with something that can really take the enemies towards you and you don't have to risk yourself to go towards them, it could work. But what is fake I'm gonna pick, as I said, the Alice could work really well because you have so much AoE, you have so much damage resistance on ultimate, on cast. It could really tank up that dark ultimate coming from Lunox. But what is the pick right here? The Farsa to burst down on the early mid game, but the Kimi was and as well. Jangly again. 3 games for 3. We're gonna see the CC getting picked out.
It can,
Tobigato.
you know, it doesn't have to be
Tobigato, you think?
Tobigato, yeah.
I think Grok is better for the Farsa to shut her down with the wall. Every skill of Grok can shut down a Farsa. The passive, the skill on, the skill to the ultimate, everything can shut down the Farsa because she is so fragile when she's in that sentry mode. So I think Grok is a better pick here for Tobi. Even the you know, the Padang is open. His favorite pick. His pocket pick.
Go for it too.
It works
It's an
really
Astra
well.
jungle the first.
Yeah, it's alpha for Astra, A for A. I believe all the stats that we have, like not the bans, but I believe all the picks that we have, I think it was Astra. I think he's the only guy that plays it. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think he is the only one that's pumping those numbers.
Yes. And the fun fact is, all the junglers are open, boys. Every single one of them. Lancelot, Hayabusa, Yisun Shin. None of them have been banned out this time around. So it's interesting to see Astra still picking the alpha here, and that too when you also had an X-Bomb. But I like the idea that they did not go in for the X-Bomb considering there's Farsa on the other side this time. So the Faraga armor could be poked down early. That could be a fair amount of trade because you eventually lose out on a lot of damage instantly with that. But I don't know if there's going to be enough tankiness on the block. You were mentioning about the Grok Zakota. That could have been a good pick and a perfect counter for Farsa. It's been off the board.
Indeed, Grok the Rock is out, but I was thinking, what if they maybe... I was thinking this for fake time. What if they go with Baksha on the roam and they pick up, as you said, a Yisun Shin, so they have the split push potential to go double fighter on the sides? Of course, you have damage coming from Farsa, so it could possibly work. But of course, you're into the Lunox heart, and you are the squishy target out there. So it's a really rare pick, but still, the other day, Noel on the Baksha really showed us what it can do into magic dealing heroes. I mean, the 1 damage number throwing up was really funny, even in the early.
I think there is one problem with this fighter comp. where I feel like if you go for that, they already have the answer. AKKE meaning that they have the answer, because Alpha will probably shred those bruisers quite easily. And if you go even more tanky than that, if you would go Garmadon CC and you would put Elise there, if there wasn't Alpha, it would be good. But if you go into Alpha with Elise, he will shred you right up.
I think so. I'm kind of on board with what Zakota said this time around, that maybe this could be, even if it's not a Roam Basha, I think so they will have enough damage. They need, if it's a double fight, they've got to go Esmeralda. I don't see anything else.
I mean, it's into a Kalea, so you need to take in the Purify for the fast, so you can't really go aggressive here. It's a really hard choice. You need a good front. The Minotaur is gonna get locked in. It's a pretty good counter for the Kalea because you can cancel the dash in, you can cancel the dashes of Heart if you don't have the Purify. Same with Alpha's jump. You have so many things.
Ooh.
And the carry. I don't know how to feel about this.
Yeah, I hate it. I'm not a fan. I'm saying it like right away. I don't think there's enough tanky composition on the side of AKKE for you to go carry. I'm not a fan.
I think carry is just to burst down Kalea from diving. You're gonna be forced into the Purify. The better you have the lower dash cooldown, because what was there left? The Moscow. If you go Moscow here, you're forced to go the Purify. You can get dived by the Harry. You lose lane to Harry. Either way, whatever you pick. Loud into a Kalea Alpha. Lunox?
You run in with the Purify, considering Lagger and Jungly would be the first ones to initiate the fight. You will have an opening, and all you need to do is just jump in the backline. But man, this all-out pick, after such a long time, please raise that win rate from 0, Cyrus, because it does not do justice to the potential that this guy has. And with this, I think so, guys, all three of us can unanimously agree AKKE has won the draft.
I mean,
I don't think so. I don't.
Yeah. I'm on par with Zakota. I am on par with Zakota. I don't think they won the draft because you have to consider that. No. I think I know where you're coming from, but you have to consider this Arlott has first of all 0% win rate. Just 3 games has been played, but 0% win rate still nonetheless. And Cyrus has to perform out of his mind for the pick to be useful. This is not a pick that you can just hop on. It's not Uranus. You have to perform.
Here's the thing. Here. Hold on, Scared. One thing, just a minor thing. The Arrow would have worked here if they had the Fredder in jungle instead of the Alpha, because they're lacking the stuns to really give Arlott the place to shine, because you only have, what, 3 stuns? Beside him, though, Kalea has a knock-up, she has the ultimate, that's 2 stuns. Alpha with the Alpha charge, that's it, 3 stuns. You yourself as Darlot, you have only 4 dashes at maximum. In a perfect combination, but still on the other side, you have the shutdown from Minotaur, you have the damage coming from carry, you have the front to back as well, you have the far side there with the artillery mage to go for the backline to try to shut down the Lunox, maybe burst down to make her go into the light form, and then it's gonna give a chance for the CC or for Gornish to go for a big set. There are just so many possibilities for fake time, but who knows, maybe we're gonna see Sirius popping off again, maybe getting 3 kills in the early, just locking it in. But it's too early to tell.
I just
kind of like...
Go for it.
Yeah, go ahead. We're both humble, we both know that, so please continue, Warren.
I just wanted to say I wouldn't bet my house on this game going well, because this game for Arlott, it's so hard. Rightfully, Zakota mentioned no stunts on his side and a lot of CC on the opposing side. And especially if CC... See, I kind of did something there. But nonetheless, if CC catches him... CC catches him with her ultimate, then he's not hopping anywhere.
That is one thing, yes, I agree. And one way to look at it as well. However, what I'm seeing is that Toby is normally the main guy to initiate things off. Even if he wants to initiate it on a Minotaur, he will not hesitate to do so. Because you've got Astra with the true damage, you also have Nandai with the Chaos Assault. That should be enough to burst him down. Considering in terms of tankiness, you can clearly see it on the stat as well. Fake time doesn't really have a lot of it. As soon as that happens, you know that Lager and Hinokami will instantly initiate on top of you with the Feathered Airstrike as well as the Shield of Unity. That is when Sirius hops in, or rather Cyrus hops in, uses up his Final Slash or any kind of stun just to hop on top of Hinokami so that they lose their main source of damage in the early to mid game while Nandayo and Kyusen are scaling up in terms of their own game. That could be one idea, but yes, it can turn around entirely on its head if Lager decides to be the first line to initiate the fights.
I disagree with you. I think what's gonna happen, what's gonna lose the game here, Scared, Arlott is gonna dash in on the Baksha is gonna roll, the Arlott is gonna get stunned, and there's gonna be just as no momentum coming from them because they have enough burst, they have the Farsa burst, they have the carry burst, you have to think about this, and they have the zoning coming in from the Farsa ultimate as well. So whoever goes in of the range is forced to really take the risk of getting hit by a bird in the head. Because the only guys who can really stop the Farsa is the Arlott, who can reach the backline fast. You have to use the Flicker, you have to use the ultimate, you have to just get the perfect stun. Same with Kale, you have to reach the Flicker to get closer because Minotaur is going to protect her, Baksh is going to protect her, she has already to front. You don't take this in consideration because Ryze doesn't have really crowd control, but she has that tying together which can work in a really great combo with the Minotaur. It's the same concept as the Gazotkacha CC comp. You get it locked in, the big guy does the stun, the follow-up as well, and on top of that, the Minotaur has the healing, and the passive, I believe, still influences the attack speed the marksman gains. Correct me if I'm wrong, I think you have a little bit more...
Yep, it does. Skill 1, actually. You land it on any kind of marksman or a close range hero, yeah, that reduces their attack speed. That's a Walmart version of
I think, not reduces. I think you have lower attack speed is worse. Correct me if I'm wrong. This is not League of Legends, Mr. Scared.
Too much nerdiness. I think so. It reduced the attack speed. That's all I remember. It's kind of like
that's Hylos you're thinking about. Hylos reduces the attack speed. It makes you attack slower, and Minotaur makes your attacks faster.
Let me check.
Guys, let me pull out the stats. All right,
let's pull out the stats. The nerds here, but still.
Yeah. So, if we are talking attacks. If we are talking attack speed, Minotaur actually with his first skill only slow speed. There is no attack speed department.
But even so, game number 4 out of best of 5 series. Will AKKE continue to go down the road redemption, or will Fake Time close the deal? Guys, take it away.
Big one.
Thank you for this lovely introduction, Scared. Sorry, I'm so sorry. But pardon me for ripping right in because, well, the guys already ripped right in. Not really with that much action yet, but I know there will be a lot coming right on.
That's going to be a big one out here. And guess what? You say a lot coming right on. It's in the first minute where we see the poke from AKKE. Pushing Gori back along with Hinokami, man. That is not even first minute into the game. And they've instantly decided to take the fight to them. And Lager, he now wants to go in for a bit of punish. Toby could eventually be caught off guard in that position as Astra is still close by. But guess what? Toby has burnt up the flicker. Finally, he decides to move back. And that's a big exchange of a spell early on now. Talk to me about the emblems.
I think I'm alright with those emblems. I don't see anything weird, but since you told me that we should talk about it, do you see something sus?
Not personally. It's all good though. Hold on a second. We'll talk about that something sus because that's definitely the position of Toby, considering he just lost his flicker a few seconds ago. Throwing up his life like that isn't really the best way to start things off, is it?
Yeah, and also the emblems of Kalia, actually thinking about it, I don't know if I quite like it. I might have gone with something else.
That could have been one of the cases out here. The Kyusen up on top, trying to brute force against Garmadon. Eventually he's going to get that poke in, so he should be winning that lane easy. Cross jungling working in for both junglers. And the idea is clear by AKKE. They want to make sure that Kyusen is the first one to eventually move forward. Guess what? Garmadon sidesteps Astra perfectly. And now Hinokami is going to hop in. Oh, a lovely Cyclone Eye. Hinokami will get the pick on Astra with a burn damage from Magic Worship. The turtle falls as well in the hands of Fake Time. All the gold that Kyusen was trying to get from top lane, that could be gone in a second. As guess what? Every single one of them pops in. Nice attempt by Nandayo, but no mana for him to sustain and no flicker to save his life. That's a big opener from Fake Time.
That's not something you should be seeing, that's not something you would be expecting, but Fake Time with an early game dub, not really that they don't have it in their pockets, they should be able to do that, but I wasn't really expecting it with the heroes they chose for themselves, especially with that role matchup, right? Kalia super strong early, I know Mino is a decent hero early game as well. Ooh, Cyrus with a cheeky, sneaky final slice, still an evaded gold grab, but what I wanted to say is that I wouldn't really expect them, the fight to go so well for them, but it really came down to Garmadon surviving through usage of Purify. Actually, it wasn't a sidestep, it was a Puri. Talk me through the
Absolutely love
audience
that.
predictions, talk me through that.
At this point, I just feel like audience predicts the ones who's already won the first game, and then they keep on going on with their predictions. It's changed so many times. But yeah, we've also got some loyal fans out there. So shout out to all of you people, man, because you keep the chat interesting and keep on going in, typing with your predictions, selecting the teams, and maybe yap around with your friends, because that's what we're all here for, to have fun and enjoy. And who better than seeing Fake Time and AKKE? Well, exactly that. Now, since Nandayo has already got the level 4 with the Chaos Assault, you know that the Tsunami Slam combination could be coming in pretty quickly, and you will have to be careful of that. That's why Hinokami and Garmadon's Purifier is going to be crucial. But hold on, top side seems trouble, brewing trouble. Low the FAS. Hinokami could not really catch on to Kyusen. And on the back of it now, that's a big ultimate being baked out. And in the mid lane now, they could eventually go Gorwinich, losing half of his HP. But he heals himself back. Nandayo will shut him down. Not before the trade Astra to 1-for-1. As Lager, he's going to be moving them all away, disrupting the momentum of the fight as Garmadon with the dual light wheel is there to try and soak them all out. The final slash gets them in the attack range as the turtle gets stolen away, and so is the life of Garmadon. The Reapers are here and they are stealing the souls away. Still, they will lose a life of their own as Nandayo with the vengeance. Heal comes back and so he survives, but that was close.
I love that every time when you do play-by-play, the fights are like 2 minutes long. I love it. Like, did you notice that? Like, every time you are doing play-by-play, they just make the fight so much longer. I guess they just want... They love your voice. I think, Scared, you should be actually appreciating that. But let me walk you through it. Let me break it down for you. So what happened was that final slash rightfully connected on Garmadon and Lager, and this enabled them. This actually stopped them in their tracks because they were probably trying to escape. Garmadon would maybe possibly escape, but he wasn't able to do so. Right now he will be finishing up his side, so a little bit more damage. First core item completed. Though right now AKKE with a lead, so it will be kind of dangerous for Fake Time to be moving into those river bushes.
I agree. Because on the back of it now, you've got to be a bit more careful with those Tsunami Slams already ready from Toby. We've already seen that previously as well, that he does not really care about initiating on a roamer. Considering Astra has already got that true damage. Even though he's going 0, 2 and 1, they don't particularly care. As long as he's still getting some action, he's still getting the HPs low enough, they're absolutely fine. But guess what? There we go. Another slam up on top as Astra gets picked off instantly thanks to the feathered airstrike. You go for a pick off. There is also an option for Fake Time to do that.
He got picked right off. And it's so sad to see Astra on his favorite pick, on him being the sole player of this pick in the Vault tournament, not being able to deliver. He's 0-3-1, it's not really going in his favor, though it's going in the favor of AKKE, but maybe not for long.
Absolutely, as Toby gets picked off instantly, but the Brilliance is going to save the life of Lunox there. Nandayo survives as Cyrus falls too. It's all 5 people against a few of AKKE. They're taking their time, they're picking them apart one by one because they realize that in a full-fledged 5v5 team fight, it is going to be AKKE to have that advantage as Astra's Retribution get forced out only for Lager to secure the turtle without any contest. All they need is to shut down the Harith once.
I agree. He definitely is the outlier target for them right now. Even though Nando isn't doing that bad for himself, but if we have to compare him towards Hinokami, of course, Wu is 206. And I love what he did with his build. I don't think we will see it right now, but he has Blood Wings for himself. Because he understands his job description. He doesn't need to do more damage. He just needs to survive.
And that survivability is going to be crucial right now as the Feathered Airstrike drops out on top of all 4 people. Knock-up coming in, not once but twice. And Q said he's now going to create that distance as well as he tried to take down Gori. But it doesn't matter. The damage is just not there. And this Minotaur is a problem. And Astra 0-2 was fine, but 0-4 is just unreal.
Actually, it's not as bad as it would probably be, because if you look at the gold difference, yes, it's 1000, but if you look at his jungle, right now when he spawned, his jungle was spawned. Before that, everything was dead. Like, his top side was gone, his bot side was the only camp that was alive, so probably not that big of an issue, and right now we see Qs and being dealt with, and maybe the rest of AKKE as well.
On the back of it now, the big problem is that Toby can't really go in for those initiations. He has to take God in its down before he can land the Minoan Fury. If you allow him to do that, then it's going to be a GG's. And guess what? Now Fake Time will control the entire top side of this map. No orange buff for AKKE. Astra is going to fall behind by 1 level at the bare minimum though, but alright. They've decided not to push that issue further. They're totally fine with the turret up top. The goal lead that was 1000 a few seconds ago has increased to 2000 now, by the way.
Cyrus was trying to fish for something in the river, meaning, of course, fishing for some players, not for some fishes. Because right now it could be Goranage.
Oh, good bait coming in from the Minoan Fury, as well as Nandayo's cooldowns will reset faster than Gori's Minoan Fury. And on the back of it now, guess what? There's the Tsunami Slam coming in. They really want to take Lager down though, thanks to the Alpha Charge 2, with the final slash lands both the frontliners in the tower. This is the Wombo combo I was talking about, boys. I know none of you believed in me, but this is happening. AKKE, even though they are dying twice the time than Fake Time are, they're still in heavy control of this game, though Brilliance used up just to dodge with those Pedialyte fields. And with that, another final slash now landing in. Cyrus has to move back because they can't really go for the fight. It's not long, but finally, there's going to be a break, man. Thank you so much for breaking out this brawl.
I don't know if I would really support you on calling AKKE being in control. I feel like Fake Time were more so in control. Maybe now they could be, because Jungly was getting caught off. His vengeance is gone now.
Absolutely. And with that, guess what? The Feathered Airstrike will deal a bit more damage to the other side. Oh, it's Cyrus. Can't really survive there. It's 5 people, man. One of the big problems for AKKE is, in which I will agree with both of you, the fact that they do not have enough mobility. If Astra gets caught, he is getting caught. He is getting deleted. If Cyrus gets caught, he is getting deleted. So they have to be the one to be the aggressors in those fights. They've got no way to kite around. They've got no way to survive. So you just have to be, like, you know, going face first, brute force, win the fight like a Chad.
You just said brute force because you saw brute force breastplate being built on Jungly, didn't you, Scared? Spill the beans, wasn't it just because of that? I know you did.
Surprise.
Well, anyway, back to the game. Liger almost going for an initiation, kind of dancing around on the knife's edge. Not really on the knife's edge. Maybe on a butter knife's edge, that would be. Because he wasn't really in danger. But I have to say one thing, and that is, if those fights are long enough, Fake Time should be winning them. By far. AKKE, they don't really want fast fights, which is funny, because usually Alpha would want those long fights. But if you have a composition that is... that have carry inside of the team comp, you don't want long fights.
You really want to win that as quickly as possible.
You want the long fight, yeah, but AKKE doesn't want the long fight. This is what I meant. Kind of lost on in my own sauce. I'm sorry.
Lost in the sauce. It's fine.
The kitchen. Fourth game, and maybe probably going in the 5th one. We'll see. But right now it looks like it could be happening.
Conceal.
Rightfully you are saying, but they didn't catch anyone. So this means 48 seconds for Lord. No.
This could be big. Lager, he now wants to go in for the chase as well, but guess what? The curtain's call catching on to 2 of them with the Feathered Airstrike in the back. But guess what? Nandayo breaks free from all of it. Eventually takes down Hino Kami as the front line will fall thanks to the true damage. Okay, have found the breakthrough as Garmadon will run back to safety. A 3-for-1 trade 20 seconds before the Lord. And they will steal away all the farm that they can get as jungle. Yeah, you don't really want to force this fight. Final slash is up on the other side. This could get risky for you. Not even having a full HP there. Yeah, alright, he's finally gonna go back. And with that, they take the orange buff too.
This teamfight was solely won through effort of Nandeo and his wonderful target recognition where he went for Hinokami. That was super important. It was I would even go as far that it was the sole reason to win the fight.
Yeah, absolutely. Now with the Minoan Fury forced out on the other side with the curtains call as well. There's going to be a knock-up coming in. Instant retribution from Astra as he wins it out. Toby gets taken down. Guess what? Nandayo is the main problem. He is unstoppable. Garmadon with the basic cannot really sustain a Cyrus. Dashes into him with a vengeance. And this man is just making sure he stays up in front to save the life of his backline. Another 2-for-1 trade though, but I still would say this is good for fake time as the Lord will take its sweet time, 30 seconds bare minimum to hop towards their base.
They are still in the game, at least in my eyes. What do you think about the situation on the land of Don Dakota?
Well, I think it's a little bit too brawly for my liking, but still, as the Lord is marching down, I don't think I have a lot of time to speak. But I think Garmadon can turn it around.
Alright, he's the believer. For now, he's believing. We'll have to wait and see. Garmadon can potentially turn it around, but it still feels a bit more difficult considering the systematic play that's coming in from the side of AKKE. They are showing a proper respect to the Farsa.
You know what's crazy? I think I'm very confused because my brain keeps telling me this is not AKKE because they are not good in early game, but they are good in mid game, late game. I'm so confused.
Upside down. Upside
down. It's a Stranger Things reference. Oh, that's what it was all along. Oh, it was right in front of our eyes. Scared. Now I finally understand. It's the other AKKE. It's the other AKKE from the other world. Yeah. Now I see it, man. Thank you for explaining it to me. Now I think
what is Zakota? The audience also. Oh my god, we'll talk about that in a second. Right now, as guess what, the turn the demon into the upside down. Knock up coming in, but the backline is just too beefy. Astra has been taken down, yes, but they don't care as it's traded for Gory. And on the other side of the spectrum, finally, it is going to be a 1-for-1 trade after a long time. Cyrus, the man just likes dashing around on the other end. And now, yes, by the way, boys, I am absolutely sorry for what I'm about to say, alright? I'm genuinely not sorry about it, but I'm just saying it for the sake of it. Dakota, Warren, the audience, So Cold, Cardinal, everyone. It is not AKKE. It's Veknake.
Well, we will see if Fake Time survives the Veknake's curse, right? Because right now it looks like they are under a spell. Or maybe Toby is, because he barely survived now.
One shot from the feathered airstrike and Nandayo is down to half of his HP. And guess what? He can do the exact same thing to Hinokami. It's all about timing. It is absolutely all about the positioning. And for now, Hinokami will finally have some of his breathing room too. 3-1 and 9. Yes, but oh, he's been pushed so far back. The river buff finally coming in. Goranich really wants to go in, but the timing is just so good by AKKE as they instantly take the Lord and move back. Warren, I think so this could be over.
It could be, but it doesn't have to be. Because still there is Garmadon's carry, and she is on her items. She's very, very strong. The super important fact is you have to play front to back. If you don't play front to back and you let Nandeo initiate into your backline, you have big trouble coming your way. If you take care of Nandeo, you have it in front of you, you see him. Oh, Toby, he sees. He has bloodshot eyes. He sees battle in front of him.
Just getting ready before this Lord. Zakota, quick call. Can they defend or no?
They can defend. They have the tower defense simulator. Farsa carry, you know, Balloons D6 monkey tower defense. It's enough. I think AKKE is gonna replay the future, what happened with Eternal Oblivion, and is gonna play out at Fake Time because they just have the tower defense simulator. They have the carry, they have the buckshot, they have the Farsa. They just have enough for everything.
You know what?
But even after all of that, they lost the inhib downboard, Warren.
You know what I actually think? We were in this situation before. and Eternal Oblivion have written a wonderful guide on how to defend AKKE from ending your game. So Fake Time, they have all the knowledge they need. They just need to hold and hold like the horse warriors in Helm's Deep, right? Yeah, I definitely did not forget their name.
I agree.
They just need to hold. And if they hold, AKKE will do a mistake. We were in this position before their lords. The lord, before even Zakota could finish his analysis, the lord was gone. He was dead.
Yeah, that's one of the big things, man. The major surprise AKKE by winning against the entire lineup of Fake Time with this kind of draft is something everyone would have to focus on. Right now, a concealed play up top. Maybe they want to pick one? No, it's fine. They realize that they're not overstepping their boundaries, right? They're not overstaying their welcome. That is good. Toby's going to be figured out instantly. Hinokami. Try to go for the poke as well.
I think Toby fell down into, bird cage for a bit, but he got out.
For now, yeah. Zakota.
Maybe look at... Yeah, if you look at Zakota, we should look at him, because Zakota definitely has some info over on this game. We see everyone chilling. What do you think will happen on the next Lord?
I mean, right now, AKKE has the Lord advantage. They have the map advantage because the dead lane is opposite to the strong side that they have. So it's gonna be a really hard time for Fake Time to defend, because they have to let the wave go, because they cannot force out anyone to go. They cannot spare any person going from Lord fight. They're gonna try to get it out, maybe try to bait out Toby's ultimate. The Purify are ready for Garmadon and for Hinokami. So it's gonna look like a pretty good fight. But look at the Minotaur raging in.
Yeah, exactly. That was the position I was about to say as well. But again, look at the backline. The Ruby DD combination is there. Low HP on almost all of them, though, as it's Cyrus to follow the first one. And Astra can't really chase Lago. He is super low, but still surviving. The chase comes in as he shuts him down. Toby traded as well for Jungli. Is the frontliner along with Garmadon taken out as the Lord is now free for AKKE.
This is exactly what I talked about. They have to keep an eye on Nandao. The initiation was there. Goranich went in together with Lager, but there was no help coming from Garmadon because Garmadon was getting targeted by Nandao. He didn't respect him enough and he didn't have the protection from him. And Nandao, he did his job wonderfully. 615, this Lunox is on her way to be MVP of this game.
Seems to be, man. Seems absolutely the correct thing. And right now, I think so. This should be enough for them to break through the inhibitors up top and mid. Hopefully, considering the Lord is now going to march down into the crystal from the bottom lane. I am loving what Fake Time are doing, not clearing the bottom side as well, just so the Lord can go on faster. So the waves are not managed perfectly as they also clear the mid. No FAS available for the Lord clearance. It's absolutely fine. They've got the speedy light wheels for Garmadon as well to clear it all off. But maybe AKKE would want to force. They're looking for an angle. They've got top minion waves spawning in. So the top inhibitor should fall as well. Not a lot of HP available for that too. So the range is there. It is just enough. The top one falls. The Lord's cleared up. But now it's the mid. The feathered airstrike go in as well. The zone is perfect as the minions are being cleared. Good defense from Fake Time.
I wouldn't even say it was good defense from... Like, yeah, it was. But at the same time, AKKE, that was a poor offense. That was so bad offense from their side. Like, there were no minions on the bottom side and they just decided to not connect with the mid lane wave. If they were able to connect in the same moment when Lord marched onto the bottom side and they were able to sync it, then they would probably be able to open up mid lane. But they not decided, but they were not able to do it precisely. And this is exactly where it falls short for AKKE. They are very good in most of the game, in like 85% of the game. But those last 15, where it comes down to Lord mechanics and how to play properly with Lord, it doesn't connect. It doesn't come. They are not able to execute it.
All right, now guess what? The execution falls in on the other side as the flicker being baited out and 5-man knockup coming in the backline as Toby already used up the tsunami slang but catching absolutely no one. Everyone surviving after all of that with a 2-minute cooldown on Cyrus's flicker. It's not available for this Lord fight.
But at the same time, Goranich doesn't have hairs. I would even go as far to say that Gorinch's flicker is more important because his ultimate is much more impactful than Cyrus's. Like, yeah, it's almost the same impact, but Gorinch doesn't really have to be that precise. He can just hop in and use it. But right now, Astra is hopping in.
Oh, that could be a big one as well with him using the Winter Crown. Now he's next to run away to survive, but Jungli wants to catch him at the back line. There's the final slash coming in. Kyusen trying to dash it out. They do not have enough damage. They missed it up big time as the chase goes on. Fake time will make sure that they win this one at least by taking one. It's Toby finished off and Astra. A double kill for Jungli, maybe make it a triple as it's Cyrus trying to sustain, but he absolutely cannot. But look at the base. Look at the base. The minions. Kyusen is going in. Sudden airstrike used up. The minions have spawned at the perfect time. Kyusen ends the game. And AKKE will force it into game number 3.
Scared. You were going wonderfully, but I'm so sorry for jumping in, but I couldn't control my emotions. This ending from Ake was just insane. Minions connected with Kyusen, the cooperation from the minions, and Kyusen, wonderful. Thanks for pointing it out, Zakota. This was truly an ending I did not see.
Oh my god. I was looking at the map, I was seeing the minions bulk up, I was thinking, damn, I think that the wave is gonna spawn in time. And I just see no one is going back. I was thinking, oh, okay, you know, they're gonna end with Lord. They're thinking, the wave is gonna spawn, and I see Kyusen running down the middle lane. I knew. I felt it in my heart. It was over after that amazing turnaround fight. They forgot about wave management. Oh, what a heartbreaking defeat.
Oh my god, we talk about AKKE not being able to end the game. What better than this one? After they literally threw up the fight towards the Lord, or I'd have to say, it was so well managed. Specifically, since you had the CC on top of Nandayo, forcing out the brilliance. That meant a free feathered airstrike for Hinokami, which he was not able to land for quite a while. Instantly turning that fight around, getting 3 members, and then it's Kyusen running down mid. MVP performance for real.
To say there, I think the Alpha really screwed up when he went in, instantly used the Winter Crown. He was stuck there, he was the prime target, then he was forced to use the out. Yeah, he got away, but still, at the end of the day, he baited his own team to try to go save him. I think the AI, you know, saved him, you know, the robots, the little minions. And Kyusen's smart play of taking down the mid tower, getting his passive down on that just to move a little bit faster. That was another big thing that made them end. But still, what an amazing comeback, I would say, from Fake Time, but still it was outshined by Kyusen's mentality. He just went and kept going, you know. You don't expect this. You never expect to get ended by minions in such a high-stake tournament.
I think no one did.
Exactly.
And do you know what's the craziest thing? This is the first end by minions, and also this series where it happened, it could be the first series with a full reverse sweep.
I mean, it could. It's wow, maybe they were just losing games to make my prediction right. But still, what a game. It was a really long game, just like AKKE likes them. They were cooking, they were doing something, they were adding more meat to the pot. But still, Fake Time played it almost flawlessly. I think the only big trade-off was what Warren said when they used that flicker. I think if the Minotaur had flicker, it would have been a different outcome of the game. I think that's when Fake Time could have ended.
I agree. This could have been entirely different had there been that one extra flicker though, but man, I just rewatched that one moment for the ending. It was literally just one minion that was surviving, and the base had enough HP to sustain at least through 4 or 5 of Kyusen's enhanced basic attack hits. And he already lost half of his HP when Garmadon was free hitting him just in a couple of seconds. And that one minion surviving barely is what enabled him to take the entire HP of the base out. Holy smokes, talk about odds favoring you in every single manner. Boys, you know what? I agree with you guys. The composition of Fake Time was better. They were winning it all out. AKKE kind of were messing it up though, but still, I won it. I said that AKKE will win this one, and they did.
I mean,
Wow.
and yeah, wow. I agree. Wow. Houston ending the game through teamwork with minions. Like, you always feel like those minions are not here for you. You feel like they don't like really do anything for, like, yeah, maybe first couple of levels they do some damage, but after that, like, it's whatever. Like, yeah, they help you push the towers, but they don't really do much damage. But those minions, those little rascals, those 6 minions, they are the MVPs, bro. I feel like AKKE, if they are able to close it out and win 3-2 for themselves, I think they will just screenshot those 6 minions and put it. Yeah, the slow motion, I love it. I love it. And I think they will just screenshot those 6 minions and put it on top of their bed.
Look at that minion just at the line. Oh my god. It was taken care of as well. That minion died, but that was after Houston landed his basic attack, so it carried the full damage.
I don't think anyone expected this outcome to happen. I don't think... I don't know what to say. It's just... It took all the words from my mind. I was thinking, yeah, they're gonna end now. I was thinking, you know, it's gonna be a bit of a longer game, but Fake Time, you know, got a lord. They're gonna try to break down the inhibitor, you know. They got wiped out, but then I see Houston running towards the mid. I see the minions piling up. I was thinking, damn. I wanted to speak out. Scared it was doing an amazing job casting, but I just had to get attention somehow. It just was so unexpected.
Impossible. You couldn't have thought of a better ending now, and the only cherry on top would be AKKE winning this, right? Getting that first reverse sweep in the playoffs. That's the only thing I can think of.
Because if they are able to win the last game, then it would really fail Fake Time. If those minions didn't end the game, they would have it.
Yeah.
Guys, I think this is the only play we can say it was down to luck. I think it is, you know, the gods brought the luck down upon them, you know, and they turned the game around for AKKE, because it was looking like a complete turnaround for Fake Time. I think if Fake Time defended that properly, I think it was gonna be over, because Hard was gonna die, everyone was wiped out, they didn't have anyone defend the base. But, you know, what's also down to luck, I would say also by the mercy of the gods, the last game of the day, it went to a full best of 5 series. Maybe Fake Time heard my cries and said, yeah, we're gonna give Zakota his, I believe it was gonna be 77% win rate on the guesses, if I'm not mistaken. So who knows? At the end of the day, guys, I think it's gonna be the best game of the day. I mean, can you top it? The minions ending and Astra coming in for the clutch.
That's the craziest part, you know, like, if this was the last game of the BO5, I feel like that's how it should have been, but this being the 4th game, and now we should, like, get our energy back on and go into the 5th one. That's the wildest part about it, because I'm not, like, you know, I don't feel like we will get a better finish of the game than this one. I think you cannot top it off. Like, maybe some crazy 5v5 team fight in front of your own base crystal coming to the end of the game. That would satisfy me, but anything smaller than that, I won't be satisfied, you know? I already ate like a 5-star chef tiramisu. I loved it, and now everything else will be probably like from the school kitchen.
From the school kitchen? Are we... I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemies. Yeah.
You had different experience with school kitchen? Was it good at your place?
Not... it was really good. We had sushi. We got really, like, burgers.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I was at the culinary school. I mean, I don't know about
you. So that's it. I see, Zakota. So you were dining well. That's how you were able to build up such a buff for yourself, right?
Of course, you guys talking about 6 kilograms of meat. I heard that comment. I was trying not to laugh, but still the broken walls, as you guys have broken my heart. The last game of today on the modifier that was never played. Sounds a bit like a rap rhyme, but still, broken walls. Are we gonna see some different picks? Are we gonna see the same stuff over and over yet again? But this is the playoffs. This is the momentum. I think this is the second game to go to a full best of 5 series. So we had a total of
Exactly.
13 games since yesterday. And who knows about tomorrow? Are we gonna see again 10 games?
I would love to see that.
You really think so?
Would love to see that.
Think so?
Or scared? He's just thinking, oh, the work.
I'm totally cool with it, bro. I'm absolutely enjoying this right now. Because what better type of ending that you could have than this one, right? And specifically now, since Fake Time again are going to be playing on that blue side, while AKKE will be trying to hold on the red, the draft is going to change drastically from what we saw early on.
Let's hope. Let's hope. I mean, if imagine we had the Brave system, like we had on the friendly tournament Scared, you remember? It was so fun. I mean, with the challenge, of course, was a bit more difficult, but different heroes every game, even the not picked ones. Oh, Hellcourt ulti, we talked about it, but still, we're gonna see the Harriet getting banned away, the Hilda following.
Yeah, I mean the Hellcourt ultimate people.
But what is gonna be the pick of AKKE? What are they gonna go for? What is gonna be the next pick for the ban? I think they should really focus maybe down on Garmadon's pick, because Garmadon is the sole carrier of Fake Time, or maybe even Gorinich. Maybe ban out the AKKE, maybe ban out even the mid, the first, the Valentina. If they ban out the Valentina, they could go for the Grok here, but it's a bit too risky, isn't it?
I don't feel like he can go so easily into Gato when they are on the blue side. So I don't think that will be such a high priority, but maybe we will see. Though there is one thing I have to say. If AKKE want to win this last one, I don't think it will come down to minions. I don't think Kyusen and the minion gang will be enough. I think that Astra really needs to step up his game, because last game he underperformed. That wasn't it.
I don't think it was underperforming. I think the game was really even. It was evening out. I think just Fake Time had the better damage. They had the Lunox. They had more burst than Fake Time. Fake Time had more tankers. They were just trying to go for a well put together craft. Let's say you go and you buy an apple pie. Why would you go buy an apple pie instead of a blueberry pie? Because you like apple, right? That's the only choice to buy an apple pie. Because why would you go for an apple pie when you have a blueberry pie? You know, it's the same mentality. It doesn't make sense, but it makes sense in my head. But still, we're gonna see Lager with the Baxia. It's a bit... You know, what I was trying to come with the point is that if you have an apple pie, you like apple pie, why would you go for a blueberry pie? You know, does it make sense now?
I agree, yeah. But
why would you go out of your comfort zone?
But I don't think that explains why Astra in that last fight initiated like a madman and basically sacrificed his whole team like lambs for the slaughter. That's the moment I was talking about most specifically. I didn't really like it. I think they need to be more coherent. I mean, I like the most of the game from AKKE, but I didn't really like Astra's performance. I think his highs are higher. I think he can step up his game.
Lapu and the Lunox. The Lunox again in the hands of Mandayo. He was doing an amazing job, but still,
CC.
I don't think CC is the hero to go. I mean, we've seen it too much.
Fake Time will take it.
Different hero, please. What could they go even? If they don't go for the CC, they could even maybe go for what? Garma, the Granger. He is locking it in. I think he just needed to get my predictions right. I mean, you know, it's time to lock in. Zakota got the 2 wins for AKKE that they had, and now we're gonna close the 3rd game for Zakota, you know, because you guys voted that AKKE would win. Traitors.
What do you mean by traitors? Hey, come on. You are the traitor to AKKE, and you're not believing in them.
I like foxes more than cockroaches.
Oh, they actually went for Gato, so you were right on the money, Zakota.
Was I?
Yeah, you were calling it out. You were saying that it could be possibly they could possibly ban out Gorinich more. They decided to go for Herlia, but then they went for Yuzong. Oh, all right, that makes sense. And Juxin, but that left right open for Gato.
I mean, the Gatotkacha Granger combination with... I think they already have a lot of frontline, so the CC could work, but I think it's gonna get banned out in the second phase if Astra doesn't decide to pick it. Actually, if Toby decides to draft it, because it could work. Lapu XP, you have the damage coming from Lunox, you can go even for the Yisun Shin, because already Fake Time has their jungler decided. So it could work. You can go for a double fighter composition, and of course it works well into the gut. I mean, CC into Granger, not that great that it can manage, but the Grok, the Tibetan mountain.
Ban Valen.
Oh,
They
there it
did.
is.
They did.
Not
Yeah, they
even-
did. They
Not
they
at
didn't
all.
even waste a second. And they're like, you know what? Nope. Simply saying nope. Should be an
But what?
Xbox ban, by the way, from fake time.
I don't think an Xbox is needed here because you have the Lunox, and the Lunox is gonna have enough penetration to deal with the Gatkacha, with the Baxia. And you have the Granger, you have something to break the frag armor. Here, think about the future. Oh, the Alpha?
That
is
kind
getting
of
banned now.
makes sense, but
Alpha is banned.
Esmeralda as well. This is looking like a fighter. A fighter goal lane. This is dependent on what fake time. Ban out the CC.
They have to.
Oh,
Thanks,
the
Mark.
Xbox. That leaves out the CC or the XP goal laner. But what else is there for fake time? What is the mid lane they're gonna pick? Kimi is still banned out. They
Barca.
banned out the Eve themselves. The Farsa
Barca,
was
yeah.
good last game, but he's gonna be good into the Grok.
Come on, Dexter. It's our showtime.
maybe just to
Zas,
wait out that
hear me out,
tectonic
Zas.
charge.
Oh, Cloud.
Okay.
Get out. Your Zas gets thrown out of the window in a second, though. But I'll have to say, Zakota, there is a certain
Oh.
build. Oh my goodness!
Prize for yours truly.
I am so down for it, my guys. I am absolutely down for it with the CC.
I don't.
I like
think-
it.
I don't think that's right. I don't think Faramis is good here.
But you know what? It's the first Faramis in the playoffs, so you cannot say it's bad. You didn't see it happen. You have to believe Zakota.
I think it is bad. Well,
Here's the thing.
where
I
is the
kind of get the
damage?
idea, right? I kind of get the idea. Yes, you don't have early damage, but I feel Lager, if it decides to snowball early on and steal with a farm of Astra on the other side, then that could work. Now, it totally depends on what Astra decides to pick to deal with this invading Basha, with the invading Gori. It's
There it
Yi
is.
Sun Shin, man. Now, I don't like the draft of AKKE. I am sorry to say that, but I feel fake time of winning this one.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't like the
much hate.
Faramis here. Faramis here is only to block out the Grok ultimate, obviously. But that's the only reason to pick Faramis, because you're gonna lack in the damage. You're gonna lack in a lot of things.
Man, I mean, if AKKE wanted to pick a Yi Sun Shin, then why go for a Claude in the first place?
Yeah, you can have you could have went for CC. It was right there. It looks like they are confused a little bit. I think the Excel sheets for Toby are not working. I think Excel could be down, maybe. Let me check. I think their servers could be down. I think the Excel sheets are not really working in their favor.
I don't know, but I don't really like the Faramis pick into this. It's too weak. It's really too weak.
Could
But
be.
either way, guys, take it away. The last game of the day of the best of 5 series between AKKE and Fake Time.
And oh, there we are, absolutely ready with the action set up, ladies and gentlemen. You can call it absolute cinema, and that would still not be enough to describe what we've witnessed in the past 4 games now, as we stand at the pinnacle of MLBB in Europe, in the MLBB European Championship, as these teams fight for one last time for survival. It is AKKE by D on the red side, trying to make their glorious comeback, versus Fake Time, who are trying to set their legacy right.
I love the way you were hyping it up. I really loved it. But what I found it funny a little bit was Nandao walking in completely randomly into CC's range, needing to flicker out when you were saying something about the best MLBB in Europe. It was quite hilarious to me, because it wasn't really adding up in that moment. But yeah, let's hope they can pull it together. Ooh, maybe not for long, because he's getting taunted up. Gorenage with those beautiful taunts.
It's constantly trying to poke the heck out of the other side, right? And you'd have to be careful, because even though, yes, I know, Zakota, I believe you, that there's not enough damage coming into that mid to late game, but you know, Kami can absolutely burst you down with the Shadow Stampede in a second. You might not see the damage coming in, specifically for Nandayo and Kyusin.
Right now, he was the one to receive the damage, so let's hope he learned from that and he will be next time doing the damage. But Garmadon could be getting dove.
Could be a big one out here, though. Hold on a second. He's gonna try and sustain through. That gets
he gets stunned up, and Astra will pick him off together. Actually, decent gold lead, but Fake Time were able to take away the turtle for themselves, so they kinda equalize. Walk me through this fight, because I don't know what was happening. This was so quick. This was so quick. I think I blinked and they were dead. I mean, he was dead. It was a quick initiation from AKKE, and they know what they have to do. They need to keep playing aggressively since they are on the horse.
That's the big one out here. AKKE playing aggressively with a composition where they've got the Lunox, the Claude, as well as the Yi Sun-shin for the jungle makes absolutely no sense. But with the Mountain Shocker, it does. You get that stun in on one, and you instantly burst them down with the Chaos Assault. Now, as I told you, Warren, do not believe the audience. They take sides.
They definitely take sides, but you know who's also taking something? It was Hinokami, still in a bait top is Flicker.
Yeah, but just trying to bait it out here. It's good, again. Now, previously, everyone was believing in Fake Time. Now, suddenly, they've turned 51% for AKKE. People, I know that you absolutely switch your sides, but it's totally fine. We don't have that luxury out here as we have a look at those predictions one last time. Kronos is wrong. Gate is also wrong, along with Nish.
Yeah, well, maybe Cyrus was wrong to decide that this dive would work, but it actually worked out in the end, even though Jungli used his vengeance.
Yeah. That's a big one. Jungli forced to use the vengeance as well, still not being able to survive, but kinda took a long enough time for him to die, right? And on the back of it, they could not really take a lot of gold plating out. So that's something which you'd have to be careful about right now. And I like the build from Hughes and instantly goes for the warrior boots without completing the corrosion side, because you know that there is penetration on the other side, and yeah, Garmadon is going to annoy the heck out of you. Hold on.
Big tectonic charge, 3 members knocked, but there is Faramis ultimate trying to keep them alive. Will it hold? Yes, it hold it, because Toby will be the one getting caught.
And with that 4v5 now, this is a free turtle coming in for Fake Time. Big play though, I'd have to say, man. Kyusen messed up the blazing duet there. He wanted to catch Garmadon, but he had enough range with his own Death Sonata. I think so Kyusen needs to prioritize using the blazing duet in the Faramis' nether realms. Otherwise, it's not happening.
I have to backpedal on what I said before. I believe I said something along the lines that AKKE should keep on pushing since they were already in the lead. But you rightfully mentioned, they have late game composition. They have Claude, they have Lunox, and they have Eastern in the jungle. They should just relax, get advantage through the gold, and get into the late game. Transition on 3+ items and then start fighting.
Exactly. And once they get those power spikes, right, it is going to be out of the world. If not for the stuns coming in from the other side, I think so that would literally mean the end of the game. And that's why Fake Time are trying to end this game as early as possible. 1-3, 1k gold lead, they want to chase again.
They tried to chase this big mechanic beetle, but he's fine.
Totally cool as of now, though, again. Those walls are going to be annoying, but Hinokami can eventually deal with them. Thanks to the Shadow Stampede as well as the Ghostbusters coming in too. And I like the priority now by Fake Time. They're making sure that Garmadon is able to farm up. Because not a lot of people know it, but Claude soft counters Garmadon on that Granger. And it's not just that. It's just how the hero mechanic works. Claude can move around a lot with the art of thievery. He can have his own fun time. And on the back of it, once he gets his blazing duet, he can deal a ton of damage to Garmadon. Corrosion side, Garmadon is dead if he takes that 1v1 fight. And Claude works really well into that lane.
Absolutely. So especially since the matchup is very, very favored for Claude, it's super important that Garmadon decided to get his warrior boots, because if he didn't have those 1v1s would be even worse. Damage taken, of course, leading the charge will be Grog, actually by quite a lot, by quite a big amount.
Yeah, that's one thing. It's not a big lead, so it should absolutely be fine. Zakota, thank you so much for hopping back in out here. Talk to us about how you think that early game is going on.
I really don't like the Faramis. I really hate the Faramis pick. There's There's nothing there's no joy to bring me to this world. But keep in mind, the farm is there only to block out the Grok ultimate, to block out the tectonic charge. But Claude, as you said, he can go in and completely force out that Nether Realm. And if they force out the Nether Realm, why did they pick Faramis? He doesn't have. If there was a glue on the enemy team, sure, you use the Ghostbuster, use that extra damage on the glueless to bounce around. I would see a Faramis here, I'd be okay with it. But here, why Faramis? Why? Why? Please, please, please. There's a Yisun Shin to block out everything. There is so many heroes to counter Faramis in this new meta, in this new era. I don't think it's worthwhile to pick. As you said, the Farsa was there. You could even went a Zetian to try to disengage. Try to maybe push back someone from diving. Even though Zetian is not that great, is never played. I think it's better than Faramis. Because you have an AoE ultimate, you have a big range ultimate, you can reveal enemies. Faramis has nothing. No joy upon him.
Lilia? You think a Lilia would have been better?
No, a Lilia into a Yisun Shin and into a Cloud.
Yeah. See, that's what I'm saying. There's always worse options, bro.
No, Faramis, I think it's the bottom of the barrel.
Scared. I don't think you should come to a guy that broke his leg and be like, look, this guy, he's on a wheelchair, so you're actually good off.
Oh god.
Would have made a lot more sense.
I actually like it. Yeah.
The Sicilian. Guess what? There is another pick. Luai. That's also a really good pick. You know what's another good pick?
Zakota, Zakota, you almost sound like if all those minutes that the game was playing, you were just thinking what else could have been picked instead of Faramis.
Of course, but
Tell your last one. Tell your last one.
As well, the Kagura. And we're back.
I could hear the pain in his voice.
Yeah, the pain in his voice was almost like, feelable.
Would be out of his misery is what he's saying right now. But man, let's hope that Fake Time can make this Hinokami's pocket pick work out here. Because again, they don't really have the lead, but I think so they do have an idea of what they really need to do. And I'm loving how, again, it's going to be a Blade Armor pick coming in from Lager early on, just to make sure that he's getting that extra bit of physical defense in, considering there's going to be a lot of crit from Astra. Kyosen is going to be annoying him. Cyrus as well. Since he already made that Dreadnought armor to deal with Cyrus's Landshakers, this could be a big turtle fight.
It could be, and you are missing Claude. AKKE needs to disengage very fast, but they are deciding to fight it on. There is Tectonic Charge coming in, but Cyrus will be the first man to fall, and Astra could be falling as well. Toby is trying to body block, try to keep him alive. Astra will be surviving, but AKKE, why did you take this fight? This was so nonsensical.
Oh, mid lane now. Kyosen has got to go back, and considering the concealed play coming in from the other side. Now Lager as well with the Shield of Unity moving around. Now this is the thing, right? Lager on the Basha. Astra is there on the Yisun Shin. If your front line is off, you don't have any way of saving your farm. And that's why we saw that tier, or rather the orange buff up on top being lost as well in the sauce. Fake Time can actually take this one game.
You actually have to give... No, don't give anyone anything, because Cyrus is right now giving Landshakers to Garmadon. Garmadon still staying alive. For now. But he got picked off anyway. Astra will finish him off together with Cyrus. And that's another kill coming in the hands of AKKE. And since I already established that they are winning late game, this is not looking good for Fake Time. They need to be winning in this minute.
Every single kill eventually turns that entire lead around from one side to the other. 1,000 goal lead coming in by AKKE instantly. The couple of minions would eventually loosen it down, but the tier 1 down bottom, they're slowly and steadily building up on it, people. It seems like AKKE can make this comeback, but they've got to be careful. The Brilliance baited out instantly. That's a big utility.
But he will have it until Turtle Fight, I believe, so he should be fine. Oh. No, maybe not Jungly, because he is getting caught between a rock and a hard place. Jungly will be the first to get picked out, and there is Lager getting hopped on the trampoline by Toby. Toby himself, but Toby actually will die. The trampoline master will be put down.
I like what Kyusen is constantly trying to do. The Purify comes in to dodge with the Shadow Stampede as well. Otherwise, he would have died instantly. And the tier 2 on the top side is gone. It's not even 9 minutes.
And the same can be said for Kyusen. He got popped like that. Nandao trying to defend 1v4, but he will not be successful in that. AKKE still in the lead, but they need to realize they are not yet as strong as Fake Time, even though they are winning in gold.
Yeah, and this could be the free lot coming in for the side of Fake Time. Okay, I don't think so. They've got enough right now to go in for this fight. So they might as well want to concede it. It's absolutely fine. Try to push the other lanes. That's what's happening. Easily giving up on that one. While look at the constant mirror jungle farming from Astra. He's ready to take that orange away as well. And the back of it now is going to run back to his own purple too. I like how they're still trying to micromanage some things.
I think Astra really took it too hard, what I was saying about his performance in the last game, because this game he's really stepping up, and who is also stepping up is Hinokami and the rest, because they will immediately burst Toby, because Toby randomly decided to go in when they shouldn't be fighting.
Why was that call given? Now you don't have the grog for the front line. This could be a massive problem as there's no land shaker and the bravest button available too.
Is it? Nah. It's there. Aura is there.
They lose the tier 2s, my guy. They lose all the tier 2s.
That's true. That's true. They will lose 2, maybe 3 if Astra cannot stop CC.
I think so.
He might.
All
Oh,
yours,
he
man.
might
Take it away.
overstep. He tries to take the 1v1, but Vengeance was available. Astra tried to make the best of it. He knew Legger was coming for him. He tried to trade. He wasn't able to. At least he burned Jungle's Vengeance, but it will be available for the next Lord fight. So, doesn't really matter.
See, what did I tell you? They're going to lose all their tier 2s as well as the passive down in mid. Fun fact, they are going to be caged in their own bases now. They do not have anything left to go for the farm because everything will be stolen away by Lagger. And Toby is not tanky enough to sustain through Garmadon's burst that's coming in. Everything that was working up so very well is now falling like a deck of cards just by the gust of wind. And you were the one to blow it all away.
I mean, I would even say that the 3,000 gold difference. Oh, there's a fight happening. Suppression coming on Foramis. He will be the first to go down. Hinokami was the first to fall, but there is another one to fall. That is Jungli. Double kill for Astra. He is on a spree, but the same can be said for Garmadon. Kyusen needs to run away. Toby's still alive. Astra dancing on the knife edge, but double kill will go for Garmadon as he picks up another.
My big question was, where was Kyusen's ultimate throughout that fight? If it's just me, he was missing that one out, right? Because I was constantly waiting for it. And if anything, he needs to use it as soon as Hinokami uses up his own ultimate. That is just to chunk all of the people down off that extra HP bar, because it works down just as well like it works on the Zarsk spawn. But I like the idea that AKKE now do understand that they've got to take care of Hinokami as quickly as possible, because that man is giving those extra lives, that extra sustain to Fake Time to survive through all of that burst instantly. Now, as much as, yes, you'd think that there's not enough damage, but Garmadon is actually hurting a lot.
I think hurting a lot is an understatement. Right now he has a rocket launcher, full build, Vorax, so even true damage on top of everything he has. Lord has been spawned onto the Land of Dawn, and now AKKE need to decide, do we fight? Or do we give and probably lose inhibitor?
I don't think so they're going to lose the inhibitors though. They've got a good defense in the form of Astra, Kyusen, Nandayo. I think so there should be enough. So they're definitely going to give the Lord of Ace. It's absolutely fine. The wave management is still pretty good considering the top lane is constantly pushing towards the base of Fake Time. And they will be able to get their own buffs too. The map is opened up pretty well. They're not caged in yet. But the wave management from Fake Time needs to be perfect. If they get it all on time, all on the right places, this could be it. I want to have a quick look at the items before the Lord pops in. As I see Anti-Cuirass now being picked up by Gory. So full-fledged, proper physical defensive front line with the dominant size Anti-Cuirass, mixture of plate armors too. There's no Chasteness Pauldron. Hold on. All right, there it is. There it is. There it is. Lager eventually made it up. That's going to be cool.
It's on point. All the waves are synced. This could be one inhibitor if they play it right. They are definitely trying to. Astra already initiated Lord. It looks like he will be getting chunked down. Everyone from Fake Time is moving upwards. They try to go for it, but they are not able
Good
to
defense.
quite finish that. Good defense indeed.
Wow, man, that mountain shocker from Astra took down half HP from Garmadon. He's got to be careful because one big Ruby DD combination from Nandayo and one combo of that can eventually turn things around.
Inhibitor is gone. That's the one. We will see if they can take more.
Don't think so there could be any more. If they try and force the issue any further, they can eventually get caught in those ultimates.
AOG initiation. They tried to end the game. Inokami is there in the thick of it. Gornish is the first to fall. Jungly trying to survive, but this was too deep, guys. You tried to reach for the pickle in the back, and you got nothing in return. Because right now, AKKE might be probably chasing you down and maybe going for an end. Do we believe in that? Nah, it's not an end. Inokami will probably revive himself in time, but this will be probably like 2 towers.
Bare minimum 2 towers. If anything, they can sink the bottom wave as well. And guess what? They can keep the numbers advantage too.
If they keep Lagger, yes, they can keep the numbers advantage because Hinokami will be getting away, and this is another tower. Can they go for end? There is minion still available. They go for base crystal. They want to close out the BO5, but they cannot. Minion is gone, and now they need to run with their lives, but they decided to fight, and that wasn't the smartest decision because Garmadon picks up a double, and now he chases them off.
Oh my god, the calls coming in at the last second. They wanted to go in, then they decided not to go in, and they could not pick a kill on Hinokami either. That means this Lord will also go to Fake Time. This is a big mess up coming in from AKKE. Oh my lord. At least we had enough times to have a look at the items coming in from all the people. Yeah, go ahead.
You know what I think here? They shouldn't have went for the end, because even if they did not end, which they did not, it would have been fine because they are outscaling. I think this was just a nervous play from AKKE because they should be winning those fights just by the numbers. They have 3 late game securities, whereas for Fake Time, Garmadon will be falling off. Yes, he still scales because there happened the rework to Granger, but he is not the best scaling late game marksman. And Hinokami, yes, he scales a little bit, but that's it. That's it for Fake Time.
It is just the fact how well they're trying to position themselves in those fights that's creating those issues. And it's the 57 stacks on the Sky Piercer. Otherwise, yeah, it was all out. On the other side, the War Axe being made from Garmadon. Interesting to see he's not really going in for the BOD, but wants that extra mobility to make sure he's able to kite around every single skill on the other side. And that is also including Kyusen's Blazing Duet. All inhibitors should fall for AKKE if Fake Time push out perfectly. One last look at the items, man. That's all we'd eventually have to try and figure out what's happening here. Since I already saw an anti-Curious being picked up. Conceal play down bot.
They are trying to get the tower. They will get the tower indeed. Nandao half HP already. This looks like they could be getting mid tower as well. But Lord already getting taken down. So they could be probably defending mid lane. AKKE is still there. The rest of the team is available. Jungly getting bursted down almost to none of his HP. AOG completely misses though. But Toby needed to initiate. Tectonic Charge doesn't really connect. And there is Cyrus trying to defend. But they are defending successfully, at least for now. But the rest of minions are coming inwards. Though, no minions in mid lane.
Perfect clearance coming in, and oh my god, the wall blocking 3 people there. That's the big thing from Toby. The constant walls coming in will annoy you. Again, they want to try and brute force this mid lane. I can see a repeat of happening of what previously did. So yes, Fake Time learning from their mistakes are not really going to push their advantage any further.
He swapped. Garmadon swapped.
But that's for a Sea Halberd.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, he swapped it for Sea Halberd. Yeah, he did. So there is no shield threat.
No damage. Yeah, he'd not be able to damage Grok per se that much, right? Because Sea Halberd is another passive now which eventually lets you deal more damage to the targets who've got higher HP, higher extra HP specifically. So that's one reason why most of the Granger players eventually go for that item, because that gives you extra damage thanks to burst down those tanky heroes on the other side.
Well, looks like Garmadon doesn't care. And Winter Crown will be completed for Jungli as well. So big items. For Garmadon, it's Immortality. For CC, it is the Winter Crown. On the other side, we have only one Immortality being available, and that is to Toby. Yes, there is a Wind of Nature for Claude.
Conceal. Conceal. Nandayo. Nandayo. Alright, he's safe.
He is, I don't even have to raise my voice. He is fine.
This fight is going to be big out here, my man, because guess what? They're all ready to take this one down.
Immortality being bought on the side of AKKE, and they are initiating. Nando is trying to flank, but he wasn't really successful in that. He is almost getting popped, and there is Kyusen in the backline. Mega kill for Astra. Astra is cleaning it up, but there is Kyusen. Wu will be getting put down. He's still alive, almost getting traded for Jungli, but there is another man to die, and that will be Toby very soon. Double kill for Garmadon, as AKKE are lacking 2 members, and Fake Time will probably go for this Lord, and maybe end up the game with that.
Could very well be possible out here, and that's why Hinokami has been sent to handle the wave to Astra.
They went in like a madman, like madmen. Nando and Astra securing Lord, taking the double kill. Maybe spoke too soon, because maybe the Lord is not yet in their hands. Astra needs to retreat for himself. The pickoff was great. Ooh, but Nando gets popped. Jungli stealing victory from the jaws of defeat for Fake Time.
My goodness, this back and forth is literally getting my blood pressure rise. The mid lane in here, can it be taken down? No, it ain't happening. Yeah, it's fine. Everything's standing tall, cool, soon, perfect, nice, good. GG's is what I'm gonna say. Okay, holy smokes, man. They're still not giving up. They're still holding strong. And who better than Nandayo on the Lunox to set things up in motion? Still 19 seconds for him to hop up. I don't know if it's a good decision to go for the Lord. They have the numbers, though.
Jungli initiating on Kyusen. He need to disengage, but he will lifesteal himself off quite easily. But there is the rest of Fake Time coming in.
No HP now. It's 5v4. A lovely play from Jungli yet again. Thanks to the Blade Armor and the Vengeance, Kyusen is literally deleting himself. There's also the Malefic Roar which they have. Cyrus doesn't have full HP, down to half. That could be problem for the next fight.
They are dancing around. Everyone, no one wants to make the mistake. Nando with a crazy flank. Can he get it off? He goes for Garmadon. He pops him like that. And just like that, AKKE are throwing themselves into this fight. Nando will get picked off. Though there's Winter Crown. They are still fighting. Shut down for Hinokami, actually. Maybe I spoke too soon. Fake Time are still fighting. Jungli gets picked off, but there's Cyrus. He will be getting chased away. Can he live? He tries to flicker. Minions will go for the backdoor. Can someone defend? Yes, Toby is there in time. And Kyusen tried to go for backdoor once more. He will be 1v1ing not really Hinokami. Lager, he's still alive, able to dance around, but can Toby defend? I don't know if he can. He's trying to defend against the minions, but Kyusen needs to run back into the base. He will heal himself up. I think the base crystal has been saved. But the fight looked like it has been won by AKKE, but then Fake Time decided that wasn't the truth.
I've got to call my doctor, man, because I've got to check my BP at this point. This is nasty. Oh, my goodness, Toby just barely managed to save the base crystal there. Otherwise, that could have been an end. Holy smokes, look at the damage.
Kyusen getting popped. Toby half HP, maybe getting bursted down. Nando is trying to save. Toby, don't die. Don't burn. He is alive.
How can they go on so very close? Oh, 3 more seconds right now for Cyrus to hop into. The Lord is going to be reset. It is a bait coming in from Fake Time just for this exact moment. They wanted that. Oh, this should be a free Lord now. Both the marksmen are down in the bottom lane. This could be a big free Lord for Fake Time.
Maybe Cyrus has something to say about it. Brave Fighter Initiation tries to go for Hinoka. Can he steal it away? Raging Slice is still available. Can he steal it? No! Toby steals it actually away. AKKE gets the Lord. Can they retreat from this fight? Can they survive? They are getting picked off. Cyrus will be the first on the chopping block. He dies. So there's Goranich AOG Initiation, but Kyusen is in the backline, shredding everyone down. Suppress Hinokami. Kyusen still trying to trade someone off. Goranich will be picked off, but Kyusen quick swap for immortality, so he will be staying alive. Swapping that for Rose Gold. Garmadon 1v1ing against Nandeo. There's Astra lurking in the bush, and he will pick him off almost. Garmadon with immortality. No, he gets picked off. Winter Crown for Astra. Keeps him alive. Mega kill for Hinokami though. Astra and Claude will try to close this one off, but I don't know if they can.
It's a 3v2. Kyusen's got Windtalker. Do they want to go for this? It's a big question. The minion waves have spawned up. They have the HP. But Hinokami has a good amount of damage, dude. They've got to be careful.
The Lord is still available. Nah, they decided call it quits.
Yeah, now the side lanes are working overtime for fake time right now. Holy smokes, this
What
couldn't
should
happen
I-
any more closer. Yeah, exactly. Look at the positioning coming in from Toby. He's right at the right place, sends Lagger all the way behind out of the retreat range, and then just secures that Lord with the skill 1. That's all he did in that fight. Just pushed Lagger away. He basically became he was like what, a Rocky version of AKKE
I mean,
for a second.
I don't think you are giving him enough credit. You said he just did that. It wasn't just that. He saved the game.
Exactly. That is what set the game entirely. And it goes for Blade of Heptases.
Wait,
Oh,
does
you
he?
gotta be trolling me. You gotta be trolling me.
Oh, he has it.
Do they expect it? A flicker tectonic charge into the wall on the left side. We know it though. They don't. All the items, they look pretty decent. Every single one of them. Windtalker being picked up right now. For the extra movement speed and the attack speed coming in. The Lord Pit is controlled by AKKE this time around. The waves are managed for now, including the far lane. And Kyusen is staying all the way back just to make sure he doesn't get caught up by this kind of stack from the other side.
AKKE's position is so much better in this situation right now. They are holding the best bush they could be holding.
But here's the thing.
Cyrus finally completing his build at 26 minutes. Finally, he has full items.
Yeah, 40 stacks right now coming in for Hinokami, so he will come back alive pretty soon. Oh, they go for the fight.
They go for the fight. They will stun Cyrus. Cyrus is quite tanky though. He still has Raging Slash available. He initiates. He counter-initiates, but there's Claude nowhere to be seen. He tries to defend the base. Cyrus is there. Astra is still alive. He tries to dance on the knife edge. Yeah, he goes in. Astra is a madman. He jumped in together with Nandeo, and they will pick one off. There is Winter Crown. Goranich is trying to take down Toby. He will be successful in that. Double kill for Goranich, but Claude going for the back door. Kyusen, can he make it again? The man, the myth, the legend. He will try to get rid of the minions, but they are right now in his face, so he needs to run.
I have no clue why he was still stuck on clearing up the top wave when the entire fight was going on towards the purple buff. He should have gone into that fight. If anything, it couldn't have been a 1-for-2 trade, but rather could have potentially been a wipe out for fake time. Because Nandayo as well as Astra did overtime to kill Garmadon in that instance. And now on the back of it, it is a favorable trade for fake time, so they can take the Lord whenever they want. Mid inhib?
They might.
Yeah,
They
they're
get
taking it.
No, Astra is trying to defend. Yeah, it's done. It's done, and that's the... I honestly don't... Okay, Claude going for the backdoor again. Trying to force someone away from the rest of the team.
You can't. At this point, you can't.
Lagger, he's going for him. He's trying to find him. Okay, he wasn't successful in that. Houston is still alive. He's still waiting in the bush. They didn't find him with this. Ooh, sneaky boy.
And this doesn't give the vision of where he is. I know what he's trying to do, but fake time are not going to fall for the same strategy twice. He needs to be present in the fight with the wind of nature on the face of Garmadon. Just so Astra doesn't have to burn up his own winter crown.
Exactly.
Immortality.
I have to agree with you. I don't know what Kyusen is trying to do. I think they should be winning 5v5 fights. I don't know why they don't take them. It's like the script is flipped. Oh, but Lager, he had enough. He goes for Nandao and he pushes him away. But Astra, he could be in big danger. He needs to recall very fast.
Oh, lucky he's surviving. For a second there, I thought that this could be trouble. But now, the information coming in from AKKE is good. They know all the players of Fake Time where they are.
Kyusen is going for it. And the rest of the team will try to stall. Kyusen is trying to go for the backdoor again. He is pushing onwards, but Jungli is already recalling.
Exactly. Jungli will always move back. And he will win that 1v1 against Kyusen. Vengeance with the Blade Armor combination, that is all he needs to shut him down. Kyusen? Positioning?
Kyusen, yeah, I agree. He's in the backside. Toby almost getting put down. Kyusen still waiting in the bush. Toby with the immortality popped, so he is alive. Swapping for Winter... No, not really. Yeah, swapping for Winter Crown, so that will be available to him. I don't know. Like, either Kyusen has to make the craziest play imaginable to man, or he is just trolling. I don't like what he is doing.
He's just trolling at this point, dude. Zakota, please tell me what Kyusen is trying to do.
I think he's just trying to look for a proper fight. I mean, he was waiting there for his team to properly engage, but still, I don't think they fully committed to the plan. He had everything ready. He had that blazing duet. He had everything ready to rock and roll. He was in a primo spot.
Exactly.
He just didn't want to take the risk because he knew if he killed Hinokami, he would be back up later and he would be at the end of the guillotine. But still, right now, Nandayo is doing an amazing job at shutting down Garmadon. He is targeting the right guy. I mean, every time, you know, with the light ultimate, with the brilliance, he is there, he is ready, and he is shutting them down. But what do you guys think? I mean, it's a long game, the longest game of today, and I think of the whole week, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, hold on. It is definitely the longest game. And the fun fact is, the more long this game goes, the easier it is to stack the waves up top. That means free a Lord or maybe a good bait coming in from Fake Time. But Nandayo, man, he's giving so much information to his team. They realize that they're not really committing for the Lord right now. But now they could eventually try and take that fight. But Toby's also opening the map up so very well. This just is gonna fall down to who makes the better micro plays at this point. And Kyusen is not in the fight.
Kyusen is not there again. He's trying to fix the top side. They need to stall. He needs to fix the top side or they will get ended by the minions. Toby, he might be getting bursted down still. It's a quite tanky Grog. Cyrus, half HP. Nando still in the bush. He is still in the bush. He's Agent 007. He's James Bond.
If he stays there for longer, Garmadon can actually be picked off. And Kyusen would also be able to join in the fight now.
He goes for it. He goes for the initiation, and there is Cyrus following up on that. Raging slashes. Landshaker connecting. Toby is right in the thick of it, and they are fighting. Hinoka will be the first to be put down. Wintercrown's being popped. Cyrus will be falling down. Astra gets taken away, and Kyusen tries to go for the backdoor, but I don't think he will be successful. He will at least get the inhibitor. Oh, can he get the 1v1 blazing duet? Getting popped. Double kill for Nandao, though. Triple kill for Nandao. This man is playing out of his mind, keeping his team alive.
But now, and guess what? It is Jungli and Hinokami. Kyusen has got nothing to survive this. He doesn't have the blazing duet to clear out the minions. This could be the big end which Fake Time were looking for.
Kyusen has no ultimate available, rightfully you mentioned. Kyusen tries to defend. There is still a lot of his minions. Jungli has immortality available. He needs to hold on longer. He needs to defend probably like three more waves or something like that. Nando buying up that immortality. Kyusen will have his blazing duet soon, but I don't know if soon enough. Yes, hits right on time. He has immortality still available. Minions will be getting bursted down. Can they finish off? Another wave is coming in from the bot side. Half HP of Grace Crystal. I don't think it's enough. I think it's enough to end the base. Because Fake Time are taking the third game and it will not be a reverse sweep, and my predictions are wrong as well.
What a series. 34 minutes, if I'm not mistaken, 35 minutes, and Fake Time is gonna take the lead. What a back and forth game. Almost a reverse sweep coming in from AKKE, but still, Garmadon and the boys pull it off. Nandayo was in a primo spot. He got a triple kill, but still, Kyusen really wasn't feeling it. The cloud wasn't there. He almost went for the bug there, but I don't think he was really trying to focus down onto it. But still, the Faramis pick proved me wrong, scared. Even though I don't like it, I hate it to this day, I still think it was the best decision. Maybe it was the comfort pick, but it was an amazing series.
Deep breaths is what we all need at this point. Oh my goodness. And a lot of things for that 34-minute game. The only reason why I was always on board with the Faramis is because of the Ghostbusters. In the late game, after he's fully built, it takes down half of the HP away from the marksmen and the mages. Yes, you will not really catch Nandayo mostly lacking, but Kyusen is the man who will dive on top of you. And that becomes even more easy for Hinokami to land that Ghostbuster. Plus, Blazing Druid is a straightforward counter of the Nether Realms. And we did not really see it coming through at least for 25 minutes of the game.
I agree. And also another fact that I have to pinpoint, I know we talked about it in the game already, but I understand why Kyusen was on the side. He was trying to resolve the sides, to fix the sides, but it was always happening when there was Lord spawning. Like, he never did it in advance. It was always happening when there was Lord spawned. He was never with the team. And yes, I agree, sometimes it happens like that, but for every Lord, I think like out of the last 4 Lords, it was either all of them or 3 out of those 4 Lords, he was on side lane fixing it. I don't think that should be happening. If his team had him, because their opponents, Fake Time, were able to be there in full force. Yeah. If Kyusen was there, if they were able, and especially that one specific fight, I don't know when it was exactly. I think it was like 26, 25 minutes, something like that, and they almost won the fight. It ended up happening like 2-1 for AKKE, so it wasn't really that good, but everyone was so low. If Kyusen was there, I think that could have been the one.
I agree. That could have been the big name of the game, man.
Just no words. No words left. There is no words left to describe this series, but still, a quick look at the achievement, something not seen usually. The most achievements are from Team AKKE. The most gold, the most damage dealt, the most damage taken, and only the winning man, Lager. Only person from Fake Time. Everything was looking, the stars were pointing towards Fake Time. I mean, towards the AKKE, but they couldn't seal the deal. I mean, Nandayo was doing an amazing job. He was in a primo spot, but still, Toby, he saw that Blade of Heptaseeds. He couldn't kill them.
I was going in for a BOD, I'm pretty sure, at the last item.
A BOD, a Malefic Roar. I mean, who knows, but he got that spirit from Chakano. You know, he did an amazing last play, but Garmadon, he was completely slaying them out. I think he was expecting Garmadon to go back towards the base, but still he kept on fighting and fighting and fighting.
Yeah.
But what an amazing series. I cannot wait for the interview.
Wow. Look at the damage of Hinokami.
Those are the numbers. Those are the numbers.
But look at Nandayo.
Same.
6-7.
Both the mages doing absolute fantastic job, man. And I'd have to say Nandayo was working overtime in that game. Everything could be kept aside for everyone out, but Nandayo was literally working overtime, and he was... The combination with him and Astra along with Toby was so good. Cyrus was disrupting the entire flow, and even after all of that, the main idea of Fake Time was just to make sure that Garmadon stays alive. Put all your eggs in Garmadon's basket and he will carry. And Hinokami said, yeah, give half to me and I'm gonna do the same.
That's honestly the story that it was for Fake Time for most of those games, where Garmadon really shined. Like, he didn't shine just in this series, he always shines. He's one of those very special players that we have here. He is a player you should look out for. Not that that wouldn't be true for the rest of Fake Time as well, since they are already advancing, and correct me if I'm wrong, but they should be in the top 6 right now, because 2 teams already eliminated. That will be AKKE, that will be joining MEC esports.
Yeah. Correct.
Wow, I mean, there are no words left. I think it was over 2.5 million damage tanked overall during that 33-minute game. But, I mean, guys, do you guys have any questions for the interview that you'd like to tell me so I can steal them from you? Because I have nothing to say. It was a picture-perfect game. But still, talking about the interview and the questions, up on the chopping block is gonna be Lager from Fake Time. The man, the myth, the legend, the Bakshia god himself. Welcome.
Hi guys.
Man, Lager. How are you feeling after that absolute long series and a 34-minute game? Tell us, how are you and the boys feeling?
So that was very long, and I feel very cool because this voice chat was very emotional.
Emotional.
Emotional, yeah. That was auf Deutsch.
Alright, guys. I know Warren, Zakota, you've got a lot of questions to ask. So, Warren, go first, then Zakota, then me.
All right. Well, Lager, we were talking about it, so it will probably a question I throw at you, one of my first. Do you agree with the statement that was made that Kyusan was kinda getting stuck at the waves on side lanes, and that was the reason why you were able to win the fights? Or do you feel like it was the correct way to play it and there was no other way around it?
So you mean when we already hold the Lord?
Yeah. Lord has been spawned and Kyusan was trying to... you didn't have Lord yet, but I mean, like, you were dancing around the Lord and Kyusan was... Most of the last Lords, he was always on the sideline fixing it. He didn't do it before, he was always doing it when Lord has been spawned already.
So we can't close the cloud because if we made this one, they can just burst the Lord and we lose Lord for 1 kill of cloud. That's a bad way. And we understand that the tier 3 towers on bot and top lane is already destroyed, and we can just hold. But that was very long because they always dodge our fight, and yeah, that was the reason. Because Cloud always split, but we don't need make something versus this Cloud.
Thank you for the insight. I will throw it back to the other casters.
Zakota.
The other casters. Insane.
Man,
Lager,
lost the...
Lager, during that Lord fight on the top lane, when you guys were on the strong side, were you guys baiting out purposely for Garmadon? Were you guys baiting him out on a purpose, or was there just getting caught by surprise by Nandayo? Was there a thought behind his positioning, or it was just the run of the mill? It happened.
So I think it happened. But I think the draft is very cool in last game because for Miss close all of heroes. This Claude ulti, Grok ulti, Lunox also make 2 ultis with Flicker. So and just Faramis ult close all of them buttons. And it was I think about draft because Lunox can kill all meters and marksmans in this fight, but Miss win.
Alright.
Another question I have for you, sorry scared yet. How do you guys feel by getting ended by minions in game number 4? What was the feeling? What was the voice chat like? Could you give us an insight towards that?
As it was Hinokami says that he have minions, he get heal from Nox and can't teleport now, and that was the reason because creeps going so fast. So and CT can't back because go kill it 3 players. So I think Carry can also teleport, but oh, that was already. But that was very, very, very bad for us because that was a winning game after this fight. so we can take Lord or already end the game. But Minions was more powerful.
All right, man. Zakota, Warren, do you guys have any more questions for the man?
I mean,
Not that I can
had
think of.
one. I mean, I had one. I just lost it. I just lost it.
The question got lost in the sauce. All right, Warren. By the time I ask my questions, hopefully you'll remember it. If not, then that's about it. Now, Lager, once you played first game and you won that, did you think that this series would go to the fifth game? Or were you thinking that this will be an easy 3-0?
No. After 2 games, we think that all be good. 3-0 or 3-1 can be. But I think in third game was very bad draft from us. So one Linux that was needed because of 2 fighters and lands. So that was very bad draft from us. And what game number 4? Number 4? Yeah.
Yeah.
That was some tilted game of Minions ended, but can end this series for 3-2 in our side.
All right. So, since you guys were tilted in game number 4, how did you all bring yourself back to calm down and win game number 5? Because this would have required a lot of mental strength.
So we need always to reset. That's always work. All of players need to reset after the game. Don't talking about this. Yeah, we're talking about this game, but I say that we need to reset for this one, and we need to win map 3 for us, for our side, or map 5 in our series.
All right. Now, one last question from me. You will be facing glitch code, right? You guys have made all your way from promotion relegation. How are you feeling for that matchup? Do you think you guys can make it, or do you think that could be difficult?
We will see, because we need to kill Vladosik, and that will be win game.
Oh my god. All right, Vlados, you've got to try and survive, my buddy. Warren, do you remember the question that you wanted to ask?
I actually got it, so thank you for that.
Alright.
I have to, and they are kind of similar topic, but first one will be, out of this whole series, out of today's performance, who do you feel like performed the best from your opponent's team? Who do you think was the best performing player on the side of AKKE?
Oh, I think that can be mid or jungle. I think this one. Kyuzen is good on Harit. Yeah, that's true. And Sirus has a not so big pool. That's the reason.
Alright, so you're torn between Nandeo and Astra.
Yeah,
alright. I won't push you further with this one, but I actually have one last, and that will be Lager. What do you think was the best player from your roster today?
From Europe server?
No, from your roster.
From my
Fake
team.
Yeah.
Ooh, I think now Garmadon.
We were
Because I
thinking
also
it.
play.
We were thinking it
No,
too.
no.
We were thinking
I
it.
think that Garmadon is the best, and I play also jungle better. This one's the reason. He can damage always and kill all of opponents.
You were truly
Right.
enabling him, definitely. Like, it's not like we don't see the effort you were putting in, but yeah, he was shining bright. So I understand why you would say that. Zakota, would you care to wrap those things up?
Indeed, I would. Lager, you guys did an amazing job today, so I wish you congratulations. You're gonna have an really, I would say, pretty hard game ahead of you versus some experienced players. I hope you guys the very best. I mean, today you had some of the best players from Poland. It was Ukraine versus Poland, like in ICF. I think it was one of the hardest games for you since now. You guys performed really well, but I think the performance of AKKE threw you off. You guys were fighting a lot more than you are usually, but you guys pulled through. You made it happen. You ended even after some of the mistakes with the minions, of course. Minions almost won your game. They lost your game. But any last word for your fans?
Okay, I say on Ukraine language.
Go for it.
Еще раз скажу всем спасибо, кто из нас болел. Сегодня была очень тяжелая игра, целых 5 карт. Получилось, что еще последняя очень сильно затянулась. Вот. Скажу, продолжайте нас болеть. Из приветов могу передать привет Лизе, своей семье также, которая смотрит периодически за моими играми. И всем нашим фанатам. Всем спасибо, кто нас поддерживает. И увидимся завтра. So that's was all.
Actually, Legor, before I let you off, I will have one sneaky last one, sorry. Tomorrow, there will be not just you playing, because you advanced, but there will also be another 2 teams playing. It will be Jackpots and Eternal Oblivion. Who do you believe will take it home?
Oh. I think Eternal Oblivion.
Ooh, alright. Okay, that's a spicy one. I like it.
Yeah,
I like it.
Malfurion make difference, but I think Eternal Oblivion is more like team.
They have more synergy, you would say. Alright.
Yeah.
Thank you for the insight as well. Alright.
Alright, Zakota, over to you.
I mean, Lager, thank you, as I said again, for joining us in this interview. Thank you guys for supporting all the teams that made it this far. Huge props to AKKE as well. I mean, what a loaded day, and tomorrow as well. But, man, what an amazing series. A full best of 5. You guys thought it was gonna end a little bit sooner, but of course I got the prediction correct. But Fake Time managed to go further and further down the road towards the championship. Who knows? Maybe we talk to the winners? Maybe we talk to the runner-ups? But let's take a quick look at the bracket. Scared, please.
Oh my god, man. It all started with those 2 zeros in the best of 3s to seed all the teams. Momentum Mori glitch code moving forward, matching up, Momentum Mori winning, now ready to face Misa Esports. All of that happened yesterday, and then in the lower bracket, that's where the eliminations began. Misa Esports and Jackpots, that game did not happen, so Jackpots immediately advancing up forwards, and since Eternal Oblivion lost yesterday, they're going to be ready to face them out here, while AKKE up against Fake Time. An absolute cinema of a match. Eventually ended in Fake Time's victory in the very last game with 34+ minute games here. So they will be facing Glitch Code, the ones who've lost against Memento Mori. It is going to be tough, man. And only 3 people have ever got their predictions right. Zakota is on top with 67%. Hey, hold on a second. Warren, Lushgate, Nish, Kronos, and me, all of us have 0. Why am I on 8th?
I don't know, man. Like, I guess our zeros have like something behind the decimal dot, you know, like a little tiny bit. I don't know, maybe something like that. Though I would also like to talk just in a short about AKKE, because this is the last day we see them. This is the last moment we will probably talk about them for this tournament. Of course, we might see them in the future, but for this tournament, this is the last day they are out. And of course, it should be about the victors, but I think we should give a little bit of credit their way as well. Because, okay, what a journey it was, how long, how far they have come. They were able to survive after getting thrown out from Thunder, from the Thunder Division, right? Yeah. That was the word I was looking for. A very long day today. Then they were able to make it through Promo Relo as a second team, and then they were able to battle it out through the top 16 teams, and they were able to end up at the brink of making it top 6. So I would love to give them some credit, some respects. It was great to see their journey, and I hope in the future we will see even more of them. I hope in the future the Excel sheets will be working a little bit more for Toby, because that rock pick into Valentin, I didn't quite like it. I think we can all agree on that, guys, right? But I just wanted to give them some love and give them some credits for the performance they had shown us, because it could have been them. It was 5 games. No one can take that away from them. Yes, Fake Time made it in the end, but 5 games, man.
It's everything, man. It took everything out of them to close this one, and I'm talking about Fake Time. Yes, AKKE, a good work from them. A nice attempt, becoming the second team to be eliminated after MEC esports out here. Yes, it is tough, but I feel that they've got a big learning curve ahead of them, and if they keep on going forward, they could potentially be one of the top teams of Europe, which they already are. Landing in the top 8 here, it basically makes you the invincible 8 out in the entire region. So that's something to look forward to. And it's never a loss. It's either a win or it's a learn. And I think so it's a big learning curve coming in for their side, along with MEC esports too out here. But yes, the competition is still on. Tomorrow it's going to be another big day, Zakota, won't it?
It will indeed be a big. They're gonna have 2 fire games. It's gonna be Fake Time versus Glitch Code and Eternal Oblivion versus Jackpot. 2 fire series back to back. Best of 5s as well. Winners advance to, I believe, semi-finals for the losers brackets, and the losers, of course, they lose because you guys make excuses because you didn't get any predictions correct. Oh yes, let's be nice because I have 0%. But if you're on the other end at 67% scared, the big leagues are not calling for you. The big leagues are not calling. But anyway, what an amazing day, guys. Beautiful casting. Of course, Zakota the GOAT himself, 67% predictions rate. Number 1.
Of course. Of course.
Of course, we're joking around.
It's over. Too much self-praise. All right, my man. But yeah, absolutely phenomenal work coming in from you, Zakota, as well, along with you, Warren. It was super fun working around with you again for this extremely long series. But boys, as Zakota, you rightly mentioned, tomorrow we've got to look forward to 2 more best of 5s. But all of that, we will cast that tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. That's it for today.
Scared.
It was Warren,
Scared.
Zakota, and me, scared.
We should throw our predictions so people know what's gonna happen tomorrow. We have
Not
to tell
today.
them
Nah, we keep them a secret.
Yeah, keep them a secret. Keep them a secret for tomorrow. Let the production roll that graphic in the screen, right? We're gonna let So Cool do that extra job for us just because he likes to do it, right? And so that's gonna land down for tomorrow. I know, Warren, it's absolutely fine. You'll get one of your prediction right. It's okay. It's okay. You're not revealed at 0%. It's fine. People, we've lost our minds already. Now we'll be calling it off. Thank you so much for tuning in. Make sure you sign in for the Search Pit Club so that you can eventually get those in-game skins as well. Subscribe to the channel. Follow all of us on our social media along with Surge Europe as well, so you do not miss out on any of the action that will commence tomorrow. Till then, bye-bye. Have a good night.
Could be getting Dolph.
Could be a big one out here, though. Hold on a second. He's gonna try and sustain through. That gets. You know that there is penetration on the other side, and yeah, Garmadon is gonna annoy the heck out of you. Hold on.
Big tectonic charge. 3 members knocked, but there is Farmis Ultimate trying to keep them alive. Well, it could be, and you are missing Claude. AKKE needs to disengage very fast, but they are deciding to fight it on. There is tectonic charge coming in, but Cyrus will be the first man to fall, and Astra could be falling as well. Toby is trying to body block, try to keep him alive. Astra will be surviving.
Micromanage some things.
I think Astra really took it too hard, what I was saying about his performance in the last game, because this game he's really stepping up, and who is also stepping up is Hinokami and the rest. Say that 3,000 gold difference. Oh, there's a fight happening. Suppression coming on Faramis. He will be the first to go down. Hinokami was the first to fall, but there is another one to fall. That is Jangli. Double kill for Astra. Yes, he is on a spree, but the same can be said for Garmadon. Kirsten needs to run away. Toby is still alive. Astra dancing on the knife side.
Get caught in those ultimates.
AOG initiation. They tried to end the game. Hinokami is there in the thick of it. Gorange is the first to fall. Jungli trying to survive, but this was too deep, guys. You tried to reach for the pickle in the back, and you got nothing in return. Because right now, AKKE might being bought on the side of AKKE, and they are initiating. Nandeo is trying to flank, but he wasn't really successful in that. He is almost getting popped, and there is Kyusen in the backline. Mega kill for Astra. Astra is cleaning it up, but there is Kyusen. Wu will be getting put down. He's still alive, almost getting traded for Jungli, but there is another man to die, and then Nando with a crazy flank. Can he get it off? He goes for Garmadon. He pops him like that, and just like that, AKKE are throwing themselves into this fight. Nando will get picked off, though. There's Winter Crown. They are still fighting. Shut down for Hinokami, actually. Maybe I spoke too soon. Maybe Cyrus has something to say about it. Brave Fighter Initiation tries to go for Hinokami. Can he steal it away? Raging Slice is still available. Can he steal it? No! Toby steals it actually away. AKKE gets the Lord. Can they retreat from this fight? Can they survive? They are getting picked off. Cyrus will be the...
And Kyusen would also be able to join the fight now.
He goes for it. He goes for the initiation, and there is Cyrus following up on that. Raging Slashes, the Landshaker connecting. Toby is right in the thick of it, and they are fighting. Hinokami will be the first to...